Gu Ning drove the large bus back to Huangdeng Hotel, but Lu Zhan would take care of the equipment. Gu Ning also brought the real antiques back with her. It wasn't because Gu Ning was unwilling to let Lu Zhan keep them, but Lu Zhan would have felt nervous if the real antiques stayed with him. So Gu Ning brought them back to the hotel with her. Gu Ning wouldn't stay here for long, 4 or 5 days at the most. Therefore, they would shoot the real antiques at an early stage before Gu Ning left with them. "Boss, do you want to have a rest right now?" Chu Peihan asked once they got out of the bus. "Nope, why?" Gu Ning asked, but she already had the answer. Chu Peihan must want to hang out. She was right. Since it's still early, why don't we hang out together? Chu Peihan proposed. Chu Peihan. How Ran and Zhang Tianping all looked at her with anticipation. Gu Ning sighed and agreed. "Fine. Let's put the luggage in the hotel first." It wasn't 9 p.m. yet, and it really was quite early. "Hooray! Boss, you're the best." Chu Peihan. How Ran and Zhang Tianping exclaimed in excitement. After that, a group of them pulled their suitcases going back to their rooms. A while later, they walked out of the hotel together. "Where are we going?" "I'm not familiar with City D," Gu Ning said. "Don't worry. I heard that there's a famous food street in City D. It would be a shame if we leave here without having a feast there." Chu Peihan's eyes lit up in excitement. "Exactly. I've only been thinking of the food street since I came here," Hao Ran said. He couldn't wait to go there too. "You two are foodies. Anyway, since we're already here, let's go." Zhang Tianping couldn't resist the allure of delicious food either. "Let's go then." Gu Ning laughed. Afterwards, they took a taxi, heading straight to the food street. The moment they arrived at the food street, their mouths were watering. Chu Peihan couldn't wait a second longer, and urged them to walk faster. Whether day or night, the food street was always crowded. That being the case, people had to pay more attention to their purses, because it was super easy for thieves to steal something out of their pockets. However, Gu Ning and her friends were an exception. When a thief tried to steal Chu Peihan's purse, Chu Peihan caught him and directly beat him down on the ground. She looked at the thief, saying with disdain, "Did you think that you'd succeed?" The thief was shocked, because he had never met a young girl who was as strong and swift as Chu Peihan. Because Chu Peihan didn't lose anything, they let the thief go after they warned him to not do it again. Before long, they came to a barbecue stand and it smelled so good. They bought several skewers without hesitation. Once they held the skewers in their hands, they couldn't wait to have a bite and felt satisfied eating the delicious meat. Although it was very delicious, they didn't eat a lot, because there were plenty of other snacks along the street and they planned to save room for them. Stepping away from the barbecue stand, they kept walking along the street and bought whatever they wanted to eat. Gu Ning had called them to come to City D, so she would pay the bill tonight. They were close friends after all, and enjoyed each other's treat. "Boss, can I take some pictures and send them to our WeChat group?" Hao Ran suddenly asked. He had an evil idea in mind. Gu Ning had told them to keep it a secret that they came to City D to help her from their other friends. So the others didn't know that they were hanging out on the food street now either. Gu Ning of course knew what was on Hao Ran's mind, and she agreed by nodding. "Oh, I'm going to do the same thing." Chu Peihan was excited as well, and took many photos of the food street and the four of them, then sent these photos to their WeChat group. Right at that moment, the others were having a break between classes, so they immediately looked at the new messages. Qin Zixuan. "What? When did you go to City D? How come I know nothing about it?" Muko. "Exactly. How dare you send out those pictures of delicious food to entice us? I'm mad now. Zhang Tianping. Qin Zixuan, didn't you say that you're going to be a good student? So we didn't tell you. Qin Zixuan. Muku, how about me? I didn't say that. Chu Peihan. Come on. We all know that you're an excellent student, and you're busy attending classes all day. Muku. That's your bias, not the real me. Suanya. How could you abandon me? I feel hurt now. Mixi. I'm hungry now after seeing those pictures. Chu Peihan, Muku. Take Mixi to have some night snack now. She's hungry. Chu Peihan was just joking, but Muku was struck dumb for a second, then turned to Mixi. Do you want to have some night snack? No, thanks, I'm just saying it. I'm not actually hungry. Mixi flushed in embarrassment. Actually, Mixi wanted to hang out alone with Muku, but she felt shy. Qin Zixuan. I'm hungry too. Muku. Where are you right now? I'll go with you. Chu Peihan. Qin Zixuan, you can disappear please. Chu Peihan rolled her eyes in front of the screen. And I'm late. What is going on now? How ran? We're at the food street in City D now. How ran? Look at the pictures above. Chu Peihan. It's so delicious. Zhang Tianping. Exactly. All right, we need to go back to enjoy our mouth-watering night snacks now. Bye. After that, they ignored them and continued to eat the specialties. Muku and the others were very displeased, but they could do nothing about it. In the end, Muku still took Mixi to have night snack, because he also wanted to spend some time alone with her. Since Muku was hungry too, he invited Mixi to share night snacks with him. Mixi didn't reject this time, so the two went out together. Guning and her friends, on the other hand, went to a seafood restaurant later. All of them loved eating seafood. The seafood restaurant was quite popular and crowded. When Guning and her friends arrived, there was only one vacant table left. However, after they had just been seated, several men at the next table leered at Guning and Chu Peihan. They even discussed them loudly in public. Look at the two beautiful young girls. I'm curious what their bodies look like. You can find out by undressing them. Haha, you're right. Hearing them sexually teasing Guning and Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping were mad. But when Hao Ran was about to beat them, Guning stopped him by a glance. Guning and Chu Peihan were also furious, but they had their own plan. Chu Peihan, of course, would make those men pay for what they had said, but she wasn't willing to punch them in the restaurant, because the owner of this restaurant was innocent. Guning thought that the men hadn't made it clear enough that they were talking about them. If they beat them just because of that, it would seem impulsive and unreasonable. Nevertheless, Guning knew that the men wouldn't stop, so she would have a chance or an acceptable reason to teach them a lesson. Guning was right. Before long, a man stood up and walked to them, leering at Guning and Chu Peihan. Hey, girls, why don't you come to our table and have some fun with us? Without Guning's permission, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping had to tolerate it no matter how furious they were now. The man then turned to Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping. Hey dudes, these two girls are yours, right? They're pretty, and we would love to have some fun with them. Hearing that, the sleazy men around the next table laughed out loud. Other people in the restaurant had sympathy for Guning and her friends, but none of them dared to help them. Hao Ran turned to look at Guning again, asking for her permission in silence. All of a sudden, Guning wore an alluring smile, which stunned everyone around. Even Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping were impressed by her beauty. Guning said gently, I love a man who can fight. If the four of you can beat the two of them, we'll leave here with you. Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping immediately realized that Guning was setting a trap for them, so they were less mad and prepared to beat them down later. In order to show their sincerity, Chu Peihan added, Exactly. If they can't protect us today, we don't need them anymore. The four men were excited because the only thing they were good at was fighting. In addition, they were four men, while Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping were teenagers, so they believed that they could easily win. Therefore, even before they began to fight, the four men seemed very proud and confident. Other people in the restaurant had the same idea. No problem, let's have a fight, the man said, then turned to look at Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping. Do you dare? Of course, Hao Ran said without delay. However, they, of course, wouldn't have the fight in the restaurant. Before they left, they paid the bill first. Young girl, they aren't good guys, the owner of this restaurant said to Guning. Don't worry, we'll be fine, Guning said, then walked to the outside. They found an empty ground and the two groups stood across from each other. Many people stood a distance away from them watching the fight. However, almost all the onlookers believed that the two boys would lose. Let's begin, Once Gu Ning said that the fight began, the two groups started to attack each other. Although the four men were good at fighting compared with ordinary people, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping weren't weak either. Especially after being trained by Gu Ning, they easily beat the four men down within several minutes. Everyone was surprised by the result. To their astonishment, the two boys were able to quickly beat the four men down. "How dare you offend our boss? You're a bunch of losers. I'll punch the shit out of you. Let me teach you a lesson." The four men were shouting in great pain on the ground. They didn't expect that the two boys were well-trained and could easily beat them down. If they had known that the two boys were so excellent at fighting, they would never have dared to annoy them. "I'm sorry. Please let us go. We'll never do it again." Those men were simply paper tigers, and easily yielded to those who were stronger than them. "Huh? Do you think that we'll let you get away with it? In your dream." Hao Ran didn't stop beating and kicking them heavily. Even though they apologized and begged them, Hao and Zhao Tianping had no intention to let them go. Of course, they wouldn't beat them to death either, but they taught them a brutal lesson. After the fight, Gu Ning and the others went back to the seafood restaurant to enjoy their night snack. All of them were in a good mood and ate a lot. They were so full that they didn't want to walk at all, and simply wanted to lie down on the road. Gu Ning wasn't included, because she restricted herself to not eating too much at night. When they were back in the hotel, they fell asleep quickly, because they still had work to do tomorrow. However, in the early morning, a shocking piece of news suddenly appeared everywhere on the internet. The real reason why S actress has been shut out for a year. S actress who worked for Fading Entertainment tried to ride on an important figure's coattails in vain. Then she drugged his wine. That's the real reason why S actress was shut out of the entertainment industry for a year. Now, who's the man who is supporting her behind the scenes so that she got the chance to be the leading actress in Infinite Horror? An internet user named Miss Paparazzi posted on Weibo, and it soon went viral. Although it didn't mention the full name of the actress, people immediately figured out that the actress had to be Su Tonghua, who had worked for Fading Entertainment and was now the leading actress in Infinite Horror. Because of the promotion of Infinite Horror, Su Tonghua gained a lot of attention, so once the post was out, she was heavily criticized. Even though it was early in the morning, many internet users who were still awake reposted it quickly. What? Su Tonghua had been shut out of the industry? I wondered why she disappeared for a year. Hey, that's not the point. The point is why she had been shut out for a whole year. It's slander. Tonghua is an actress with morals. She would never do that. She drugged the man? Oh my. She must have been very eager to have a sexual relationship with the man. Don't you think the timing is weird? Su Tonghua has just announced that she's the leading actress in the new film, and suddenly this news appears. Exactly. It must be a hater's work. I think this blogger is insane. There is no evidence at all. I have different opinions. I don't think Su Tonghua is as innocent as she looks. Maybe she is a slut, and what she has done in front of the cameras is totally an act. I agree. I think Su Tonghua must have a sexual relationship with the owner of Fenghua Entertainment or Lu Zhan. Otherwise, she wouldn't have gotten the chance. You people are crazy. I have decided not to follow her from now on. I'm so disappointed. Mind your language. She is not a slut. None of your business. I think that she is a slut. How dare you say that? Internet users were arguing fiercely on the internet. Because Infinite Horror was still a popular topic, the shocking news about Su Tonghua soon went abroad. When Gu Ning heard the news, she had just gotten out of bed, and it was Tang Yunfan who called her. Ning Ning, do you need me to handle it? Although Tang Yunfan knew that Gu Ning was able to deal with it alone, he subconsciously thought of himself as Gu Ning's father now, and would do anything for his daughter. Thanks. I can deal with it by myself. Gu Ning declined. It's my company, and I should learn how to run a company well by solving the problems by myself. Right? Hearing that, Tang Yunfan didn't insist. Well, if you need anything, just call me. I will, Gu Ning said, then hung up. Ning Ning, it must be slander. Chu Peihan wasn't familiar with Su Tonghua, but after they had spent a day together, she believed that Su Tonghua would never do such a thing. Anyway, She believed Gu Ning's answer more. Of course it is, Gu Ning said with certainty. She seemed quite calm and wasn't worried about its negative impact at all. Others probably didn't know the real reason, but Gu Ning knew it clearly. She was curious to see who the hater that kept attacking Su Tonghua on the internet was. Gu Ning bet that the person had to be either the man that Su Tonghua had annoyed or her enemy in the entertainment industry. No matter who it was, Gu Ning could easily find out with K's help. Therefore, Gu Ning called K without hesitation and told him to find as much information about the Miss Paparazzi as he could. After that, Gu Ning called Lu Xiao too, because he was the general manager of Fenghua Entertainment after all. Lu Xiao had also just heard the news and was about to call Gu Ning. Unexpectedly, Gu Ning called him first and told him that she would let him handle it after she collected the evidence. Then, Gu Ning drove the large bus, taking Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping to the hotel where Lu Zhan and the others stayed. The actors felt a little embarrassed that the boss or investor of the film drove to pick them up in person, but the news about Su Tonghua was the most important thing to be dealt with now. "Boss, I'm sorry." Su Tonghua apologized. The last thing an actor wanted to be involved in was a scandal. Although it really was slander, her reputation could be ruined if they didn't handle it well. "It's fine. I know that it's not your fault." Gu Ning didn't blame Su Tonghua at all because she was a victim. "However, what should we do now?" Su Tonghua panicked a little. Gu Ning's entertainment company was still very new without a PR department, so Su Tonghua could only ask Gu Ning for her opinion. Lu Zhan had the same idea, because he believed that there was nothing that they couldn't handle once Gu Ning was here. He was right. "Don't worry. I'm collecting evidence now and we'll have the results soon. Let the post go viral on the internet. It'll help you gain a lot of fame and publicity. You're under attack now, but once the evidence is out you'll be famous," Gu Ning said. Indeed, although Su Tonghua was being criticized now, more and more people got to know her name. Once her name was cleared, she would be famous within a short time. All they needed to do now was to clear her name. Since Gu Ning allowed the post to go viral on the internet, she was confident that she could handle it well. Hearing what Gu Ning had just said, everyone was relieved. After what they had been through together, Gu Ning gained everyone's trust. She was only 18 years old but behaved like a mature and stable grown-up. She had outstanding abilities and strong charisma. She seemed to be a natural leader. With Gu Ning's promise, they left for Changyang Mountain to continue shooting. When they arrived, they began to work and Gu Ning also received K's message at the same time. "K, boss, this Miss Paparazzi is very interesting. I've sent you an email. Go check it now." Gu Ning immediately opened the email. Miss Paparazzi turned out to be an actress named Li Jiayue who worked for Fading Entertainment, and there were many amorous pictures in her computer. Without a doubt, it was Li Jiayue who posted the article on the internet. Gu Ning instantly figured out that Li Jiayue didn't get along with Su Tonghua, so she deliberately attacked Su Tonghua once Su Tonghua got the chance to be the leading actress in Lu Zhan's new film. Gu Ning sent the evidence to Lu Xiao and told him to post it on their official Weibo account. However, they weren't in a hurry. Gu Ning planned to wait for a while longer till the news got more attention and then they would post the evidence. Gu Ning didn't worry that it would cause a sensation, because she was confident to solve it in the end. When Lu Xiao saw those amorous pictures, even he as a man flushed. Su Tonghua trusted Gu Ning, so she focused on her acting in the film. At noon, with the help of K, the shocking news about Su Tonghua became the hottest topic on Weibo. Afterwards, Lu Xiao acted, Fenghua Entertainment official. About what Miss Paparazzi has exposed about actress Su Tonghua in our company is totally fake news. Without evidence, Miss Paparazzi viciously attacked an actress who works for our company, and we regain the right to sue Miss Paparazzi. In addition, we also have solid evidence in hand that proves that Miss Paparazzi is Li Jiayue. We do hope that Miss Li could give us a reasonable explanation. At the same time, we strongly suggest that Fading Entertainment official gives an account for the fact that Su Tonghua had been shut out of the entertainment industry for a year. Evidence attached. Lu Xiao didn't expose the amorous pictures of Li Jiayue right now but would wait for the right time and make full use of them. Although the official account of Fenghua Entertainment was just opened yesterday and it didn't have many followers, Lu Xiao believed that it was just a matter of time before they would have millions of followers. The moment Lu Xiao posted it, Gu Ning told Lu Zhan and the others to repost it. When Su Tonghua heard that the person who attacked her on the internet was Li Jiayue, she was slightly surprised but soon accepted it, because the two never got along after all. Han Lingxuan, Bai Lin and the other actors weren't involved in this mess, so they didn't repost it. Before long, the post attracted a lot of attention. Some loyal fans of Su Tonghua reposted the post without delay. What the fuck? Li Jiayue is such a bitch. Exactly. She's so vicious. I hate Li Jiayue. Can't those pictures be photoshopped? Don't blame Jiayue for that. I think that she's innocent. It's totally a conspiracy. Who is Fenghua Entertainment? I've never heard of that company. I'm not a fan of either of them, but I trust Su Tonghua more. I think that Fenghua Entertainment will support and protect their actors well. My major is computer science, and I can tell that the pictures are real. Su Tonghua was trapped by Li Jiayue. Are you sure? At least it's a fact that Su Tonghua had been shut out for a year. Exactly. There's no smoke without fire. If Su Tonghua hadn't done anything shameful or illegal, she wouldn't have been shut out. Only a few people were aware of the real reason why Su Tonghua had been shut out for a year, so the majority assumed that Su Tonghua must have done something immoral. It was highly possible that she had annoyed an important figure, but the onlookers on the internet would never know the truth. Therefore, once Miss Paparazzi exposed that Su Tonghua had been shut out because she had drugged someone in a high position, most people were inclined to believe it. In the Hongdian World Studios, Li Jiayue was in a good mood because her post got a lot of attention. However, after a while, she sensed that others in the crew looked at her with disdain. Li Jiayue frowned a little but didn't know why. She had no idea that she became the one who was being criticized on Weibo now. Her assistant ran to her in a hurry and seemed extremely upset. Jiayue, look at this. Saying that, her assistant showed Li Jiayue the official account of Fenghua. Reading its latest post, Li Jiayue was shocked. And now she understood why people around gave her that look. How is it possible? Li Jiayue didn't know what had happened or how to deal with it now. Right at that moment, Li Jiayue's phone rang, and the caller was her agent, Tong Jun. Li Jiayue hesitated to answer it because she knew the reason why Tong Jun called her, but she couldn't refuse to take it. Therefore, Li Jiayue walked to a quiet place without anyone around. Hi, Tong. Before she could finish her sentence, Tong Jun yelled in anger on the phone. Did you write the article attacking Su Tonghua on Weibo? Li Jiayue stammered. She wasn't willing to admit it, but Tong Jun wouldn't believe her even if she denied it. Once Li Jiayue stammered, Tong Jun was sure that she did it and he was even angrier. It's fine that you attacked her, but they now have the evidence in their hands. You're simply digging your own grave. Chairman Xia has made it clear that if this problem can't be solved, you'll be fired. What should we do now? Li Jiayue panicked and almost cried. Can we say the pictures are photoshopped? Seriously. Tong Jun was furious. Do you think that everyone is as dumb as you are? I can't admit it, Li Jiayue said anxiously. Tong Jun was silent for a while and said, I'll hire an internet water army right away and turn people's attention to the fact that Su Tonghua has been shut out for a year. In the following hours, many haters suddenly appeared on the internet and kept attacking Su Tonghua and Su Tonghua's fans. Smart people all knew that they were just an internet water army, but nobody could stop them. Seeing that, Li Jiayue and her team were satisfied. However, a short while later, two super influencers joined the fight of public opinion. Fong Tang. Never treat others the way you don't want to be treated. I believe in karma. Repost from Fenghua Entertainment official, Lu Ija. We'll find out the truth in the end, and I hope that innocent people won't be hurt. Repost from Fenghua Entertainment official. Once the two super influencers reposted the latest post sent out by Fenghua Entertainment, it threw a bomb into the entertainment industry. Fong Tang was 28 and was the best actress with 60 million fans, while Lu Ija was 30 and was the best actor with 70 million fans. Both of them followed the official account of Fenghua Entertainment, and it was obvious that they sided with Fenghua. Normally, famous actors were unwilling to be involved in quarrels on the internet. If they were willing to do so, it meant that they had a close relationship with Fenghua Entertainment. Within minutes, tens of thousands of people reposted their post. Fong Tang and Lu Yijia's fans were very loyal to them and trusted them without any doubt, so they naturally chose to believe and support Fenghua Entertainment. Before long, the Internet Water Army hired by Li Jiayue's team was exposed, and Su Tonghua as well as Fenghua Entertainment gained more and more support on Weibo. Without K's help this time, Su Tonghua and Fenghua Entertainment immediately became the hottest topics. Meanwhile, Su Tongnua's and Fenghua Entertainment's followers were increasing dramatically. When Su Tongnua's assistant, Lin Xiaoxia, found out that Fong Tang and Lu Yijia sided with them against Li Jiayue, she was super surprised and excited. It seemed like Fong Tang and Lu Yijia had close relationship with Fenghua Entertainment. Su Tonghua was in the middle of shooting, so Lin Xiaoxia walked to Gu Ning and asked, "Boss, are Fong Tang and Lu Yijia your friends?" Lin Xiaoxia totally forgot the fact that Su Tonghua had been under fierce attack on the internet just a few minutes ago. But her eyes lit up with curiosity as she looked at Gu Ning. "Who? I don't know them." Gu Ning frowned a little. "What? You don't know them? However, they followed our official account on Weibo just now, and they reposted our post to support us," Lin Xiaoxia said and showed the Weibo page on her smartphone to Gu Ning. Hearing that, Gu Ning understood what had happened. "Oh, I told the general manager of our company to handle it. Maybe they're his friends," Gu Ning said after reading the Weibo page. "Oh, that would explain it." Lin Xiaoxia nodded. "How is it going now?" Gu Ning asked. Lin Xiaoxia beamed at once. "They hired an internet water army. But now we have a lot more supporters than them after Fong Tang and Lu Yijia sided with us." Gu Ning smiled, but didn't say anything, because everything was under her control. Tong Jin and Li Jiayue, on the other hand, were in a great panic. To their astonishment, Fenghua Entertainment had a close relationship with Fong Tang and Lu Yijia. After all, either one of them was more influential than any actor in fading entertainment. Li Jiayue called Tong Jin and almost cried from worry. "What should we do now? Fong Tang and Lu Yijia's fans are even more aggressive than the Internet Water Army." Li Jiayue's voice and body trembled in fear. She knew that she was in big trouble now. Tong Jin took a long breath and said, "We can only make your assistant the scapegoat now." Although Li Jiayue made a huge mistake, she was valuable to some extent, while her assistant meant nothing to their company. "Oh, right. I'll tell her right now." Li Jiayue felt relaxed. Such a selfish person as she was would never feel guilty for ruining an innocent person's life. Besides, she believed that as long as her assistant was blamed for what she had done, she would be fine. When her assistant was informed about the decision, her assistant was heartbroken and couldn't believe it. However, she couldn't reject it because Li Jiayue promised to give her 200,000 yuan if she was willing to be the scapegoat, and she needed precisely 200,000 yuan for her mother's surgery. Therefore, Li Jiayue's assistant agreed. Afterwards, Li Jiayue's assistant sent out a post on Weibo saying that she was Miss Paparazzi and did it to help Li Jiayue attack Su Tonghua without Li Jiayue's permission. Li Jiayue also responded that she had no idea that her assistant had done that behind her back, and she felt sorry for what Su Tonghua had been through. Li Jiayue even announced that she had already fired her assistant. Tong Jin sent the same post later. They seemed sincere, but it was a lie after all, and the majority of the internet users refused to believe it. Most people believed that her assistant was simply a scapegoat. Only a small amount of internet users showed sympathy for Li Jiayue and blamed her assistant. Anyway, as long as someone was pushed out to take the responsibility, Li Jiayue was safe now. Besides, there was a lot of news being created in the entertainment industry every day, so it would soon be overshadowed by other entertainment news. Li Jiayue was just a B-list actress, and not many people would pay much attention to her. Unless she had done something unacceptable, she could stay in the entertainment industry as usual. However, once her dirty secrets were exposed, her career would be ruined. Lin Xiaoxia was very mad at Li Jiayue's behavior. It's so obvious that she used her assistant as the scapegoat. She's so selfish. Su Tonghua, on the other hand, accepted it, because it wasn't uncommon that the assistants were blamed for what the actors had done. Su Tonghua, however, hated it and would never do that. "Don't worry. The best is yet to come," Gu Ning said to comfort them. It was impossible that Li Jiayue would easily get away with it just like that. What they needed to do now was still to clear Su Tonghua's name first. Unexpectedly, Fading Entertainment responded to the news and gave an official explanation denying the accusation that Su Tonghua had done anything immoral. Although Fading didn't expose more details, Su Tonghua was cleared after all. After that, fewer and fewer people criticized Su Tonghua on the internet. Seeing the satisfactory result, Tang Yunfan admired Gu Ning's ability at solving problems and crisis management. It was very important to run a company well and defend its reputation in business. Leng Xiaoting was very busy these days, and he would soon set out to fulfill his task. He didn't know that Gu Ning encountered big trouble but checked the news about Fenghua once in a while. With Lu Zhao's support, he believed that the company was under great management, but he was still concerned about Gu Ning. A helicopter was buzzing on an empty grassland and Leng Xiaoting's team was setting out to fulfill a task. Before they went aboard, Leng Xiaoting checked his phone. Knowing that Fenghua Entertainment was fine now after the crisis, he was relieved and sent a message to Gu Ning telling her that he was leaving for a task. Reading his message, Gu Ning felt worried because Leng Xiaoting was risking his life fulfilling his tasks every time. Even though he was outstanding and skillful, it was still possible that he could be injured. However, it was his job and duty. All Gu Ning could do was pray for him. "Be careful. I'll wait for you till you're back." After reading the message Gu Ning sent back to him, Leng Xiaoting went aboard the helicopter and left. Although Tang Bingson had an entertainment company, he rarely read news about the entertainment industry because he hired someone else to run his entertainment company for him. Therefore, when he heard about what had happened to Su Tonghua, it was already settled. To his astonishment, Fenghua Entertainment was able to handle the crisis very well and even got Feng Tang and Lu Yizhi's support. Even so, Tang Bingson didn't take it seriously. Before long, more shocking news about Li Jiayue went viral on the internet. Let's gossip official. I don't believe that it was Li Jiayue's assistant who attacked Su Tonghua, and check out what I found about Li Jiayue's big secrets. Fenghua Entertainment official, Li Jiayue, Su Tonghua, Tongzhen photos attached. The popular gossip account on Weibo posted several amorous photos of Li Jiayue. Although the men's faces in the photos were all pixelated to hide their identities, it was still recognizable that the men weren't the same person. As for their actions in the photos, they were quite shocking. Some parts of the men and Li Jiayue were pixelated, but it was still very clear to see their sexual positions in bed. Let's Gossip Official had 30 million followers, so once the post was out, it threw another bomb into the entertainment industry. Within half an hour, it became the hottest topic on Weibo. Oh my god! Li Jiayue is the real slut here. Oh my eyes! Wow! It's so disgusting. She should be banned from the industry. Where are the people who have supported her? At this moment, nobody dared to support Li Jiayue now. Li Jiayue. Get out of the entertainment industry. Get out of the entertainment industry. A while later, Li Jiayue, get out of the entertainment industry, became the most searched topic throughout the internet. When Li Jiayue read the news, she had a breakdown, and Tongzhen was also affected. Both of them were fired by Fading Entertainment. From now on, it would be very difficult for Li Jiayue to stay in the entertainment industry. Su Tonghua and Lin Xiaoxia were quite excited and satisfied with the result. Everyone in Fenghua admired Gu Ning more than ever after the crisis. Gu Ning had provided those pictures for Let's Gossip Official, but they didn't care who the provider was as long as the material was shocking enough. The slander was finally solved and Gu Ning, as well as her staff, went back to work on the film. In fact, it was the semester when they were about to write the entrance examination to college, and Gu Ning felt bad because she had occupied some crucial time of Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping. Therefore, Gu Ning got the textbooks and gave them lessons once they were free. Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping actually had the idea to escape from the stressful semester by helping Gu Ning. Unexpectedly, they still had to learn under pressure from Gu Ning. They were going to attend university soon, so it was better for them to seize the time and study hard. In addition, Gu Ning was a great teacher. Chu Peihan was good at studying, and Hao Ran as well as Zhang Tianping were smart too. So it wasn't hard for them to learn. They had shot the parts of the real antiques for 4 days, so Gu Ning secretly put the real antiques back to the telepathic eye space later. Chu Peihan and the others needed to stay here for another week, but Gu Ning had to leave now, because Tang Yunfan was going to City F. Gu Ning wasn't willing to let Gu Man face it alone, so she had to leave for City F. Before she left, she settled the bill for Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping's rooms in the hotel, and the large bus would be driven by Hao Ran. When their parts were over, Gu Ning would pick them up. It was around 5 p.m. when Gu Ning arrived at City F, but she didn't go back home at once. Instead, she went to Lan Yubin's place. Lan Yubin's son, Lan Tianhua, had already fully recovered, and Lan Yubin had called Gu Ning a few days earlier to invite her to share a meal with his family in order to thank her. Although Lan Yubin had already paid a lot for the pills, he didn't think that money was enough to show their appreciation. Gu Ning had declined, but Lan Yubin insisted, so she agreed in the end. She would be occupied tomorrow, so she decided to visit them today. When Gu Ning arrived, Lan Yubin and his wife welcomed her with open arms and repeatedly thanked her. "Oh, Miss Gu, I have several friends who keep calling me wanting to buy your pills," Lan Yubin said to Gu Ning while they were chatting. "I'm willing to sell the pills, but not easily. I won't sell them unless the disease can't be cured by doctors, because the number of the pills is limited," Gu Ning said seriously. Although she had plenty of pills, the number was limited, and she also needed them to make medicines and makeup. Hearing that, Lan Yubin thought that it was reasonable. Those rich people didn't actually have any serious diseases, but they wanted to prepare some in case they needed them in the future. In that case, Gu Ning was unwilling to sell the pills to them, because she didn't lack money at all. In addition, she had rescued many people with her pills and never asked them to pay. After the meal, Gu Ning went back home. When she got home, Gu Man was absent, but Gu Qing was at her home. Gu Ning asked Gu Qing where her mother was. Turned out that Gu Man went to visit Wang Sufan. However, it was almost 8 p.m., and Gu Ning was worried about Gu Man's safety, so she called her at once. When Gu Man answered Gu Ning's call, Gu Ning heard the sounds of a man swearing and a woman's crying. She recognized that the woman was Wang Sufan. Gu Ning frowned a little. Obviously, something unpleasant was going on there, and she was worried about Gu Man. "Ning, are you home now?" Gu Man asked. Gu Ning had told Gu Man that she was going to visit Lan Yubin first, so Gu Man assumed that she could be home now. "Yes, Mom. Where are you now? What is happening there?" Gu Ning asked. "I'm in Wang Sufan's place. You can come and pick me up," Gu Man said, then told Gu Ning the address. Normally, Gu Man wouldn't bother getting Gu Ning to pick her up. If she did so, there had to be trouble. Gao Yi and Chao Ye were in other cities, so the car was parked in the parking lot. Once Gu Ning left her home, she ran to the parking lot. She drove the car as fast as she could to meet Gu Man. Around 10 minutes later, Gu Ning arrived at Wang Sufan's place. It was an old, damaged street, and many onlookers were standing outside of Wang Sufan's home, which was a small 2-story self-built building. Because the sound insulation of the house wasn't good and the man deliberately raised his voice, their quarrel was easily heard. "Wang Sufan, you've been married to me for over a dozen years. You can't give birth to a boy and you even dare to cheat on me?" The man was almost yelling. It seemed like he intended to let more people hear it. Generally speaking, people were inclined to hide their shameful secrets, but the man did the opposite. Gu Ning didn't know whether what the man had said was true, but she thought that it wasn't highly likely. Instead, she believed that the man did it on purpose to gain an advantage in the divorce. No matter what, Gu Ning wouldn't jump to conclusions. When she walked to the door, she used her jade eyes to see what was happening inside. In the living room, Gu Man put her arm around Wang Sufan's shoulders, where they were sitting together on the sofa. Wang Sufan was trembling, sobbing, while Gu Man seemed extremely displeased. Opposite them, a man was glaring at Wang Sufan. "Yang Daji, Sufan has already agreed to the divorce. Do you have to swear at her all the time? My daughter is coming to pick us up soon," Gu Man said. Facing Yang Daji, Gu Man was a little scared, but she did her best to defend her friend, Wang Sufan. I'll meet you at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow. Yang Daji snorted and stopped swearing. The door was ajar, so Gu Ning directly pushed it open. Who is it? Yang Daji shouted in anger. Seeing Gu Ning coming inside, Gu Man immediately said, "It's my daughter." When Wang Sufan saw Gu Ning, she felt very embarrassed and tried her best to calm down, wiping away her tears. Yang Daji gave Gu Ning a quick glance, then turned to Wang Sufan. "Get out of my house right now. Don't forget to meet me at the Civil Affairs Bureau tomorrow," the man said with strong disdain. "Yang Daji, you'll regret one day." Gu Man glared at Yang Daji, then pulled Wang Sufan and a suitcase, walking to the door. Gu Ning helped Gu Man pull the suitcase and left with them. Nearby neighbors didn't show any disdain towards Wang Sufan. They all had sympathy for her, because they had been neighbors for over a dozen years, and they knew what kind of person Wang Sufan was. Yang Daji, however, wasn't a reliable man. He didn't have an ability to make money, and even cheated on his wife. Their neighbors had seen more than once that Yang Daji was close with another woman and looked like a couple. Therefore, the neighbors all supported Wang Sufan and believed that Yang Daji was the one who betrayed his partner. Once they were in the car, Gu Man said, "Ning Ning, let's go back home now. Sufan can stay with us." "No problem." Gu Ning understood that Wang Sufan was Gu Man's good friend. When Gu Man had fallen in the factory back, then it was Wang Sufan who had helped her. So Gu Ning always remembered Wang Sufan's kindness. "Don't bother. I can stay in a hotel during this time. After finishing the divorce procedure, I'll find a new apartment," Wang Sufan said, because she didn't want to cause Gu Man any trouble. "Why do you need to stay in a hotel? It's a pure waste of money. Only Ning Ning and me live together, so you can stay with us," Gu Man said. "Yes, please stay with us," Gu Ning echoed. Wang Sufan thought for a while, then accepted it. Gu Man was right. Cost a lot to stay in a hotel, and she didn't have much money with her right now. In addition, she also had a daughter. In that case, Wang Sufan compromised. "Well, thank you so much. You're welcome. May I ask what happened?" Gu Ning asked. Although it was Wang Sufan's personal affairs and it wasn't appropriate for Gu Ning to interfere, Gu Man was already involved, so she couldn't stand aside. If Gu Man wanted to help Wang Sufan, Gu Ning would be supportive too. Since Gu Man needed Gu Ning to help Wang Sufan in the following days, she told Gu Ning everything. Yang Daji and Wang Sufan didn't have much love for each other, but they had no intention to divorce in the beginning. However, when Yang Daji heard the news that the street was going to be demolished and that he could get over 1,000,000 yuan as compensation, he suddenly had the idea to divorce Wang Sufan and use the money to live a decadent life. If he wanted to divorce his wife, who he had been married to for dozens of years, he needed a good excuse. Accordingly, he used his male friend's phone to send many amorous messages to Wang Sufan, then blamed Wang Sufan for her disloyalty. Although Wang Sufan was just an ordinary woman, she cherished her dignity. Since her husband had already cheated on her many times, and even tried to ruin her reputation for the purpose of divorcing her, she thought that there was no need to save their marriage. Therefore, she agreed. Yang Daji was determined to find a new wife and have a son, so he abandoned his daughter too. Wang Sufan's daughter was living in the school now. After hearing that, Gu Ning was mad because she hated men who would abandon his wife and daughter just for money. It was a good thing that Wang Sufan was divorcing him. Wang Sufan already knew that Gu Man was rich now, but she was still greatly surprised when they walked into Gu Man's beautiful apartment. Gu Ning poured a cup of water for Wang Sufan and secretly put a power crystal in it. Gu Ning noticed that Wang Sufan was upset and hadn't had much sleep, so her body was in a bad condition now. After drinking the water containing power crystal, Wang Sufan felt much better. Unfortunately, the power crystal couldn't cure her bad mood. Gu Man chatted with Wang Sufan in the living room, while Gu Ning went to make up the guest room. No guest had ever stayed in their apartment before, so the bed in the guest room was still untidy. After a while, Gu Man told Wang Sufan to have a good rest first, which was the most important thing for her now. After all, she wasn't alone and she had a daughter to support in the future. Wang Sufan was a strong woman, So although she was heartbroken, she didn't give up, but was thinking of a way to let her daughter live a good life. When Wang Sufan was asleep, Gu Man said to Gu Ning, "Ning Ning, you know that Sufan is my good friend and she is in trouble now. I think we should help her as much as we can." "Mom, what's your plan?" Gu Ning asked. "She doesn't have much money with her, so I think that we can lend some money to her to find a new apartment to stay. Her job in the factory is tiring but doesn't pay much, so I want to hire her to work in our beauty salon. Although she doesn't have many skills she can learn, and we can pay her a higher salary. What do you think?" Gu Man said. "I think that it's a good idea," Gu Ning said. Once Gu Man was back to Tang Yunfan's side, she was going to live in City B, and Gu Qing would be managing the beauty salon alone. If Wang Sufan could join them, she could help Gu Qing while Gu Man was absent. "Oh, Mom, have you made up your mind to meet him yet?" Gu Ning asked. She was, of course, referring to Tang Yunfan. Tang Yunfan was coming to City F tomorrow, and Gu Ning hoped that this problem could be solved as soon as possible. In addition, after so many days, Gu Man had to have made up her mind. Gu Man was struck dumb for a second, then said, "Well, we can have a meeting." The next day, Gu Ning went to her school and her friends all came to meet her. "Boss, what did you do in City D? Why did you keep it a secret?" Qin Zixuan asked with curiosity. They had no idea what Gu Ning, Chu Peihan, Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping had done in City D, and they were very curious. "Exactly. Boss, why are you back alone? What about the others?" Muku asked. "They are shooting now and won't be back until a week later," Gu Ning replied. "What? Shooting?" They were all shocked. Peihan loves acting, so I can understand why she's shooting. But what are Hao Ran and Zhang Tianping doing there? Muku was confused. "Indeed. Why didn't you call me? It would be fun. Although I'm not good at acting, I think that I'd be a great extra," Qin Zixuan said. "It was an emergency, and they went there to help me. I already feel bad that the shooting has occupied so much of their time. I can't waste your time too," Gu Ning said. "Nevertheless, why did you call them instead of us?" Qin Zixuan asked. He felt like he had been ignored. Gu Ning laughed a little. "Didn't you say that you want to be a good student? If I had called you, you wouldn't have focused on your studies." Qin Zixuan was struck dumb for a second and didn't know how to retort. Although he didn't care about being absent from classes for a week or two, he had indeed claimed that he wanted to be a good student. Therefore, it was totally reasonable that Gu Ning hadn't called him. The others immediately made fun of Qin Zixuan. "Nevertheless, boss, it's fine if you need us. We don't care about being absent from classes for a week or two," Muku said. "All right, the class is about to begin. Let's go back to our classrooms now," Gu Ning said. Last night, Wang Sufan had an unusually good sleep. She had thought that she would be up all night, but unexpectedly, she slept like a baby. Therefore, when Wang Sufan got up the next day, she didn't look haggard at all. Of course, it was all because of Gu Ning's power crystal. However, Wang Sufan still felt upset. Gu Man had already prepared breakfast for her when she left the guest room, which made her feel a little embarrassed. During breakfast, Gu Man told Wang Sufan to quit her job in the factory. In order to protect Wang Sufan's dignity, Gu Man said that she was short-handed and needed her help. Wang Sufan understood that Gu Man was helping. She wanted to decline, but Gu Man insisted on it, so she agreed in the end. Around 9 a.m., Gu Man along with Gu Qing accompanied Wang Sufan to the Civil Affairs Bureau. Because of Gu Man, Gu Qing was also familiar with Wang Sufan, and she had deep sympathy for Wang Sufan too. Meanwhile, Gu Qing also believed that it was a good thing for Wang Sufan to leave the man as soon as possible. Gu Man told Gu Qing that Wang Sufan would be working for them in the beauty salon from then on, and Gu Qing approved. Neither Gu Man nor Gu Qing could drive, so they took a taxi together. Before long, they finished the divorce procedure, but Wang Sufan was left with nothing, because the couple wasn't rich and her name wasn't on the premises permit either. Yang Daji was also too mean to give her a cent. Wang Sufan now only had several thousand yuan with her, which was the salary that she had just gotten from the factory. After that, Gu Qing and Gu Man accompanied Wang Sufan to quit her job at the factory. When they arrived at the factory, they encountered Su Xinlan, who had just walked out of it. Seeing Gu Man, Su Xinlan was displeased. "Oh, isn't this Gu Man? What, you can't find a job elsewhere, so you've come back here again? Let me tell you what, no way." Su Xinlan was very arrogant and opinionated. "Well, who told you that I came back here to find a job?" Gu Man rolled her eyes. "I came here with Sufin because she's going to quit." "What? Quit?" Hearing that, Su Xinlan was surprised, but she didn't feel ashamed of what she said at all. She was too arrogant and opinionated to have the sense of shame. "Did she find a better job?" Su Xinlan asked. "Of course," Gu Man said, then ignored Su Xinlan, walking into the factory with Wang Sufin, followed by Gu Qing. "You?" Su Xinlan was mad that they ignored her, but she couldn't do anything about it. A few minutes later, Wang Sufin successfully quit her job. Afterwards, they went to the beauty salon together. Although it was still under construction, Gu Man and Gu Qing needed to check the progress every day. They planned to help Wang Sufin find a new apartment after checking the construction progress of the beauty salon. Wang Sufin wasn't willing to cause any more inconvenience to Gu Man and Gu Ning, so she was in a hurry to find a new apartment. On their way to the beauty salon, Gu Man suddenly felt anxious, but she didn't know why. In the meantime, Gu Ning had a premonition. She saw a black car driving away from the airport, but suddenly a large truck behind it lost control and knocked it over. Most importantly, Gu Ning recognized that the man sitting in the back seat was Tang Yunfan, who was bleeding heavily. Seeing the scene, Gu Ning was terrified and her face turned pale at once. She abruptly stood up and made a loud sound, which surprised the rest of the people in the classroom. "I'm sorry, sir. I have an emergency to deal with." Saying that, Gu Ning picked up her backpack, running out of the classroom. Within seconds, Gu Ning disappeared. "Sir, please allow me to follow her." Mixi stood up without hesitation, running outside. Gu Ning was always calm, but she had obviously lost self-control today. So something serious must have happened. The teacher didn't blame Gu Ning for her rude behavior, because he could tell that Gu Ning was very anxious. He also understood that Mixi was Gu Ning's close friend, so he didn't stop her. Many classmates except for Xiao Feifei and her friends were also worried about Gu Ning. Xiao Feifei and her friends gloated over Gu Ning's misfortune. Gu Ning took out her phone the minute she walked out of the classroom and called Tang Yunfan. She wanted to tell him to avoid the large truck. However, she couldn't get through to him. Gu Ning realized that she wasn't able to stop the car accident right now, so all she could do was to get to the accident scene as fast as she could. As long as Tang Yunfan was still alive, she was confident to rescue him. When Gu Ning walked across the playground, the principal was getting out of his car. Seeing that, Gu Ning directly walked to him and said, "I'm sorry, sir. May I use your car? I have an emergency to deal with." In the past, Gu Ning wouldn't do that because the principal didn't know who she was and it was impossible that he would be willing to lend his car to her. Nonetheless, everything was different now. Although it was an abrupt request, Gu Ning still did it because that was the quickest way for her to get to the accident scene. The principal was displeased in the beginning when Gu Ning suddenly approached him and asked him to lend his car to her. But when he recognized Gu Ning and saw that she looked very anxious, he agreed without hesitation. After Gu Ning got the key, she got in the car at once and drove it ahead at the highest speed, which shocked the principal. Mixi followed Gu Ning, and she was also astonished by the way Gu Ning drove the car away. Since Gu Ning had already left, Mixi could only go back to their classroom. She didn't dare to call Gu Ning because Gu Ning was driving the car fast. All she could do now was to hope that Gu Ning would be fine. Luckily, it wasn't the rush hour and there was little traffic on the road. Gu Ning was a skillful driver, so she easily avoided crashing even though she drove the car at the highest speed. Other drivers on the road all noticed a gray private car moving smoothly at a very high speed among the traffic. They kept swearing, but had to admit that the driver of the gray private car was really skillful. On the way to the airport, Gu Ning kept calling Tang Yunfan hoping that he would pick up. Unfortunately, the line was always busy. Gu Ning felt like crying now. She wasn't familiar with Tang Yunfan, but they were father and daughter. In addition, Tang Yunfan treated her very well, and she was happy to have him be her father. The last thing she wanted to see now was his dead body. "Please, please don't leave us now. Guman needs you, and I need you too. You're part of our family and we can't lose you like this. In City B, Quan Mingkai was sitting in the front of the desk in Tang Yunfan's office. He was talking with Tang Yunfan about business on the phone. All of a sudden, he heard a loud sound from the phone and Tang Yunfan's voice suddenly disappeared. Quan Mingkai's heart tightened quickly and he had a bad feeling. Hi boss? Can you hear me? However, he couldn't hear Tang Yunfan's voice anymore and sensed that something had to be wrong. He immediately took out another phone and made a call. Weiluan, boss might have had a car accident. You stay in the company right now and I'll go to find him, Quan Mingkai said anxiously. Yan Weiluan was Tang Yunfan's other secretary. Both Quan Mingkai and he were Tang Yunfan's close assistants, but he didn't know Tang Yunfan's relationship with Gu Ning. What? Yan Weiluan panicked a little. No problem. I'll manage the company. Quan Mingkai called his friend at the airport later and booked the earliest plane ticket to City F. After that, he called Yuan Jisong, the secretary of the Municipal Party Committee in City F, and told him to arrange an ambulance. The Tang family's companies were around the whole country with a broad and powerful network, so they were able to maintain a close relationship with one or two important officials in every city. Quan Mingkai didn't tell him who had the car accident, but told him that the person worked for the Tang Huang Group. Therefore, Yuan Jisong did it to the best of his ability. When Quan Mingkai arrived at the parking lot, he drove his car as fast as he could to the airport. He didn't tell the Tang family yet in case they would be too worried. 8 minutes later, Gu Ning arrived at the accident's location. Tang Yunfan had just gotten in the car accident 5 minutes ago, and the ambulance as well as the police hadn't arrived yet. Gu Ning directly stopped the car at the roadside, then jumped over the guardrail in the middle of the road and rushed toward the private car. Everyone was shocked by the crash scene, so nobody noticed her. The chauffeur of the private car was also injured, but it wasn't serious, while Tang Yunfan was in a very bad condition now. The minute that Gu Ning arrived, she used her full force to remove the rear door of the car, because it was totally deformed. Hey, what are you doing? Someone noticed Gu Ning now and stopped her. Move! Gu Ning understood that the person was just being kind, but she was running out of time now, and wasn't in the mood to be polite. Gu Ning's reaction made the onlookers think that she had to be a relative of the victim. Young girl, if you move the injured man randomly, he could die, a woman said gently, trying to comfort Gu Ning. However, right at this moment, the deformed rear door of the car was removed. Everyone was shocked and couldn't believe it. Gu Ning didn't care about what they said or thought. All she cared about now was whether Tang Yunfan was still alive. Once the car door was removed, Gu Ning instantly checked Tang Yunfan's breath. Luckily, he was still breathing, but Gu Ning was still worried because he was so badly injured that he could die at any second. Gu Ning didn't move other parts of the car but immediately took out a power crystal and put it into Tang Yunfan's mouth. At the same time, she held his hand to put her power into his body. Actually, if Gu Ning was able to put her power into Tang Yunfan's body, there was no need for him to take the power crystal. However, there were so many people around. If they noticed that Tang Yunfan recovered soon after Gu Ning held his hand for a while, it would cause unnecessary sensation and trouble. Some people saw Gu Ning put something into the injured person's mouth, and they were worried that it might harm the injured person, but none of them said anything. Quan Mingkai didn't cut the line with Tang Yunfan, so when he heard the sound of Gu Ning removing the car door, he raised his voice and asked, "Hey, can anybody there hear me?" Gu Ning had acute hearing and noticed the phone lying at the foot of the back seat. She used her free hand to touch its screen and saw Quan Mingkai's name. "Mr. Quan, I'm Gu Ning. Uncle Tang had a car accident and I'm rescuing him now. I know that you're worried, but he'll be fine. I'll call you back later." Gu Ning picked the phone up and said, "Great." Hearing Gu Ning's voice, Quan Mingkai was somewhat relieved. He believed that Tang Yunfan would be fine as long as Gu Ning was by his side. Of course, he was still slightly concerned about Tang Yunfan's condition. "I'm heading to the airport right now and I'll be City F around 6:30 p.m., Quan Mingkai said. "Great. Please don't tell Grandpa Tang and the other family members in case they'll be too worried," Gu Ning said. Quan Mingkai agreed. Then they both hung up. Within 2 minutes, an ambulance and the police arrived. The leading man of the hospital crew was Guangming, and Qian's father, who was the director of the central hospital in City F, while the leading man who came here with the police was Yuan Jisong. Seeing that someone damaged the accident scene, they were all displeased. "Hey, what are you doing? Don't you know that you've damaged the accident scene?" A policeman shouted at Gu Ning and was about to pull her out. However, before he could tough Gu Ning opened her mouth. "Stay away." She sounded cold and unstoppable, and the policeman was struck dumb for a second, standing still. Hearing her voice, Yuan Jisong recognized that she was Gu Ning, so he stopped the policeman's hesitation. "Let's stay away from her now. We can get the driver out first." The rest of the people then went to move the driver out of the car. The policeman was still a little displeased, but he had to follow Yuan Jisong's order. Hearing Yuan Jisong's voice, Gu Ning knew that he came here too, but she was still focused on putting her power into Tang Yunfan's body. Yuan Jisong understood that Gu Ning was rescuing the injured man, so he didn't go ahead or interrupt her. "Mr. Yuan." And Guangming looked to Yuan Jisong with doubts. He didn't understand why Yuan Jisong would allow a young girl to move the injured person in the car. It could be dangerous. "She's Gu Ning," Yuan Jisong said in a quiet voice. Hearing that, and Guangming was surprised. He didn't expect that this young girl in his sight was Gu Ning, and he couldn't be more familiar with that name. Although he hadn't attended Su Anya's birthday party, he had heard about what had happened that day, so Gu Ning left a good impression on him. He was a famous doctor. Although he didn't quite believe in Gu Ning's special medicine, he was always curious about it. He also wanted to contact Gu Ning and study her special medicine, but didn't know how. He had asked Lan Yubin, but Lan Yubin refused to give him Gu Ning's phone number without her permission. Since he met Gu Ning in person now, he was excited and curious to see whether she was able to cure the injured person. And Guangming didn't know that Qian and Gu Ning were close friends, and he had no idea about the relationship between his younger brother, Guangyao, and Gu Ning. If he had known that, he would have successfully contacted Gu Ning. If Guangming found it out later, he would be very upset, because if he had found it out earlier, he wouldn't have been so fretful for these past days. With Yuan Jisong's protection, nobody interrupted Gu Ning. However, no matter how much power was put into Tang Yunfan's body by Gu Ning, he was still unconscious even though he already stopped bleeding and his wounds were healed. Gu Ning frowned. Why? Not knowing the reason, Gu Ning kept putting her power into Tang Yunfan's body, trying to wake him up. However, she was losing her power in a large amount and her face turned pale, while Tang Yunfan was still unconscious. Gu Ning had to draw her hand back and tried to move Tang Yunfan's body out of the car. Seeing that, Yuan Jisong walked ahead and said, "Girl Gu, let the police do it." Yuan Jisong didn't think that Gu Ning, who was just a young girl, would be able to move a grown-up man from a seriously damaged car. "Thanks. I can do it alone," Gu Ning said. Although she had consumed a lot of her power, she was still strong enough to move Tang Yunfan out of the car. Yuan Jisong wanted to say something else, but Tang Yunfan was moved out by Gu Ning at this moment, which shocked him. Everyone around was also astonished by Gu Ning's strength once more. Gu Ning then picked Tang Yunfan's mobile phone up and left the car. "Girl Gu, how's the injured person?" Yuan Jisong asked. "The wounds are mostly healed, but he's still unconscious. Let's send him to the hospital now." Gu Ning said that to both Yuan Jisong and Quan Mingkai. Hearing that Tang Yunfan was safe now, Quan Mingkai was relieved. "Hurry up. Move this injured man to the ambulance right now." Yuan Jisong gave an order, and a group of people immediately came to move Tang Yunfan to an ambulance. In the meantime, Gu Ning talked to Quan Mingkai for a short while and hung up again. Seeing that Gu Ning's face was very pale, Yuan Jisong asked worriedly, "Girl Gu, are you alright? You don't look very well." "I'm fine. I just lost a lot of strength." Gu Ning smiled. Hearing that, Yuan Jisong was relieved. "Miss Gu, nice to meet you. I'm the director of the central hospital." And Guangming came over saying to Gu Ning politely. Gu Ning smiled and replied, "Nice to meet you too, Director In. I heard that you're Qian's father." "You know Qian?" And Guangming was greatly surprised. "Yes, we're close friends." Gu Ning smiled. and Guangming took a long breath in. It was really shocking news for him. Uncle Yuan, I'm afraid that I can't drive now. Can you arrange someone to drive me to the hospital? We can use the ambulance stopped there, Guning said. She was worried about Tang Yunfan, so she decided to follow him to the hospital. No problem, I can drive you there, Yuan Jisung said. He didn't ask her why she wanted to use the ambulance instead of his private car. After that, Yuan Jisung followed Gu Ning, getting into the ambulance. And Guangming was eager to ask Gu Ning about her special medicine, but obviously it wasn't the right time now. And Guangming came here with the ambulance, so he naturally went back to the hospital with the ambulance too. But he sat in the front, while Gu Ning stayed in the back by Tang Yunfan's side. Before long, they arrived at the hospital, and Guangming had arranged a VIP patient room beforehand. Although he didn't know the injured person's identity, he knew that the man had to be very important since Yuan Jisung had informed him in person. Miss Gu, do you know him? Seeing that Gu Ning accompanied the injured man along the way, and Guangming was curious. Yes, Gu Ning said, but didn't give any details. And Guangming also stopped asking. After they arrived at the hospital, a doctor instantly conducted a checkup on Tang Yunfan. Girl Gu, you can have a rest at home now. It must have been a long day for you, Yuan Jisung said. Thanks, I'll stay here, Gu Ning said. Yuan Jisung was surprised. Do you know him? If not, there was no reason for her to stay here. Yes, Gu Ning simply said. Although Yuan Jisung was curious, he didn't ask further. He wasn't clear about the injured man's identity yet, but he was sure that the man had to be a senior manager of the Tangwang Group. To his astonishment, Gu Ning was able to meet a senior manager of the Tangwang Group. The more familiar Yuan Jisung was with Gu Ning, the more he was surprised by her. The exam result was out a few minutes later, and the doctor said that Tang Yunfan was fine and would wake up in several hours. Gu Ning, on the other hand, didn't think that it was that easy. They had no idea that there was already a lot of magical power in Tang Yunfan's body now, and he should have woken up right away. However, he was still unconscious. Gu Ning was confused, but all she could do now was to wait until Tang Yunfan woke up. Hearing that the injured man was fine, Yuan Jisung was relieved. After that, Yuan Jisung called Quan Mingkai at once to tell him that everything was fine. Quan Mingkai was on the plane when Yuan Jisung called him, and his phone was turned off, so he missed Yuan Jisung's call. The patient needed rest and quiet, so Guangming left with the other doctors, leaving Gu Ning and Yuan Jisung in the patient room. Gu Ning didn't want to leave now, so she asked Yuan Jisung to send the principal's car back to her school. Yuan Jisung agreed without hesitation and told his secretary to do that. Yuan Jisung was going to attend a meeting soon, so he left and told Gu Ning that he would come again in the evening. After Yuan Jisung was gone, Gu Ning gave Tang Yunfan a glance and thought for a while, then made up her mind and called Gu Man. When Gu Man answered Gu Ning's call, she was in a taxi with Gu Ning and Wang Sufan. They were on their way to find a new apartment for Wang Sufan. Hi, Ning Ning. Aren't you supposed to have your classes now? Why are you calling me? Gu Man asked. Mom, he had a car accident and he's still unconscious. We're in the central hospital, Gu Ning said. What? Hearing that, Gu Man was shocked. In her memory, the man was killed in a car accident. They finally met each other after 18 years, but he had a car accident again. Was he going to abandon her once more? No, she wouldn't allow it to happen. Seeing that Gu Man was really scared, both Gu Qing and Wang Sufan didn't know what had happened. What's wrong? Gu Qing asked. I'll be right there, Gu Man said. She had no time to explain it to Gu Qing, but said to the taxi driver, Please, go to the central hospital now. Sure, the taxi driver said. What happened? Gu Qing was a little nervous. Gu Man did her best to calm down, but her voice was still trembling. Mr. Tang had a car accident, and he's in the central hospital now. What? Gu Qing was also frightened. Although she had only met Tang Yunfan once, she knew that he was a good, reliable man, and she also had sympathy for him after hearing that he had a car accident. However, Gu Qing didn't understand why Gu Man seemed so scared and worried. When the principal of the number 3 high school received Yuan Jisung's secretary's call, he walked out in a hurry. Seeing that his car was stopped in the parking lot, He was surprised and wondered why Gu Ning didn't tell him she was back. However, when he found out that it was Yuan Jisong's secretary who drove the car back for Gu Ning, he was shocked, but soon figured it out. Gu Ning and Su Anya were close friends, and Yuan Jisong was an old friend of Su Anya's father. It was understandable that Yuan Jisong sent his secretary to drive the car back for Gu Ning a dozen minutes later. Gu Man and the others arrived at the hospital. When Gu Man entered the hospital room, she was heartbroken to see the man lying on the bed unconscious, and she couldn't help but burst into tears. It had been 18 years, but he was still as handsome as he had been even though he had aged during these years. Before Gu Man met Tang Yunfan, she had thought to herself thousands of times, wondering whether she would still love him or whether she would feel that he was very strange and their good old memories would be gone with the wind too. However, she felt her deep love for him painfully when she saw his face again, and she was sure that he was the only man she loved throughout this lifetime. Gu Qing didn't notice Gu Man's reaction nor Tang Yunfan, who was lying on the patient bed, but turned to Gu Ning and asked, "Ning Ning, how's Mr. Tang now?" "He's still alive and the doctor said that he'll wake up in several hours," Gu Ning said. Gu Ning didn't tell them many details, because it was too hard to explain. Hearing that, Gu Qing was relieved but Gu Man was still worried. "Aunt, let's go have a seat in the living room. My mother needs some private time," Gu Ning said to Gu Qing. It was a VIP patient room, so there was also a living room, kitchen, and bathroom inside apart from a patient room. Wang Sufan didn't know their relationship, so she didn't think further, but Gu Qing was struck dumb for a second because she didn't understand why Gu Man needed some private time with Tang Yunfan. Nevertheless, Gu Qing didn't ask why but walked out of the patient room with Wang Sufan. Once they were out, Gu Qing asked Gu Ning at once, "Ning Ning, why does your mother need some private time in there?" "Well, I think that you better ask my mother later," Gu Ning said, because it was totally up to Gu Man how to handle it. Gu Qing opened her mouth, but closed it afterwards. Since Gu Ning said so, she better stay quiet now, but she was curious about the relationship between Gu Man and Mr. Tang. She wondered which one of them fell in love with the other first. Actually, Tang Yunfan had left a good impression on Gu Qing, because he was handsome, kind, and reliable. If Gu Man could be together with him, Gu Qing would feel happy for her. However, was Gu Ning willing to have a stepfather? Even if Gu Ning was willing to accept Tang Yunfan, would Tang Yunfan treat Gu Ning well? There were so many questions on Gu Qing's mind now, but she knew that it wasn't the right time to ask them. Gu Qing really cared a lot about Gu Man and Gu Ning. In the patient room, Gu Man stood still for a long while before she went to sit at the bedside. She kept staring at Tang Yunfan's face, trying to match his face with Ning. She was so nervous that she almost lost her breath. "Ning, it has been 18 years, Gu Man said gently with her voice trembling in tears. "I thought that I would never see you again. I thought I would only see your face again in my dreams. Do you know how painful it was when I heard that you had a car accident? I'm so worried about you. Please open your eyes and look at me." Gu Man talked to Tang Yunfan for a long time with tears falling from her face, but Tang Yunfan couldn't hear it, nor see it. Gu Man's voice wasn't loud, so Gu Qing and Wang Sufan didn't hear it clearly. They also had no idea that Gu Man was crying, because she didn't cry out loud either. All of a sudden, Gu Ning received Yu Mixi's message. Yu Mixi had been anxious ever since Gu Ning had disappeared. Watching Gu Ning driving away, Yu Mixi didn't dare call her, so she sent her a message. Yu Mixi wanted to tell Muku and their other friends, but she decided to wait until Gu Ning replied to her. "Yu Mixi, Ning Ning, what happened? Are you all right now? Please send a message back to me if you can. I'm worried about you." Gu Ning didn't realize that she hadn't told Yu Mixi anything until now, so she immediately sent a message back to her. "Gu Ning, I'm fine. Don't worry. I just got shocking news that my uncle had a car accident, so I was in a hurry to go to the hospital." Reading the message, Yu Mixi was finally relieved. She trusted Gu Ning. As long as Gu Ning said that she was fine, she would be fine. Their head teacher, Zhang Chihua, was also concerned about Gu Ning. Zhang Chihua found out that Gu Ning was absent in the second class, and she then got to know that Gu Ning had run out of the classroom in a hurry. After getting Gu Ning's reply, Yu Mixi told Zhang Qiuhua that Gu Ning was fine to calm her anxiety. Car accident again? Zhang Qiuhua said to herself. Why are people by Gu Ning's side always caught in a car accident? The minute that Gu Ning put her mobile phone down, and Chen appeared. It was Guangming who told her that Gu Ning was in the hospital now. And Chen came here with a task. Hi, Dr. N. Gu Qing greeted Chen once she came inside. Hi, Chen, Gu Ning said. Without a doubt, it had to be Guangming who told Chen that she was here. I heard that you're here, so I came here to have a look, Chen said. How's he now? He's still unconscious, Gu Ning said. He'll be awake sooner or later. Don't worry, Chen comforted. Thanks, Gu Ning said. She also hoped that Tang Yunfan would wake up as soon as possible. Otherwise, not only Gu Man and Gu Ning, but the Tang family would also be worried. Oh, Ning, could you please do me a favor? Chen suddenly said with embarrassment. Didn't you save Su Anya's life when we attended her birthday party last time? My father has been curious about your special medicine ever since he heard the story. Could you please sell a pill to him? She knew that the medicine was priceless, so she was willing to pay for it. I'm willing to give a pill to your father, but I have to tell you the truth. It's impossible for others to know its formula, because it's my master's secret medicine. But she already passed away, so nobody else can figure its formula out, including me, Gu Ning said, half lying, half telling the truth. What? Chen was surprised. Well, you can have a try. Gu Ning gave Chen a small porcelain bottle with a power crystal inside. It was impossible for them to figure out its formula, so Gu Ning was confident to set a high price for her special medicine. She also had no worries that others might abuse her medicine. Although Chen believed Gu Ning, her father probably didn't and was determined to have a try. Therefore, Chen took the bottle. Thanks. Text your bank account to me and I'll transfer the money to you. No need. Take it as a gift from me to your father, Gu Ning said airily. What? Chen was surprised. The pill cost 1,000,000 yuan. However, Gu Ning didn't care. 1,000,000 yuan was a lot of money for the family, but Chen's father, who was a medical expert, was very curious about it. No, it costs 1,000,000 yuan, so I can't take it for free, Chen said. It's true that this pill is quite effective, but I got those pills without paying a cent myself. I don't rely on them to make money either, so you don't need to feel guilty at all. If you want to pay me back, you can let my uncle stay in the hospital for free instead, Gu Ning said. Well, Chen still felt a little guilty. All right, we're good friends after all, Gu Ning said, and pretended to be displeased. If you reject me once more, I'll take it back. Chen opened her mouth, but didn't say another word to reject Gu Ning. It was impossible for her to go back home with empty hands, because her father would be furious. Thank you so much, Chen said. Please allow me to buy you a meal when you're free. No problem, Gu Ning agreed, and Chen left afterwards. Gu Ning told Gu Qing and Wang Sufan that they could leave if they felt tired, but they were worried about Gu Man, so neither of them were willing to leave right now. After a long while, Gu Man was still in the patient room. It wasn't early, so Gu Ning told Gu Qing to buy some food for them. Wang Sufan followed Gu Qing outside. Gu Man alone stayed in the patient room for nearly an hour before she calmed herself down and went out. She seemed haggard with swollen, red eyes after crying in worry about Tang Yunfan. Gu Ning immediately poured a glass of water for Gu Man and secretly put a power crystal inside. With the help of the power crystal, Gu Man felt much better after, and her swollen, red eyes soon went back to normal. Ning, does his family know that he had a car accident? Gu Man asked. Not yet, but his secretary knows and is on his way here, Gu Ning said. Gu Man nodded and stopped asking. Instead, she sat aside with an absent look. I asked Aunt to buy some food for us. Do you want to go back home after eating or stay here to keep him company? Gu Ning asked. Actually, she already knew Gu Man's answer. I'll stay here, Gu Man said without hesitation. Tang Yunfan was still unconscious, and she couldn't sleep soundly if he was in danger. Before long, Gu Qing and Wang Sufan were back. After the meal, it was already past 6 p.m. Gu Ning then told Gu Qing and Wang Sufan to go back home and that she would stay here with Gu Man. Gu Qing was really curious about the relationship between Gu Man and the man, but she decided to wait to ask until Gu Man was home. Gu Man gave Wang Sufan the key to her home because she trusted Wang Sufan. Gu Qing wasn't able to see Tang Yunfan's face or she wouldn't have been so calm, because Gu Ning closely resembled Tang Yunfan. When Gu Qing and Wang Sufan had just left, and Guangming walked inside. He came here to see whether Gu Ning needed help. Although he was eager to ask her about the medicine, he knew that it wasn't the right time, so he didn't mention it. Before Guangming went off duty, he repeatedly thanked Gu Ning for sending him the pill as a gift. Around 6:30 p.m., Tang Yunfan's phone rang, and the caller was Quan Mingkai. Gu Ning directly picked it up. "Miss Gu, how is Chairman Tang now?" Once Gu Ning answered the phone, Quan Mingkai asked her anxiously. "He's fine now but still unconscious," Gu Ning said. "I'm in City F now, and I'll be right there," Quan Mingkai said. "Great," Gu Ning said, then hung up. Half an hour later, Quan Mingkai arrived. "Nice to meet you, Miss Gu." Quan Mingkai greeted Gu Ning politely, because he knew that she was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. Only Tang Yunfan and he knew the secret in the Tang family right now, but he had respect for Gu Ning because of her real identity. In addition, he didn't know whether Gu Ning had found out about her own real identity yet, so he still called her Miss Gu. "Nice to meet you too, Mr. Quan," Gu Ning greeted him. Quan Mingkai used to think that only Tang Yunfan and him knew the secret that Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, but he changed his mind when he saw Gu Man. He had seen Gu Man's picture, so he recognized her face when she appeared in his sight. Since Gu Man was here, she must have met Tang Yunfan, and she had surely recognized him. Even though they hadn't met each other for 18 years, Tang Yunfan's appearance didn't change a lot. However, Quan Mingkai wasn't very certain about it because 18 years wasn't a short time. However, if Gu Man hadn't recognized Tang Yunfan, she wouldn't have been so sad and worried. Anyway, although Quan Mingkai believed that Gu Man had already recognized Tang Yunfan, he decided to pretend that he didn't know, because the two hadn't accepted each other as family yet. "I bet you must be Miss Gu's mother, madam?" he asked politely. Gu Ning noticed Quan Mingkai's unusual reaction when he saw Gu Man, so she guessed that he knew Gu Man but pretended that he didn't. "Yes, this is my mother, Gu Man," Gu Ning introduced. "Mom, this is Mr. Quan. Nice to meet you." "Nice to meet you too," they greeted one another, then walked to the patient room together. Seeing Tang Yunfan unconscious, Quan Mingkai didn't know what to do. "Miss Gu, thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, the situation could be worse," Quan Mingkai said to Gu Ning seriously. No matter whether Gu Ning knew that Tang Yunfan was her biological father, as Tang Yunfan's secretary, Quan Mingkai ought to thank her on behalf of his boss. "My pleasure," Gu Ning said. She didn't think that she had done Tang Yunfan a big favor, but believed that it was something that she had to do. Tang Yunfan was her biological father after all, and nothing was more important than saving her biological father's life. A dozen minutes later, Yuan Jisong arrived. When he met Quan Mingkai, he greeted Quan Mingkai with great respect. The Tang family was a super powerful family, whether in politics or in business in the country. They were as powerful as the four most influential families in the capital, so nobody dared to annoy them. Although Quan Mingkai was only Tang Yunfan's secretary, he was still a more important figure than the secretary of the municipal party committee from a third-tier city. "Secretary Yuan, thank you for your help." Quan Mingkai didn't show any arrogance and was very polite. After all, he was the one who had turned to Yuan Jisong for help. However, to his surprise, Gu Ning had appeared at the accident scene. "It's my pleasure to help. And actually Girl Gu did most of it." Yuan Jisong told the truth. It was a serious car accident, and the driver was badly injured, let alone Tang Yunfan who had sat in the back. The rear part of the car had been squeezed out of shape, and half of Tang Yunfan's body was tightly pressed by the car. It was impossible that he was just slightly injured. However, when Tang Yunfan was sent to the hospital, all he had were minor injuries. Others thought that it must be a miracle, but Yuan Jisong believed that it had to be because of Gu Ning's help. "Secretary Yuan, Both you and Miss Gu have helped us a lot. Thank you so much. Quan Mingkai thanked them again. Yuan Jisong was very curious about the injured man's identity. Why did Quan Mingkai come to visit him in person? Yuan Jisong didn't know the answer, but he understood that the injured man had to be an important figure. Normally, Tang Yunfan should have woken up after 2 hours. However, 4 hours had passed and he was still unconscious. Everyone was concerned about him, but none of them could do anything about it. All they could do now was wait. Since Quan Mingkai was here, Gu Ning and Gu Man went back home later. Gu Man and Tang Yunfan hadn't accepted each other as family yet, so it was inappropriate for Gu Man to stay there for the night. Before they left, Gu Ning reminded Quan Mingkai to call her if Tang Yunfan woke up no matter how late it was. Mom, don't worry. He'll be fine. Seeing Gu Man so sad, Gu Ning comforted her. In order to calm Gu Ning's concern, Gu Man forced a smile and said, "Sure, he'll be fine." Gu Ning understood that Gu Man was in a terrible mood, but she could do nothing about it. Precisely because Gu Man was still in love with him, she felt very hurt when he was in danger. When they were finally home, it was only 9 p.m. Gu Qing and Wang Sufan were sitting in the living room, waiting for Gu Man. Is Mr. Tang awake? Once Gu Man was back, Gu Qing asked with concern. Not yet, Gu Man replied. Man. Gu Qing hesitated, but still asked, has anything happened between you and Mr. Tang? She was Gu Man's older sister, and she was worried about Gu Man. Of course, if Gu Man wasn't willing to tell her, she wouldn't continue to ask. Given all the things that had happened, Gu Man decided to tell Gu Qing the truth. Well, he is Ning Ning's biological father. What? Hearing that, Gu Qing abruptly stood up from the sofa in great shock. Mr. Tang is Ning Ning's biological father? Isn't he dead already? Gu Qing blurted it out without a second thought, and immediately regretted it when she said it aloud. Tang Yunfan was still unconscious after all, and it wasn't right to say that now. Wang Sufan was Gu Man's good friend, so she knew about Gu Man's history, and also felt astonished after hearing the news. Then why hasn't he found or visited you at all throughout the past 18 years? Why did he suddenly appear now? Gu Qing was slightly blaming Tang Yunfan. He had a car accident back then and lost the memory of the year when we were together, so he never found or visited me. A while ago he met Ning Ning, and Ning Ning got his attention because Ning Ning closely resembles him. After investigation, he's sure that Ning Ning is his biological daughter. However, he still failed to get his memory back, Gu Man said and sounded very sad. Hearing that, Gu Qing stopped blaming Tang Yunfan. So what's your plan now? Gu Qing asked. Is he still single, or is he married? If he was married, Gu Man couldn't be together with him anymore, but if he was still single, there was a chance that they could be together again. He stayed single the entire time. Although he lost the memory of the year when he was with my mother, he still had a vague image of my mother in his mind, and couldn't accept another woman, Gu Ning said. Ever since he found out that my mother and I are his family, he has been trying to take responsibility as a husband and father. He came to City F this time precisely for the purpose of meeting my mother face to face. Unexpectedly, he was caught in a car accident again, on his way after leaving the airport. Twists of fate, Wang Sufan said. Indeed, 18 years ago, a car accident had set them apart and made Gu Man believe that he was already dead. And a car accident stopped them from meeting each other again 18 years later. How about you? Are you willing to be together with him again? Gu Qing asked. I have no idea. Gu Man didn't have a clear mind now. Although she still loved Tang Yunfan, they had been apart for 18 years after all, and it was unavoidable that they felt a little strange towards one another. Besides, he couldn't remember her now, and it was hard to tell what would happen in the future. Everything was unpredictable now. Since Gu Man hadn't made up her mind yet, Gu Qing stopped asking. However, if Gu Man hesitated, it proved that she was still in love with Tang Yunfan. Upon thinking that Gu Man had raised her child alone for the past 18 years, Gu Qing's heart ached for her younger sister. She had also believed that Gu Man should marry again, but Gu Man refused to marry again to protect Gu Ning. A stepfather wasn't a biological father after all, and Gu-man was worried that her daughter wouldn't be treated with real care. Nevertheless, things were different now. Ning, what do you think? Gu Qing asked Gu Ning. Gu Ning understood Gu Qing's concern about Gu-man. She smiled and said, "If my mother is willing to marry again, I will, of course, be supportive. I have always hoped that my mother could find a reliable man to spend the rest of her life happily. I'm going to study in the capital soon after all, and I won't have much time to keep my mother company. I don't want her to be lonely." Hearing that, Gu Qing was relieved and felt comforted because Gu Ning was a considerate daughter. When they were free, Gu Ning called Zhang Chihua and asked for another day off. That night, Gu-man didn't have any sleep but was thinking about Tang Yunfan the entire time. At the same time, Gu Ning didn't receive the news that Tang Yunfan woke up either, which was above and also below her expectations. Although she had the strange feeling that Tang Yunfan wouldn't wake up easily, she didn't know why, because she had already done her best to cure him. Gu Ning was worried about him. What they didn't know was that Tang Yunfan actually fell into a deep dream in which he went back to a certain day 19 years ago. It was a summer vacation. Tang Yunfan along with his two friends came to City D for sightseeing. However, to his astonishment, his two friends had a scheme to kill him here and he was badly injured during the fight. He had no idea how long he had fled and finally fell down on the ground when he was out of strength. When he woke up again, he was in a hospital with a beautiful young woman by his side. In addition, he didn't remember anything, so he followed the beautiful young woman all the time because he knew that she had saved his life and wouldn't hurt him. The next day, Gu-man looked extremely haggard with dark circles under her eyes. It was quite obvious that she had stayed up all night. Gu Ning poured a glass of water for her as usual and secretly put a power crystal inside. After drinking the water, Gu-man went back to normal. Gu Ning didn't go to school today, but went to the hospital with Gu-man. Tang Yunfan was still unconscious since yesterday afternoon, so Quan Mingkai was deeply concerned. It's been a long time, but he's still unconscious. It's very weird, because the doctor said that his body is fine now, Quan Mingkai said with concern when Gu Ning and Gu-man arrived. Exactly because Tang Yunfan was still unconscious even though his body was fine already. Everyone was worried about him. If they couldn't figure out the reason, they had no idea how to wake him up. Facing the problem, Gu Ning really didn't know what to do either. "Let's wait for another day," Gu Ning said. That was all they could do now. Nevertheless, another day passed but Tang Yunfan still didn't wake up and Quan Mingkai couldn't tolerate it anymore. "Miss Gu, I'm sorry. I think it's time to tell the Tang family." They hadn't told the Tang family before because they didn't want them to be worried and thought that Tang Yunfan would wake up soon. However, it had been 2 days, but there was still no sign that he was going to wake up. So Quan Mingkai thought that it was time to tell the Tang family right now. If he still kept it a secret, he couldn't bear the result if anything terrible happened to Tang Yunfan again. Gu Ning thought for a while then agreed. "Well, of course you should call them now, but please don't tell Grandpa Tang right now. He's too old to accept such terrible news. I don't want him to be in danger too." Quan Mingkai agreed. So he directly called Tang Yunhang. When Tang Yunhang heard the news, he was shocked and immediately sent a private jet to pick Tang Yunfan up. He didn't send a helicopter because it was slower than a private jet. That being the case, they had to get to the airport in 2.5 hours. Since they hadn't accepted each other as family yet, Gu Ning and Gu-man could only see Tang Yunfan being taken away before their own eyes. Before Tang Yunfan was moved back to City B, Gu Ning took out a bottle with 20 power crystals inside and gave it to Quan Mingkai. She told Quan Mingkai to help Tang Yunfan take a pill every 3 days if Tang Yunfan still wouldn't wake up. The pill would melt once it was put in his mouth, so it wouldn't cause any problems even if Tang Yunfan was still unconscious. Gu Ning also reminded Quan Mingkai to call her if anything bad happened to Tang Yunfan, and she would come to him as fast as she could. Moreover, if Tang Haifeng felt uncomfortable after hearing the news about Tang Yunfan, he could take a pill too. Quan Mingkai, of course, trusted Gu Ning, and he took the bottle right away. Gu Ning turned to Nguangming for an ambulance to send Tang Yunfan to the airport. Nguangming then told Yuan Jisong that Tang Yunfan was being moved back to City B now. So Yuan Jisong came to the hospital in a hurry. When Yuan Jisong arrived, Quan Mingkai's group hadn't left yet, because the private jet would only land at the airport after 2.5 hours, so they had decided to wait at the hospital for now. Mr. Quan, I heard that you're going back to City B, Yuan Jisung asked. Yes. He's still unconscious and it'll be more convenient in City B, Quan Mingkai said. He didn't expose Tang Yunfan's real identity. 2 hours later, Gu Ning and Gu Man along with Quan Mingkai sent Tang Yunfan to the airport in an ambulance arranged by the hospital. Along the way, Gu Man's sight fell on Tang Yunfan all the time. She felt so sad and hurt, but had to swallow her feelings because she didn't want others to find out. However, Gu Ning and Quan Mingkai were still able to notice her unusual reactions. Gu Ning didn't say anything because she could do nothing about it. Quan Mingkai didn't say a word either. Although he had deep sympathy for Gu Man, he was an outsider after all. 20 minutes later, they arrived at the airport. It was all arranged well, so the ambulance went directly through the VIP passage heading to where the private jet landed. The private jet had already landed a few minutes ago, so there were 4 people waiting for them when they arrived. Gu Man didn't know that Tang Yunfan was being moved back to City B by a private jet, so she was very surprised when she saw it. He must be an important figure to use a private jet, Gu Man thought to herself. No matter what, Tang Yunfan left an unforgettable impression on her now. The ambulance stopped in front of the private jet. Once the car door was open, some people immediately walked forward and helped them push Tang Yunfan into the private jet. Before the private jet took off, Quan Mingkai said to Gu Ning and Gu Man, "Thank you so much for your kindness. Keep in touch." "Of course," Gu Ning said. After that, Quan Mingkai turned around, getting aboard. Gu Ning and Gu Man didn't walk away until the private jet disappeared from their sight. However, when they went back to the ambulance, Gu Man suddenly collapsed to the ground. Luckily, Gu Ning was by her side and supported her on time. "Mom!" Gu Ning was a little scared and instantly put her power into Gu Man's body. "Miss Gu, shall we take your mother back to the hospital for a check?" the driver asked with concern. "Thanks. I'm fine. I'm just a little tired. Let's go back home now." Gu Man forced a smile. "Thank you so much, but please send us to Fenghua Luxury Mansion," Gu Ning said. As long as she was there, Gu Man would be fine. No problem. Since they said so, the driver didn't insist. With the help of Gu Ning's magical power, Gu Man's body was fine, but she was still in a bad mood. When they got home, it was already 5 p.m. and Wang Sufan was cooking for them. "Hi, welcome home." Wang Sufan walked out of the kitchen when she heard the sound of the door opening. "I found a new apartment today and I'll move in tonight. Thank you so much for letting me stay with you these past 2 days." "You're moving into a new apartment tonight?" Gu Man was surprised. "Well, you don't need to rush, and we're more than willing to help you." Wang Sufan understood that Gu Man was always kind and generous, but she still preferred to rely on herself. "Oh, where's your new apartment?" Gu Man asked. "Not far from the beauty salon," Wang Sufan said. "Is it safe there?" Gu Man asked. "Yes, only tenants have keys," Wang Sufan said. "Sounds great," Gu Man said. When they were home, Gu Ning was finally free to call Yuan Jisung and asked him about the truck driver. "Since it was totally an accident, we settled the case according to the law and I already told Mr. Quan the details," Yuan Jisung said. "Great," Gu Ning said. When they had dinner later, they invited Gu Qing's family to join them. Once Gu Qing walked in, she asked Gu Man, "Man, how's Mr. Tang right now?" Gu Qing wasn't aware that Tang Yunfan had already been moved back to City B. He's still unconscious, and his family already moved him back to City B this afternoon, Gu Man said, and she seemed upset. "What? He was moved back to City B?" Gu Qing was surprised and worried. If Tang Yunfan was moved back to City B, what would Gu Man do now? "He's still unconscious and there is nothing I can do." Gu Man was a little fretful. It did not matter whether she could be with Tang Yunfan. She just hoped that he would wake up and be safe. Gu Qing then realized that Tang Yunfan's health was the most important thing now. Gu Man wasn't in a good mood and lost her appetite, so she didn't eat much during dinner. After the meal, Gu Ning drove Wang Sufan to her newly rented apartment. while Gu Qing stayed to comfort Gu Man. In the Tang family's house, City B. In the afternoon, Tang Yunhang called Tang Yunrong and her husband and told them to come to the Tang family's house tonight, but didn't tell them any details. Therefore, around 6 p.m. Tang Yunrong and her husband arrived at the Tang family's house. Except for Tang Yunhang, no one else knew what had happened, but Tang Yunhang refused to tell them details until Tang Yunfan was home, so they all had to wait with patience. After dinner, they were chatting in the living room watching TV shows. Tang Yunhang told them that Tang Yunfan would be home around 8 p.m. and they were all waiting. Around 7:30 p.m., the Tang family's private jet landed at the airport of City B. A group of people got out of the plane and directly got in an MPV heading to the Tang family's house. The Tang family had their own private doctors who were all internationally well-known experts, and there was also a medical room equipped with a full set of medical devices in the Tang family's house. Therefore, they didn't need to go to the hospital but went straight back to the Tang family's house. In addition, Tang Yunfan was a very important figure. If he was admitted in the hospital, the news that he was unconscious would soon spread abroad, which was a good chance for his enemies to attack him. The Tang family was the #1 family in City B and not many people dared to annoy them, but they also had many enemies in politics and business, so they had to keep it a secret that Tang Yunfan was unconscious. Tang Yunfan was the only person in the Tang family who was able to run such a large family business now because Tang Haifeng was too old, while Tang Jiayang was too young. Besides, Tang Jiayang was studying abroad. Even if he came back home to take over the family business under emergency, he didn't have much experience nor the ability to handle the dangerous situation. In that case, the Tang family had to do their best to solve the crisis. At the same time, Tang Yunfan's condition was very unusual because his body was fine but he was still unconscious. Even if he was admitted to the hospital, the result would be the same. If Tang Yunfan was in a bad condition, they would of course send him to the hospital. Around 8 p.m., Tang Yunfan was finally home, but he was moved inside in a stretcher, which shocked everyone in the Tang family, especially Master Tang, who almost fell when he saw the scene. Luckily, the housekeeper supported him on time, but he still breathed hard and felt utterly uncomfortable. Seeing that, Quan Mingkai immediately took out a power crystal helping Tang Haifeng take it, and Tang Haifeng soon got better. Although Quan Mingkai trusted Gu Ning, he had never seen the unbelievable effect of the pill with his own eyes before, so he was quite surprised when Tang Haifeng soon got better after taking the pill. What has happened? Chao Ruihua asked the minute he recovered from the shock. Let's go to the medical room first, Tang Yunhang said, then told them to move Tang Yunfan to the medical room right away where doctors were already waiting for them. Afterwards, they all quickly walked to the medical room. When they arrived, they carefully put Tang Yunfan on the patient bed, and the doctors administered an examination at once. Tang Haifeng couldn't wait and asked Quan Mingkai in anxiety, "Mingkai, what happened?" Lord Tang had a car accident, but all he has on his body now are minor injuries, but somehow he's still unconscious, Quan Mingkai said. Hearing that, everyone was astonished. A car accident? Where and when? Why didn't you tell us before? Tang Haifeng questioned in anger and worry. Although Tang Haifeng was an old man now, he was still a well-respected, successful businessman, so Quan Mingkai felt extremely stressed. Well, Lord Tang went to City F yesterday and was in a car accident around 3 p.m. while he was leaving the airport. After the medical check, Lord Tang only had minor injuries and his body was in a normal condition, so I didn't inform the Tang family right away, because I thought that Lord Tang would be awake soon. However, Lord Tang has been unconscious for 2 days, so I called Lord Yunhang, Quan Mingkai explained. City F? Why did Yunfan go to City F? We don't have any businesses in City F after all, Tang Yunhang asked with confusion. Well, Quan Mingkai didn't know how to explain it. At that moment, the doctor finished the medical check. Except for some minor injuries, Lord Tang is fine. I can't find the reason why he's still unconscious either. His body was in good condition, but he was still unconscious, which wasn't good news because nobody knew how to cure him if they couldn't find the reason. Well, why don't we call Girl Gu now? Tang Haifeng suddenly thought of Gu Ning. He took out his phone and was about to call Gu Ning. Gu Ning must know how to wake Yunfan up. He thought to himself. Tang Haifeng placed his complete trust in Gu Ning. He believed that if Gu Ning was able to cure his heart disease, it would be easy for her to cure Tang Yunfan. However, when he just took out his phone, Quan Mingkai interrupted him. Master Tang, Miss Gu has already checked Lord Tang's body, but she doesn't know the reason either. What? Girl Gu has already checked Yunfan's body. Everyone was surprised, but nobody asked Quan Mingkai how Gu Ning met Tang Yunfan, because they were all shocked by the news that even Gu Ning didn't know the reason why Tang Yunfan was still unconscious. If Girl Gu doesn't know the reason, who else could find it? Tang Haifeng was extremely disappointed and almost fell on the ground. Luckily, the housekeeper supported him on time. In City F. On the way Gu Ning went back after she sent Wang Sufan home. The traffic was a little heavy on the road, so she looked around to kill time. All of a sudden, she noticed that there were a lot of people crowded at the roadside. It seemed that two women were fighting amid the crowd. Gu Ning wasn't interested in watching fights, but she had a burning curiosity now after she recognized the two women who were in the fight. They were precisely Lin Lijuan and Gu Qinxiang's secretary, Lu Yue. Gu Qinxiang was also there. Seeing that, Gu Ning immediately stopped the car by the roadside and watched the drama from the car. Gu Ning stopped near, so she was able to hear their conversations clearly. Lu Yue was a slim, young girl, and she obviously couldn't beat Lin Lijuan in a fight. Moreover, Lin Lijuan had Jin Lanxin as her helper, while Gu Qinxiang was stopped by a middle-aged man, so he wasn't able to help Lu Yue. In that case, Lin Lijuan and Jin Lanxin had already slapped Lu Yue many times. As a result, Lu Yue's face was obviously swollen, and her hair, as well as her clothes, were in a mess. Lin Lijuan was also injured with several scratches on her face during the fight with Lu Yue. However, she didn't feel the pain at all right now because she was in a rage. The middle-aged man who stopped Gu Qinxiang was Lin Lijuan's older brother, Lin Dekheng. Without a doubt, Lin Lijuan was fully prepared for today's fight. In fact, Lin Lijuan had prepared well for it. Jin Lanxin was the one who discovered the adultery. Her younger sister lived in the same living area as Lu Yue, and they coincidentally lived in the same building. Last night, when Jin Lanxin left her younger sister's place and went to the parking lot, she saw Gu Qinxiang's car stopped right next to hers. There was a woman in Gu Qinxiang's car, and the woman was precisely Lu Yue. Although Jin Lanxin wasn't sure about their relationship, she had the instinct that it couldn't be simple. Jin Lanxin was right. Gu Qinxiang and Lu Yue didn't get out of the car at once, but kissed each other inside. Seeing the scene, Jin Lanxin was shocked and took a video of them without hesitation. She knew that men loved adultery, but they were very bold to do that right in the car in a public parking lot. Jin Lanxin hated adultery very much. She didn't even trust her own husband's loyalty, but she hadn't gotten any evidence yet, so she remained quiet for now. However, since she had already witnessed the scene, she would definitely tell Lin Lijuan, because she was Lin Lijuan's good friend. Lu Yue had stayed in the car with Gu Qinxiang for half an hour. Then she got out of the car, walking upstairs. Jin Lanxin didn't call Lin Lijuan until the next day, because she was worried that Lin Lijuan would lose control of herself and wouldn't get any benefit from this mess. Therefore, Jin Lanxin met Lin Lijuan in her place the next day before she told Lin Lijuan everything. Lin Lijuan had a quick temper. Once she heard it, she was so mad that she wanted to fight with Gu Qinxiang right away in his company, but she was stopped by Jin Lanxin because it wouldn't do her any good. On Jin Lanxin's advice, Lin Lijuan told her older brother, Lin Dekheng, to help her. Lin Dekheng, of course, was more than willing to do that. Gu Xiaoxiao had just been put into jail, and he had just lent Gu Xinxiang 2 million yuan to help Gu Qinxiang's company stay afloat, so he couldn't tolerate it that Gu Qingxiang humiliated his family like that. Accordingly, this afternoon, the group of them went to Gu Qinxiang's company together. Once Gu Qinxiang and Lu Yue walked out, they ran ahead swearing at them. They weren't polite people at all, but rude and selfish. Jin Lanxin caught Lu Yue at once so that Lin Lijuan could swear at her and slap her face as much as Lin Lijuan liked. "You're such a bitch. How dare you seduce my husband? How shameless you are that you gave him a blowjob right in the car." Jean Lanxin didn't feel embarrassed at all but said it plainly. No one liked a mistress, so nobody had sympathy for Lu Yue. Especially when they heard that Lu Yue had given him the blowjob right in a car. They felt more disgusted. She's so shameless. Only a shameless woman is willing to be a married man's mistress. Exactly. The woman is the man's secretary. Really? Wow, it's office adultery. Hearing onlookers' discussion, Lin Lijuan was extremely furious. She couldn't help thinking of the picture when Lu Yue had sex with her husband right in the office, which motivated her to slap Lu Yue more heavily. Don't you enjoy giving blowjobs? How many men have you done that for? Have you had enough of it? If not, I can help you find a dozen men, so that you can lick their sexual organs as much as you want. Lin Lijuan, enough. Although Gu Qinxiang panicked a lot when the adultery was exposed, he was afraid that Lin Lijuan would attract more attention, so he opened his mouth to stop her. What? You don't want to see your lover being slapped in public? Ha! It's not up to you right now. Lin Lijuan almost went crazy and slapped Lu Yue with full strength. In the past, Gu Qinxiang always used the excuse that he was tired to reject her every time she proposed to have sex. They only had sex once a week or 2 weeks, and Gu Qinxiang even seemed unwilling to do so. She used to think that he had to be tired because of work and she should be considerate. However, to her astonishment, he was tired because he already had enough with the other woman. Gu Qinxiang had no idea what to do now. Although Lu Yue was his lover, he was just playing around, and it was impossible that he would divorce Lin Lijuan. Undoubtedly, men tend to obey their sexual impulses, and they were selfish too. Gu Qinxiang was the one who had cheated on his partner and acted against the marriage law, but he still thought that it was acceptable because he was just playing around and wouldn't divorce Lin Lijuan. Marriage? In Gu Qinxiang's eyes, Lin Lijuan only cared about her title as Mrs. Gu. However, she actually cared about his loyalty the most. Times were different now, and it was completely unacceptable to cheat on one's partner in marriage. Gu Qinxiang, how can you treat us like this? Your daughter was just put in jail and your company is amid crises now. I even lent you money to help you keep your company afloat. And now you have a mistress? How can you be so shameless? Lin Dekhang criticized Gu Qinxiang. Although he wasn't loyal to his partner in marriage either, he had never kept a woman as a mistress. In addition, what Gu Qinxiang had done broke Lin Lijuan's heart, especially after what had happened to their daughter, Gu Xiaoxiao. It was also a humiliation to the Lin family, so Lin Dekhang was furious too. Gu Qinxiang didn't say another word, but remained silent. He knew that it was his fault but didn't think that it was a big deal. At the same time, he also understood that he better stay quiet now. Hearing what Lin Dekhang had just said, those onlookers started to criticize Gu Qinxiang. Jesus! The man is so shameless. He's such a terrible man. I support his wife to undress the mistress. All of a sudden, someone said that among the group of onlookers. Lin Lijuan, on the other hand, thought that it was a good idea to humiliate Lu Yue, so she went to undress Lu Yue at once. However, it was winter and it wasn't easy to take off winter clothes. Before Lin Lijuan succeeded, the police arrived and separated them. Lu Yue was badly injured, so the police called an ambulance and sent her to the hospital, while Lin Lijuan, Jean Lanxin, and Gu Qinxiang were taken to the police station. Gu Ning didn't know what would happen to them next, and she wasn't interested either. What Gu Qinxiang had done behind Lin Lijuan's back was finally exposed, but it was too late when Lin Lijuan found it out. When Gu Ning got home, Gu Qing was chatting with Gu Man in the living room, so Gu Ning told them about what had happened between Gu Qinxiang and Lin Lijuan. Both Gu Qing and Gu Man were quite surprised. Although they didn't get along with Lin Lijuan, and even hated her very much, they still had sympathy for her because what Gu Qinxiang had done was totally unacceptable. Anyway, since they had decided to keep a distance away from Gu Xingxiang's family, they wouldn't do anything but just took it as gossip. Mom, Aunt, why don't we go to City G tomorrow? Let's go to see the store and factory of Jade Beauty Jewelry, and we can visit Uncle Qinyang too. We haven't ever visited them at their place before, Gu Ning said. Although tomorrow was Friday, Gu Ning had already asked for a leave, so she didn't need to attend classes. It had also been a long while since she had checked the store and factory of Jade Beauty jewelry. Most importantly, she wanted to cheer Gu Man up. Gu Man wasn't in a good mood, but she was interested in Gu Ning's proposal. She had nothing else to deal with now, and it wasn't a bad idea to have a journey. Gu Qing was also excited, so both of them agreed. Gu Ning then booked plane tickets flying to City G at 8 a.m. tomorrow. They would arrive in City G after an hour of flying. When Gu Qing went back to her home, she searched her closet for beautiful clothes. They would stay in City G for only 2 days, so there was no need to pack many clothes, but she still decided to wear her most beautiful dresses. "What are you doing now?" Jiang Su asked with curiosity. "Ningning is taking Man and me to City G tomorrow. We'll have a tour at the store and factory of Jade Beauty jewelry before we go to visit Qinyang," Gu Qing said. Actually, she understood that Gu Ning did it for the purpose of cheering Gu Man up. "Sounds great," Jiang Su said. "Oh, how is Gu Man now? She seems worried," Jiang Su added. Gu Qing sighed, then told Jiang Su everything. Jiang Su was very surprised after hearing the story. To his astonishment, Gu Ning's biological father was still alive. "Wow, what twists of fate," Jiang Su said. He had deep sympathy for Gu Man because he also knew that Gu Man had lived a tough life during the past 18 years. She hadn't lived a good life for a long time, and then Gu Ning's biological father suddenly appeared. Indeed, Gu Qing sighed, and her heart ached for her younger sister, Gu Man. "What do Gu Man and Ningning think about it?" Jiang Su asked. "Gu Man still loves the man and Ningning is supportive. But Mr. Tang is still unconscious now. We have to wait until he's awake," Gu Qing said. When it was almost 11 p.m., Gu Ning received Leng Xiaoting's call. He was about to have a few days off and he wanted to meet her. In fact, Leng Xiaoting planned to surprise Gu Ning, but he was afraid that she would be absent from City F like what had happened the last time. So he called her beforehand this time. Hearing that Leng Xiaoting would be free and wanted to meet her in a couple of days. Gu Ning would normally be happy, but now she was upset. "Why didn't you tell me earlier? I'm going to City G tomorrow along with my mother and aunt." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting remained silent and felt upset too. He wanted to call her as early as he could, but he had just finished his task. "I miss you so much, and I ache to see you," Leng Xiaoting said. He didn't have many days off during a year after all. Gu Ning could feel his strong grievance through the phone and she was amused. But she immediately thought of a good idea. "Why don't you go to City G? If you don't mind, you can be our private chauffeur in the following 2 days. Wherever we go, you can drive us there." "No problem," Leng Xiaoting agreed with alacrity. He, of course, wouldn't mind being their chauffeur. Although Gu Ning's mother and aunt would be there too and he couldn't kiss or touch her as he wanted, he could still stay near her. However, Leng Xiaoting wasn't satisfied, so he asked with anticipation, "Where will you be staying at night?" It was a normal question, but Gu Ning understood Leng Xiaoting's real intention. Her heart beat fast and her cheeks flushed. My mother and my aunt can stay in my apartment and I can stay in a hotel." Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was excited. "Very well. Then I'll stay in the hotel with you." Hearing that, a picture of them having sex at night appeared in Gu Ning's mind, and her heart beat faster, but she pretended to be calm. "I didn't say that I'm going to sleep with you. Baby, you know you want to." He laughed and flirted with her, which made Gu Ning's heart skip a beat. He was so sexy and charming that even his voice could easily turn her on. Leng Xiaoting was just used to being cold. If he smiled more, far more women would be attracted to him. Nonetheless, Gu Ning didn't want it to happen, so she would rather see Leng Xiaoting being cold to everyone except her than see him smiling all day. "If you don't sleep with me, then who will you sleep with?" Leng Xiaoting teased. Gu Ning was surprised and took a long breath in. Since when has Leng Xiaoting become so good at flirting? She thought to herself, but she had to admit that she kind of liked it. "I'll sleep alone," Gu Ning said on purpose. "Won't you feel lonely if you sleep all alone for a long night?" Leng Xiaoting smiled lightly, but his voice was soaked with sexual desire. Gu Ning was struck dumb for a second. If she hadn't recognized Leng Xiaoting's voice, she would have taken him as another man. "Xiaoting," she still called him with doubt. "Yes, what's wrong?" Leng Xiaoting asked. He thought that Gu Ning had something serious to talk to him about, so his voice went back to normal. Nothing. I just feel like you've changed a lot, Gu Ning said. Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second now, because he didn't notice any changes in himself. He just felt so comfortable and at ease when he got along with Gu Ning. My love for you will never change, Leng Xiaoting said gently. Gu Ning felt touched and flushed a little. Leng Xiaoting understood that Gu Ning was shy, so he stopped flirting with her. Besides, he could directly express his love to her with actions tomorrow night. When will you leave for City G tomorrow? Leng Xiaoting asked. 8 a.m., Gu Ning said. Great. I'll pick you up at the airport by then, Leng Xiaoting said. What? Gu Ning was surprised. It takes 3 hours of flying from the capital to City G. If you're going to pick us up at the airport, you can't have a good rest. Gu Ning didn't want Leng Xiaoting to be so tired because he had just finished his task. I want to meet you as soon as possible, and I can rest in the plane, Leng Xiaoting said. He couldn't wait a second longer to meet Gu Ning. All right. Since Leng Xiaoting said so, Gu Ning agreed because she also ached to see him. The two hung up later after talking for a short while. That night, Gu Man still couldn't fall asleep, but she was able to stay cheerful after drinking the water Gu Ning poured for her the next day. It was the first time that Gu Man and Gu Qing had taken a plane, so both of them were quite nervous. Gu Ning bought the plane tickets for the first class so they could use the VIP lounge, but Gu Man and Gu Qing were curious about the airport terminals, so they waited there instead. It was still a dozen minutes away from the departure time, and they were sitting on the chairs outside of the gate. Man, are you nervous? I'm really nervous now, Gu Qing asked Gu Man, and her voice was trembling. Me too, Gu Man said. Will the plane be stable if it flies so fast? And will it fall if it flies so high? Gu Qing asked with anxiety. Gee, two bumpkins. Hearing the talk between Gu Qing and Gu Man, a woman who sat nearby laughed at them. Gu Qing and Gu Man felt a little embarrassed, while Gu Ning was slightly annoyed. Even if Gu Qing and Gu Man were bumpkins, Gu Ning wouldn't tolerate it if anyone else dared make fun of them. However, she didn't want to make a mountain out of a molehill just because of that, so she stayed quiet for now. If the woman dared to do it again, she wouldn't be quiet anymore. Since the woman laughed at them, Gu Qing and Gu Man shut their mouths at once. Mom, Aunt, it's not a big deal, and it's totally understandable that you're nervous when you are flying for the first time, Gu Ning said to comfort them. Gu Qing and Gu Man gave her a smile to show that they didn't mind. Nevertheless, the woman opened her mouth again. A bunch of bumpkins. Shut up. Gu Ning criticized her coldly, turning to stare at the woman. Her look was very sharp, and the woman felt frightened. Jesus, this young girl is so frightening. The woman thought to herself, then turned her gaze away from Gu Ning. Ning, it's fine. Seeing that Gu Ning was getting mad, Gu Man and Gu Qing comforted her in a hurry. They disliked the woman's behavior too, but didn't want to make a scene here. Since the woman was scared of her, Gu Ning didn't say another word. When it was the departure time, everyone started to get aboard. The woman who had made fun of Gu Qing and Gu Man got on the plane along with them. After they were in the plane, the woman flushed with embarrassment when she saw that Gu Man and them sat in the first class. Most of the people who could afford the first class were the rich, but she had called them a bunch of bumpkins just then. The plane slid along the runway. Gu Qing and Gu Man clasped each other's hands nervously. When the plane finally took off into the sky, they had a sense of weightlessness, but it was acceptable. By the time that the plane flew steadily in the air, Gu Qing and Gu Man were already used to it. Leng Xiaoting arrived at the airport of City G at 8:30 a.m. He told AI Weichen to prepare a car for him beforehand, but to his surprise, AI Weichen drove the car here in person. Why did you drive here in person? Leng Xiaoting asked with doubt, because AI Weichen would normally send his secretary to drive the car here. AI Weichen sighed heavily and said in a resigned tone, I used it as an excuse to avoid a blind date. Blind dates were really annoying. He then looked to Leng Xiaoting and joked, Your name is really useful. You're 28 now and it's time to get married, Leng Xiaoting said. In the past, Leng Xiaoting never talked about marriage, but now he was eagerly anticipating marrying Gu Ning. Unfortunately, Gu Ning was too young. My older brother is 30 now, but he's not married yet. I don't need to rush, AI Weichen said airily, but he seemed sad and lonely. In fact, he also wanted to get married, but the woman he wanted to marry disliked him, and he couldn't accept someone else, so he had to stay single. Just like how the woman liked his older brother, but his older brother disliked her. Leng Xiaoting didn't say another word, because he understood that AI Weichen was in a difficult situation, and it was his own personal affair. AI Weichen also didn't continue this topic, because it was painful for him to speak about. Oh, my older brother is home these days. If you have some free time, we can have a gathering. It has been a long time that we haven't drunk together. Sure. I'll call you if I'm free, Leng Xiaoting said. After that, AI Weichen left. What AI Weichen didn't know was that his older brother, AI Weichen, actually spent a lot more time with Leng Xiaoting than he did. AI Weichen only knew that AI Weichen was one of Leng Xiaoting's comrades in the army, but he didn't know that AI Weichen was also a member of the Red Flame and followed Leng Xiaoting's lead. Members in the Red Flame had to keep their identity a secret, so even their families had no idea about it. Around 9 a.m., the plane landed at the airport of City G. Once Gu Ning turned her phone on, she saw Leng Xiaoting's message. He said that he was waiting for them at the arrival hall. Gu Ning already told Gu Qing and Gu Man that she hired a private chauffeur to drive the car for them during the 2 days in City G. Gu Man and Gu Qing didn't think that it was a bad idea, but Gu Ning still worried, because Leng Xiaoting was too handsome to be just a chauffeur. Moreover, Leng Xiaoting was so cold and it could upset Gu Qing and Gu Man. Gu Ning didn't want her family to have a bad impression of him. After thinking for a while, she said to Gu Qing and Gu Man, "Mom, Aunt, the private chauffeur is actually my friend. He's a little cold and doesn't like to smile or talk much. Please don't mind him." "Of course not," Gu Man and Gu Qing said. In the arrival hall, Leng Xiaoting was standing there waiting for Gu Ning and her family. Wherever he went, he was always in the limelight, but he didn't care about others' glances because all he cared about now was Gu Ning's presence. Gu Ning and her family didn't check in any baggage, so they walked out quickly. Once Gu Ning appeared, Leng Xiaoting's sight fell on her body, and there was obvious love in his eyes. Gu Ning noticed Leng Xiaoting within a second, and gave him a warning look to tell him to keep their real relationship a secret. Leng Xiaoting understood that it wasn't appropriate to let her family know that they were already in a relationship because Gu Ning was too young. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting hid his love for Gu Ning immediately. However, he felt quite nervous when Gu Man walked to him, which was very unusual. When Gu Ning, Gu Qing and Gu Man stopped in front of Leng Xiaoting put on a serious look and did his best to be easygoing. Gu Qing and Gu Man, on the other hand, were stunned by his outstanding appearance. To their surprise, Gu Ning's friend was an extremely handsome young man. "Mom, Aunt, please let me introduce you. This is my friend, Leng Xiaoting. You can directly call him Xiaoting," Gu Ning said. "Nice to meet you." Leng Xiaoting greeted Gu Man and Gu Qing. Leng Xiaoting tried to be easygoing, but it didn't seem very natural, because he was used to being cold and it wasn't easy for him to change his personality right away. Luckily, Gu Ning had already explained his character to her family beforehand, so Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't mind it at all. In addition, Leng Xiaoting was very good-looking, so both Gu Qing and Gu Man had a good impression of him. "Nice to meet you too." Although Leng Xiaoting understood that Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't know that he was Gu Ning's boyfriend yet, he felt happy when he noticed that they already had a good first impression of him. After all, you didn't have a second chance to make a first impression. In the beginning, Leng Xiaoting was very confused about how to address Gu Qing and Gu Man, because he was Gu Qing's boyfriend, but they weren't familiar with him at all. Therefore, he decided to not address them for now, and he would directly call them his mother and aunt when they found out about his relationship with Gu Ning. Gu Qing and Gu Man actually didn't care about how Leng Xiaoting addressed them. "Let's go now. The car is parked right outside," Leng Xiaoting said, then guided them walking out. The car that AI Weichen drove here to pick them up with was a Land Rover, which was the least noticeable car in his eyes, but it was a luxury car in Gu Qing and Gu Man's eyes. Although they didn't know its price, it had to be more expensive than Jiangsu's Mercedes-Benz. Leng Xiaoting opened the car door for Gu Man and Gu Qing before he did it for Gu Ning. Gu Qing and Gu Man sat in the back seat, while Gu Ning sat in the front passenger seat. Ning Ning, where shall we go first? Leng Xiaoting looked to Gu Ning and asked. Leng Xiaoting's loving glance made Gu Ning's heart skip a beat. She was a little annoyed at herself because she was easily seduced by his simple look. Gu Ning calmed herself down. It's too early now. Let's have a rest in clean water blue sky first, and we can go to the Jade Beauty jewelry store after lunch before we go to the factory. No problem, Leng Xiaoting said, then drove away from the airport. On the way, Leng Xiaoting didn't say a word, because he didn't know what to say. When they arrived at clean water blue sky, they went to Gu Ning's apartment together. Once they were in the apartment, Leng Xiaoting sat on the sofa quietly, watching TV, while Gu Ning was preparing tea for them. Xiaoting, where are you from? Gu Man asked. She wasn't investigating his background, but was just chatting with him. Even so, Leng Xiaoting still took it seriously. The capital. Do you work in City G? Gu Qing asked, because Gu Ning told them that he was her friend, not one of her staff. Nope. I work in the capital, but I'm on vacation now, so I came to City G for a break, Leng Xiaoting said. At that moment, Leng Xiaoting was well prepared to answer the following questions about him. However, both Gu Qing and Gu Man stopped asking, which confused Leng Xiaoting. Why did they stop asking? Is it because they aren't satisfied with my manners today? Actually, it was all because they had no idea that he was Gu Ning's boyfriend. A few minutes later, Gu Ning poured cups of tea for them, and they were chatting while drinking the tea in the living room afterwards. Leng Xiaoting's sight fell on Gu Ning once in a while. Luckily, Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't pay much attention to it, so they didn't find out that there was anything unusual between them. Around 11 a.m., they went out to have lunch together. During the meal, Gu Man put some dishes into Leng Xiaoting's bowl and said gently, Xiaoting, don't be shy. Since you're Ning Ning's friend, we're not strangers. Leng Xiaoting was struck dumb for a second, and suddenly felt like crying, because Gu Man's kind behavior made him think of his own mother. What's wrong? You don't like the dishes? Seeing Leng Xiaoting being silent for a few moments, Gu Man was a little nervous. She was afraid that she had done something wrong. No, Leng Xiaoting immediately explained. I just remembered my mom. She used to put many dishes in my bowl too when I was a child. It's been a long time and nobody has done that to me, so I felt very touched. Leng Xiaoting didn't know why he would say that aloud all of a sudden. Even Gu Ning didn't expect that he would say that on his own initiative. When they were together, Gu Ning never dared to ask him about his parents, because she knew that it was a painful memory for him. Although it had been over a decade, Leng Xiaoting still felt hurt. However, he felt relaxed after saying it aloud this time. Hearing what Leng Xiaoting had just said, both Gu Qing and Gu Man were surprised. They instantly realized that this young man must have lost his own mother a long time ago, so they had a deep sympathy for him. In order not to bring his painful memory up, Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't ask further. Well, it's a good day when we can gather together here. Come on, let's enjoy the dishes. Gu Man kept putting all kinds of dishes into Leng Xiaoting's bowl to make up for his absent mother's love. Even though it was probably very late, it was meaningful. Leng Xiaoting felt touched by Gu Man's kind gesture, so he did his best to eat as much as he could. When they had almost finished the meal, Leng Xiaoting used the excuse of needing to go to the washroom, but settled the bill without them knowing it. When Gu Qing and Gu Man found out that Leng Xiaoting had already paid the bill, they felt a little embarrassed. You didn't need to do that, Gu Man said. It's fine. Ning Ning is my friend and a meal is nothing, Leng Xiaoting said with sincerity. Since the bill was already settled, Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't say anything further. In addition, they approved of his way of socializing. After that, the group of them went to Jade Beauty Jewelry. Gu Ning didn't tell Zhou Zhanghong that she was going to check the flagship store beforehand, because he would make unnecessary arrangements if he knew that Gu Ning's family would be there too. Therefore, Gu Ning didn't call Zhou Zhanghong until they were on the way to the flagship store. However, Zhou Zhanghong was in the factory at that moment. Gu Ning then told him that she would be visiting the flagship store first before she went to the factory. So Zhou Zhanghong directly waited for her in the factory. The flagship store of Jade Beauty Jewelry was located on the first floor of a shopping mall. It was decorated luxuriously and people would know that it was a high-end jewelry store by a simple glance. Even Gu Qing and Gu Man hesitated to walk inside, although they knew that Gu Ning was the boss. The jewelry in Jade Beauty Jewelry wasn't very dense. Instead, it was sparsely placed, so that people could clearly see the appearance of each piece. There were around 17 customers in the store along with many saleswomen, and they seemed very busy. Once Gu Ning and the others walked inside, a saleswoman stepped forward and greeted her with great respect. "Miss Gu, it's so nice to meet you." The staff in the store all found out about Gu Ning's real identity a few days ago, and they all admired her because she was able to be so successful at such a young age. "Hi, you don't need to spend much time with us. I can take them on a walk around," Gu Ning said. "Sure," the saleswoman said, then walked away. The other saleswomen were also happy to see Gu Ning, but they were all busy introducing the jewelry to their customers, so they didn't greet Gu Ning right away. When Gu Qing and Gu Man saw the price tags of the jewelry, both of them were astonished even though they knew it wasn't cheap. "Jesus, they're so expensive. This jade pendant alone costs over 300,000 yuan. Gu Qing exclaimed. "Indeed, I think only the rich can afford them," Gu Man said. 300,000 yuan? It's one of the cheap ones, and there are many pieces of jewelry in this store that cost over 1,000,000 yuan. If you can't afford it, I don't think that you should walk in here," a nearby woman said with obvious disdain. Arrogant women just seemed to be everywhere. Gu Qing and Gu Man felt embarrassed again. Although they felt uncomfortable, they knew that they had behaved like bumpkins, so they didn't say anything. However, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting were displeased. "Well, since you're rich, why don't you buy it?" Gu Ning said on purpose. "Of course I can afford it." The woman actually was hesitating to buy the jade pendant, because it was very expensive, but now she made up her mind to buy it in order to show off her wealth. "Pack this one, please. I'll pay the 580,000 yuan by card." The jade pendant was made of high-level violet type, so it was very expensive although it wasn't big. "No problem." The saleswoman, of course, was excited to strike another deal today, and she admired her boss, Gu Ning, very much too, because Gu Ning made the woman swipe her card just by saying a sentence. Gu Qing and Gu Man, on the other hand, were surprised that the woman swiped her card without hesitation. Anyway, this was Gu Ning's jewelry store, and they all felt happy for Gu Ning because she made a lot of money from the deal. When the woman came back after she swiped her card at the counter, she looked at Gu Ning and the others with arrogance and provocation. "Ha, what can you say now? Can you afford any piece of jewelry here?" "We don't need to," Gu Ning said airily. "Ha ha. I think you simply can't afford it." The woman laughed at them. The saleswoman who was standing by her side was amused by her stupidity. Gu Ning was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, so all the jewelry belonged to her. However, the saleswoman had no intention to tell the woman the truth, because she understood that it was a trap set by her boss. After that, Gu Ning lifted Gu Man's hand and showed the woman the full-issue jade bracelet around Gu Man's wrist. "Do you know what type this jade is?" Gu Ning asked the woman with pride. "Full-issue." The woman rounded her eyes in shock. Full-issue was very easy to recognize. Nevertheless, the woman didn't believe that Gu Man could afford the full-issue jade. "Is it real?" Facing her suspicion, Gu Ning wasn't mad but smiled. "Well, this jade bracelet is from Jade Beauty Jewelry. Can it be fake?" "What?" The woman felt embarrassed now. It turned out that she wasn't richer than them at all. Luckily, the store was large and customers weren't close to each other, so not many people noticed what was happening among them. Otherwise, she would be despised by a lot of people, which wasn't a pleasant experience. Without another word, the woman soon slid out of the store in shame. Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't criticize Gu Ning's behavior, because it was the woman's fault after all. In addition, they also felt great seeing the woman losing face. Leng Xiaoting, of course, was supportive no matter what Gu Ning did. He even thought that Gu Ning had been too kind to the woman. Afterwards, they went on shopping in the store. Not far from them, there were two beautiful young women choosing jade pendants in front of a display counter. When Gu Ning and the others walked by them, They noticed Leng shouting and were stunned by his outstanding appearance. Wow, the man is so handsome. Indeed. Why don't we strike up a conversation with him? Is the girl who is walking at the front his girlfriend? Is it all right if we just go over and say hi? No idea, but I don't care. Fine, let's go. Although their voices weren't loud. Both Leng shouting and Gu Ning were able to hear their talk, and both of them were displeased. Once the two women arrived at Leng shouting's side, one of them opened her mouth. Hi! Leave me alone, Leng shouting said coldly. The two women were struck dumb for a second, then flushed with embarrassment. To their surprise, the man didn't care about their feelings at all. Gu Ning and her family stopped, then turned back, walking to Leng shouting. People around them also noticed the drama, which made the two women feel more embarrassed. How can you be so rude? We just said hi. Couldn't you be nice? A woman criticized. You just said hi? Do we know each other? And sorry, I heard your little talk just then, Leng shouting said plainly, then his sight shortly fell on Gu Man before he added, I'm not a playboy. Hearing that, Gu Ning understood that he aimed to tell Gu Man that he was a good and reliable man. Haha. I bet the two women didn't expect that the handsome man would be so straightforward. You're right. People around them started to discuss them. Although Gu Man and Gu Qing thought that Leng shouting had been a little rude, they believed that what he had done was right. Shut up. The woman was mad. Do you know who I am? I'm from the Fu family, which is ranked 7th on the rich list of City D. If any one of you dare to annoy me, you can't bear the result. Hearing that, people around them all closed their mouths at once, because none of them dared to annoy the Fu family. Gu Ning and Leng shouting, however, were exceptions. Very well. Miss Fu, does your grandpa know you like to strike up a relationship with occupied men? Gu Ning said, looking at Fu Yingying with a meaningful smile on her face. Gu Ning wouldn't tolerate it even though the woman was from the Fu family. You? Fu Yingying was mad at once. Her grandpa, of course, wasn't aware of her behavior. Otherwise, her grandpa would be furious. However, she didn't believe that Gu Ning was able to have a connection with her grandpa, so she wasn't willing to be polite to Gu Ning. Instead, she threatened Gu Ning in public. It's none of your business whether my grandpa knows about it or not. You're merely nobody and you have to apologize to me right now, or I'll tell the manager here to chase you away and blacklist you. Fu Yingying thought that because her grandpa had a good relationship with Zhou Zhenghong, who was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, the staff who worked in Jade Beauty Jewelry would help her. Moreover, she was from an influential family. Oh really? Gu Ning couldn't help but laugh. The other saleswomen around them looked at Fu Yingying like she was an idiot. It was the funniest joke they had ever heard that she wanted them to chase their boss away from their boss's store. It was impossible that any of them would do that. Gu Ning was a great, generous boss, and the jewelry brand was very popular too, so they were all paid well. In that case, none of them were willing to lose the job. Ha! Why don't you try? Gu Ning crossed her arms on her chest, waiting to see another joke. Well, you asked for it. Saying that, Fu Yingying turned to the manager. Hey you! Chase them away and blacklist them right now. And I'll buy more jewelry here later. The manager ignored her order and said, I'm sorry, Miss Fu. I can't. What? Fu Yingying didn't expect that the manager would dare to reject her, and she was in a rage now. Don't you know that I'm from the Fu family? The manager remained silent, but his attitude showed that he didn't care about her threat at all. Finally, Gu Ning opened her mouth. Please tell Miss Fu to leave here. She's not welcome. Sure, boss, the manager said with great respect. Although not many people knew that Gu Ning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, it wasn't a secret anymore. So the manager directly called her his boss. However, others in the store were all shocked. What? This young girl is the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? Isn't Zhou Zhenghong the boss here? No way. She's the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry? How is it possible? Isn't Zhou Zhenghong the boss here? Fu Yingying couldn't believe her ears. She is the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, while Executive Zhou is the general manager, the manager said. Fu Yingying was struck dumb. To her astonishment, This young girl standing right in front of her was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Thinking of what she had done, Fu Yingying felt so embarrassed. "Miss Fu, please leave right now, and your name will be on the blacklist of Jade Beauty Jewelry," the manager said to Fu Yingying. "How dare you do that to me?" Fu Yingying seemed angry, like she was the one who had been treated impolitely. "Miss Fu, please." The manager made a hand gesture to tell her to leave. Fu Yingying still wanted to say something, but she didn't say a word when she saw that everyone was looking at her with obvious disdain. She snorted in anger, then walked away, and the woman who followed Fu Yingying also left. Since they already knew that Gu Ning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, other customers in the store couldn't help but give her glances of admiration. "Ning, it seems that the woman is from an influential family. Is it appropriate that you've treated her like that?" Although Gu Man knew that Gu Ning had made friends with many important figures, she was still worried. "Don't worry, it's fine. Master Fu is the first person I met when I came to City D, and we get along quite well. He won't blame me for it." Gu Ning explained to Gu Manling, shouting, of course, didn't care about the Fu family, because the Fu family was barely comparable to his powerful family. "That's great." Gu Man was relieved. After that, they went to the factory. It was almost 3 p.m. when they left the store, so Gu Ning told Gu Man to call Gu Qinyang or Wen Yulan. They planned to visit them that night if they were home. Gu Man called Gu Qinyang later. When Gu Qinyang heard that they were going to visit him, he was delighted. It would be the first time that Gu Qing and Gu Man had visited him. At the same time, Gu Qinyang also felt guilty and ashamed, because he had never invited them to visit him at his home before. Gu Qinyang then told Gu Man the address of his home and that he would be home before 6 p.m. After hanging up the call with Gu Man, Gu Qinyang called Wen Yulan at once. He told her that Gu Man and the others were going to visit them. Wen Yulan was also very happy to hear the news. She decided to buy some seafood for dinner. Before long, Gu Ning and the others arrived at the factory of Jade Beauty Jewelry. "Nice to meet you, boss, Mr. Lang." Zhou Zhenghong greeted them with great respect. "Hi, Uncle Zhou. This is my mom, Gu Man, and my aunt, Gu Qing," Gu Ning introduced. In the following minutes, they greeted each other before Gu Ning guided Gu Qing and Gu Man to have a tour around the factory. When Gu Qing and Gu Man saw the piles of jade in the factory, they rounded their eyes in shock. There were far more pieces of large jade than the jade jewelry they had seen in the store, and the piles of jade must be worth a fortune. "Ning, how much are these piles of jade worth?" Gu Qing asked. "Jade is very valuable, but actually it's just a stone if nobody wants it. As long as we can sell them out, they're worth over hundreds of millions of yuan. However, if we can't, they're just piles of stones." "It isn't necessary anyway," Gu Ning said. Hearing that, both Gu Qing and Gu Man took a long breath in. Over hundreds of millions of yuan. In fact, Gu Ning's wealth was far more than that, and her goal was to be the #1 super-rich woman in the country. Gu Qinyang wouldn't be home until 6 p.m., so Gu Ning and the others spent the afternoon in the factory. In the meantime, Gu Ning discussed with Zhou Zhenghong about opening branches of Jade Beauty Jewelry. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, sat aside, remaining quiet. Even though he did nothing, he didn't feel bored as long as Gu Ning was by his side. Gu Qing and Gu Man were very curious about everything in the factory, so the tour was quite interesting in their eyes. "The decoration is coming to an end in City B, so we can prepare for the opening ceremony in a week at the most." "How is the jewelry now?" Gu Ning asked. Although the branches opened almost at the same time in the capital and City B, Gu Ning decided to open the branch in City B first, because they had prepared everything there. All they needed now was well-made jade jewelry. As for the gowns, although Yu Zi couldn't make 11 new sets, she had already finished 5, and would use some old designs to complete the rest. Gu Ning understood that she seemed a little cold-blooded, because she was busy dealing with her business when Tang Yunfan was still unconscious. However, she still had to live her life and chase her dream. In addition, it was Tang Aining's soul in Gu Ning's body. Although she accepted Tang Yunfan as her father, she didn't have many feelings towards him. Tang Yunfan was still unconscious, but his body was in good condition, so Gu Ning wasn't very worried about his life. We've hired more workers, and it's almost done, Zhou Zhenghong said. Boss, can we rent the 200 square meter large factory next door? This factory we're using now is a little small. Sure, Gu Ning agreed. When it was almost 5 p.m., Gu Ning and the others left the factory. Before they left, Gu Ning took a set of jewelry along with a jade pichou, which were gifts for Wen Yulan and Gu Qinyang. They also went to a supermarket to buy some fruits on their way to Gu Qinyang's place. Since Leng Xiaoting needed to send Gu Qing and Gu Man back to the apartment later, Gu Man invited him to join the dinner. Mom, I'm having a gathering with my friends this evening, so I won't be coming back to the apartment tonight. Gu Ning said to Gu Man, will Xiaoting go with you? Gu Man asked. Sure, we're going to meet our mutual friends. They are all from either rich or powerful families, and it's helpful to my business. Gu Ning lied without hesitation. Great. Gu Man didn't doubt Gu Ning at all. Moreover, there was only one bed in the apartment. Gu Ning would have to sleep on the sofa if she stayed in the apartment with them. Leng Xiaoting, on the other hand, smiled a little with satisfaction. Gu Man and Gu Qing didn't notice Leng Xiaoting's reaction, but Gu Ning did. She rolled her eyes at him. Why are men always thinking about having sex? Nevertheless, Gu Ning also understood that a man stopped loving you if he didn't have any sexual desire for you. Although it sounds a little embarrassing, Gu Ning had to admit that she sometimes wanted sex too. Gu Ning and the others knocked on the door of Gu Qinyang's place around 6 p.m., and Gu Qinyang was already home. When Gu Qinyang opened the door and saw that they came with many packages, he felt embarrassed. You didn't need to bring so many gifts. Afterwards, Gu Qinyang invited them to walk inside, and he was stunned by Leng Xiaoting's outstanding appearance when Leng Xiaoting walked by him. This is? He asked Gu Ning. Oh, he's my friend, Leng Xiaoting, and he's our private chauffeur for the 2 days we are in City F, Gu Ning said. Nice to meet you, Mr. Leng. Gu Qinyang greeted him politely. Nice to meet you, Leng Xiaoting said. When Yulan went grocery shopping and wasn't home yet, while Gu Yinin and Gu Qingshi were watching TV in the living room. Seeing them walking inside, Gu Yinin and Gu Qingshi didn't show any pride like they had done before but felt uneasy. Although Gu Yinin and Gu Qingshi didn't have good characters, they weren't little kids after all, so they understood that things were different now. Gu Qinyang and their mother had already told them about what had happened to Gu Xiaoxiao and the fact that Gu Ning was the real boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, so neither Gu Yinin nor Gu Qingshi dared to laugh at Gu Ning anymore. They also received thick red envelopes from Gu Qing and Gu Man. Upon thinking about what they had done before, they felt ashamed. Used when they were all seated, Gu Qinyang criticized Gu Yinin and Gu Qingshi because they hadn't greeted Gu Man and the others yet. Hey, you two don't forget your manners. Gu Qinyang had reminded them beforehand, but they suddenly remained so quiet now. Hearing that, both of them greeted Gu Man and Gu Qing with embarrassment. Haha, it's fine. Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't mind that they had been rude to them before. After all, they were just children. Gu Man took out 2 boxes the size of a book, giving them to Gu Yinin and Gu Qingshi. These are the gifts from me and your Aunt Qing for you. You can open it now to see whether you like it. The gifts were 2 tablets. Gu Yinin's and Gu Qingshi's eyes lit up at once when they saw the brand logo. However, they didn't dare to take the gifts right away but looked at Gu Qinyang with anticipation. They had to ask for their father's agreement. Man, Qing, you don't need to buy such expensive gifts for them. Gu Qinyang felt embarrassed, because he knew that the tablets were very expensive. It's no big deal. Children today all love this brand of tablet, Gu Man said airily. She wasn't showing off her wealth. She just knew that they would like it. Gu Qinyang also understood that Gu Qing and Gu Man were just being nice to them. Since they said so, Gu Qinyang didn't insist. All right, take your gifts and thank your 2 aunts. Hearing that, Gu Yinin and Gu Qingshi were excited and thanked Gu Man and Gu Qing. Thank you so much, Aunt Man, Aunt Qing. You're welcome, Gu Qing and Gu Man said. After that, Gu Qinyang went to pour glasses of water for them. Before long, when Yulan was back with many vegetables and seafood. Yulan, you've bought so much. Can we finish all of it? Gu Qing and Gu Man said. "Oh, don't worry. We can do our best to eat it all," Wen Yulan said. It was already past 6 p.m., so Gu Qing and Gu Man helped Wen Yulan cook, because it would be faster. Gu Ning, Ling Xiaoting, and Gu Qinyang, meanwhile, were chatting randomly in the living room, while Gu Yinyin and Gu Qingshi were studying their new gifts. Gu Qinyang asked Ling Xiaoting some questions like where he came from, where he worked, and so on. Ling Xiaoting told him that he was an army officer, working in the general military region in the capital. As for his position in the army, Ling Xiaoting didn't tell him. Gu Qinyang didn't ask him either, because he believed that Ling Xiaoting was merely a normal army officer at such a young age. However, Gu Qinyang did think highly of Ling Xiaoting once he found out about Ling Xiaoting's job, because most people held great respect and admiration toward soldiers. After a while, the people in the living room smelt the aroma of food. With her acute sense of smell, Gu Ning smelled the scent of seafood and subconsciously looked at Ling Xiaoting. Ling Xiaoting frowned a little at this time. Gu Ning immediately stood up, walking into the kitchen. When she saw all the seafood on the counter, Gu Ning was greatly surprised. It was true that she loved seafood, but Ling Xiaoting was allergic to it. "Do we have other food except seafood?" "Xiaoting is allergic to it," Gu Ning asked. Hearing that, those in the kitchen stopped what they were doing for a moment. Wen Yulan hadn't known that Ling Xiaoting was allergic to seafood. Luckily, she also bought many vegetables and other meat. "Oh, don't worry. We have other food." Hearing that, Gu Ning relaxed. Seeing Gu Ning's back, Ling Xiaoting felt very happy that she cared about him. When Gu Ning turned around, she saw the gentle smile on Ling Xiaoting's lips and her heart skipped a beat all of a sudden. She took a long breath in at once to calm herself down. Was it because Ling Xiaoting was too charming? Or was it because she couldn't resist his charm? She was easily seduced by his slight smile. Seeing Gu Ning's reaction, Ling Xiaoting felt more satisfied and pleased. He loved to see Gu Ning's flushed face. Gu Ning, however, didn't dare to look at Ling Xiaoting anymore, because she was afraid that she would lose her manners. Around 7:30 p.m., the dinner was ready. Gu Qinyang wanted to drink some alcohol with Ling Xiaoting, but Ling Xiaoting was going to drive, so he gave up. During the meal, Gu Qing and Gu Man kept putting all kinds of dishes into Ling Xiaoting's bowl like what they had done the last time. Gu Ning suddenly felt strange seeing that her mother and aunt were doing that for Ling Xiaoting but ignored her. Gu Qinyang and Wen Yulan, on the other hand, didn't understand why Gu Qing and Gu Man kept putting dishes into Ling Xiaoting's bowl, but they didn't ask. Wen Yulan would have believed that Ling Xiaoting was Gu Ning's boyfriend if Gu Qing and Gu Man hadn't told her that Ling Xiaoting was just Gu Ning's friend. In Wen Yulan's eyes, Ling Xiaoting and Gu Ning matched each other very well. Gu Ning was a successful businesswoman now, and it was quite understandable that she socialized a lot to make friends with different kinds of people. It was very helpful for her business after all. After dinner, it was 8:30 p.m. and they had a rest in the living room. At that moment, Gu Ning took out her gifts for Gu Qinyang and Wen Yulan. "Uncle and aunt, these are gifts for you. Please take them." "What? Why did you prepare gifts for us? You're the younger generation and we should be sending a gift to you." "Exactly." Both Gu Qinyang and Wen Yulan were surprised. "It's fine, and I've also prepared gifts for Aunt Qing and Uncle Su, so please take them." Gu Ning directly put the gifts into their hands. "Well..." They hesitated to take the gifts. "Please take them. Ningning is just being kind and we all have gifts from her," Gu Qing said. "Indeed. Please take them," Gu Man added. "Ningning, thank you so much," Gu Qinyang and Wen Yulan said. Nobody was unhappy to receive gifts. When Gu Qinyang and Wen Yulan took Gu Ning's gifts, they opened the boxes to see what was inside. "This is..." Gu Qinyang was shocked when he saw the jade picio the size of a fist in his box. He knew that Gu Ning did jade business, so this picio had to be real. Although he didn't know much about jade, and couldn't recognize its type, he had heard that a jade picio was very expensive. And this one could be worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Gu Qinyang understood that Gu Ning wouldn't send cheap gifts, but he didn't expect that it would be so valuable. When Yulan opened her box, and her face lit up at once when she saw the set of jade jewelry in it. Women all love jewelry, but some of them just couldn't afford it. When Yulan was from a poor family and she lived an okay life after she married Gu Qinyang. However, a set of expensive jewelry was a luxury for her, and she only had a set of gold jewelry till now, which was worth around 10,000 yuan. 10,000 yuan was also over her budget actually, but it was an anniversary gift Gu Qinyang gave her a few years ago. However, a set of gold jewelry was barely comparable to a set of jade jewelry. She had heard that the cheapest jade pendant of jade beauty jewelry cost at least hundreds of thousands of yuan. So this set of jade jewelry that Gu Ning gave her had to be worth a lot. The set included a jade pendant, a pair of earrings, a bracelet, and a ring. According to the price level of jade beauty jewelry, it could be worth over 1,000,000 yuan. Except for their apartment. When Yulan had never gotten something which was worth over 1,000,000 yuan before. Besides, they were still paying the housing loan. Ning, the gifts are too expensive, Gu Qinyang said. It's fine. Please take them, Gu Ning said. Since Gu Ning insisted, Gu Qinyang and when Yulan took the gifts and thanked Gu Ning. After resting a bit, Gu Man and the others left when it was almost 9 p.m. Gu Qinyang's apartment was small and couldn't accommodate many people, so Gu Qinyang didn't invite them to stay in their place. When Gu Man and the others were gone, when Yulan said to Gu Qinyang, Ning is so generous. I feel ashamed of the way we treated them before. Gu Qinyang sighed. Me too. Luckily, they changed their attitude and behavior on time. After that, they surfed the internet to find out what types of jade Gu Ning had given them. Gu Qinyang's Pishio was made from jade of the medium high-level water type, while when Yulan's jewelry was made from the jade of the high-level violet type. Although they didn't know their specific prices, they knew that their gifts cost at least 10 million yuan. They looked at each other in great shock. Jesus! Ning is too generous. When Yulan was short of words to describe her astonishment now. Facing the two luxurious gifts, they had no idea what to do. When they were back at clean water blue sky, Leng Xiaoting waited in the car, while Gu Ning walked Gu Man and Gu Qing upstairs. Once Gu Ning got back in the car, Leng Xiaoting pressed her against the back of the seat. In the following minutes, Leng Xiaoting wildly kissed Gu Ning. He hadn't seen Gu Ning in many days, and felt like they hadn't seen each other in ages. Ning, Leng Xiaoting called Gu Ning, staring straight at her eyes. He didn't even bother to hide his desire for her. What? Gu Ning blinked. Ning, Leng Xiaoting called again. What? Gu Ning was confused. Ning, Leng Xiaoting called her once more. What? Gu Ning was a little annoyed. Nothing. I just want to call your name. Leng Xiaoting smiled. Gu Ning was amused, then pushed Leng Xiaoting away. You're so childish. Ning. Leng Xiaoting kept calling her. However, Gu Ning didn't answer him anymore, so Leng Xiaoting stopped. Anyway, he could soon spend a whole night with her, and he had a lot of time to do what he wanted, but before that, they had to go somewhere else. Do you still remember Ai Weiqin and On Yanin? They attended the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry before. We're going to meet them in a clubhouse now, Leng Xiaoting said. Sure, Gu Ning replied. With Gu Ning's great memory, she, of course, remembered Ai Weiqin and On Yanin. Since Leng Xiaoting brought her to meet them, they must have a close relationship with him. Before long, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting arrived at a high-end clubhouse. In a VIP private room, Ai Weiqin, On Yanin, and another two men along with another woman were already there. The two men were Ai Weiqin's older brother, Ai Weiqin, and Ai Weiqin's comrade, Zhao Lang. Zhao Lang was also a member of the Red Flame, and he ranked 11th in the team. Of course, it was a secret that others didn't know. The woman was from the Ai family too. She was Ai Weiqin and Ai Weiqin's cousin, Ai Ruishue. Ai Weiqin was 30 years old and resembled Ai Weiqin, but Ai Weiqin was the type of man who was gentle, kind, charming, while Ai Weiqin was a little serious but sexy because he was a soldier. Zhao Lang was 26, 2 months younger than Su Jinchen, so he ranked below Su Jinchen. Although he had a plain face, he had an outstanding air too. Ai Ruishue was a pretty girl around 25. Zhao Lang came here with Ai Weiqin, so he sat and kept talking with Ai Weiqin. Ai Ruishue sat along with Ai Weiqin and On Yanin. They were playing a game while drinking. Both AI Weichen and Onyanin had an absent look and couldn't focus on the game, but AI Rueshua could do nothing about it. Onyanin was thinking of AI Weichen, while AI Weichen was thinking of her. A love triangle was really torturous. AI Weichen kept talking with Zhao Lang, not only because they came here together, but also because he was avoiding Onyanin. He knew that Onyanin loved him, but he only regarded her as his younger sister. He had made it clear to Onyanin, and Onyanin kept a polite distance away from him. However, because of him, she had stayed single until she was 30, which made him feel a little guilty. Even so, he couldn't accept her because he knew that it wasn't a healthy relationship. "Oh, will Shouting be coming alone?" Zhao Lang asked AI Weichen. "No idea. He didn't mention it," AI Weichen replied. "I want to meet Shouting's girlfriend. I'm curious about what kind of girl can attract Leng Shouting, who is famous for his coldness to women. I even thought that Shouting would be single throughout his lifetime," Zhao Lang said. They had all heard from Ximing that Leng Shouting had a girlfriend, but none of them had met the girl yet. They, of course, didn't dare to ask Leng Shouting, so they turned to Ximing and Su Jinshun for more details. However, neither Su Jinshun nor Ximing told them much but just said that the girl was very beautiful. They didn't believe that Leng Shouting would be attracted to a girl who was only pretty, because Leng Shouting wasn't shallow. "I'm curious too," AI Weichen said. Actually, everyone in the Red Flame was curious about Leng Shouting's girlfriend. It wasn't a secret among them that Leng Shouting didn't have much interest in women. Although AI Weichen was still unmarried at the age of 30, he was different from Leng Shouting, and there was also a woman he loved and wanted to marry. Unfortunately, the woman hadn't agreed yet. Thinking of that, AI Weichen felt very sad. At that moment, someone knocked on the door. AI Weichen said, "Come in," and the door was pushed open. The first one that came inside was a waiter. Then Leng Shouting showed up. In the beginning, they all believed that Leng Shouting would come alone. However, to their surprise, he was followed by a young girl. Leng Shouting would never stay alone with a woman unless the woman was his girlfriend. Like what Ximing had told them, the girl really was very beautiful. AI Weichen and Onyanin had already met Gu Ning before, and both of them believed that she had to be Leng Shouting's girlfriend. Since they showed up together now, AI Weichen and Onyanin were sure about their relationship. AI Rueshua didn't know Leng Shouting or Gu Ning, but was stunned by their outstanding appearances, especially Leng Shouting, who was even more handsome than any man that she had ever met before. In addition, he had a natural air of nobility, which caught people's attention the moment he appeared. Leng Shouting guided Gu Ning to sit on the sofa next to AI Weichen and Zhao Lang. "Hi!" AI Weichen and Zhao Lang greeted them. "And this is?" AI Weichen asked. "She's Gu Ning, my girlfriend," Leng Shouting said with pride. AI Weichen and Zhao Lang were amused by Leng Shouting's unusual attitude. "Nice to meet you, Miss Gu." AI Weichen and Zhao Lang greeted her. It was the first time that they had met each other. "This is AI Weichen and this is Zhao Lang." Leng Shouting introduced them to Gu Ning. "Nice to meet you too," Gu Ning greeted them. "And they're AI Weichen and Onyanin." "You've met them before," Leng Shouting said. Leng Shouting didn't know AI Rueshua, so he didn't introduce her. Besides, she was a woman and Leng Shouting subconsciously disliked strange women. Onyanin, on the other hand, was different because she was very close to Leng Shouting. She followed Leng Shouting's lead and Leng Shouting regarded her as his younger sister. There was also a story between them. 3 years ago, the O family had been in a period of fighting about heirs. Onyanin was a talented businesswoman, so the leader of the O family had planned to make Onyanin the sole heir of the O family. However, her uncle had been dissatisfied with that decision, so her uncle had hired a killer to kill Onyanin. At that time, AI Weichen had been in the same place as Onyanin, so they had fallen into danger together. It was Leng Shouting who had rescued them. Because of that, Onyanin had followed Leng Shouting's lead since then. As long as Leng Shouting needed her help, she would spare no effort to help him. AI Weichen followed Leng Shouting's lead as well. Although Leng Shouting was a man of few words, he understood that a network was very important, so he accepted it. Afterwards, it turned out that their families all knew each other well. In the following years, the AI family and the O family did business with Shengshi Group often, which boosted each other's companies. Hi, Miss Gu. AI Weichen and On Yanin greeted her politely. Nice to meet you, Mr. AI and Miss O, Gu Ning said. This is my cousin AI Ruishue. AI Weichen introduced. Gu Ning and AI Ruishue greeted each other. But Leng Xiaoting directly ignored AI Ruishue. After that, they chatted, drank, and played games together. Miss Gu, since you're Xiaoting's girlfriend, you're our friend too. Do you mind if I directly called your name? AI Weishan asked. Gu Ning was Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend after all, and they would love to be friendly to her. Moreover, as long as Leng Xiaoting accepted her as his girl, he would be loyal to her throughout his lifetime. Of course not, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning, where are you from? AI Weishan asked. City F, Gu Ning said. How old are you? Zhao Lang asked. 18, Gu Ning replied. What? She's only 18? AI Weishan and Zhao Lang were shocked. They didn't expect that Leng Xiaoting's girlfriend would be so young. Even AI Ruishue was greatly surprised because she was still single at the age of 25. But Gu Ning already had a boyfriend when she was just 18. AI Weichen and On Yanin, on the other hand, remained calm, because they already knew Gu Ning's age. AI Weishan and Zhao Lang soon changed the topic. A while later, AI Weishan challenged Leng Xiaoting to play sickbo, and the loser had to drink a cup of alcohol. They played 6 rounds in all, and Leng Xiaoting had lost 3 times, so he had to drink 3 cups of alcohol. Gu Ning's heart ached for Leng Xiaoting, so she said to AI Weishan, I challenge you. What? Does your heart ache for him? AI Weishan teased. Yes. My heart aches for him, so I will win it back. Gu Ning said plainly. Very well. I'm curious how you'll win it back. However, don't cry if you lose. AI Weishan laughed. He wouldn't refuse to have several rounds with Gu Ning, and he was curious to see how she would win the game. Of course not. Gu Ning smiled with confidence, then shook the dice cup. The dice knocked around in the dice cup, making clear sounds. When Gu Ning laid the dice cup on the table with a loud sound, she looked to AI Weishan with a broad smile. Big or small? Since AI Weishan regarded her as his friend, she would treat him as her friend as well, and didn't bother to obey manners. Big? AI Weishan guessed with obvious confidence. After that, Gu Ning opened the dice cup. The total score exceeded 11, which was big, and AI Weishan was right. AI Weishan wore a satisfied smile looking to Gu Ning, but Gu Ning didn't care. Even though he was right, it was impossible that Gu Ning would lose with her jade eyes. It wasn't an equal game, but AI Weishan had no idea. Although it seemed unfair if Gu Ning used her jade eyes, she wasn't harming people. She just wanted to win the game and make AI Weishan drink more cups of alcohol. My turn now. AI Weishan smiled, then shook the dice cup. After a while, he put it back on the table. Big or small? He said to Gu Ning. Small, Gu Ning replied. The dice cup was opened, and the total score was below 11, which was small, so this was an even round. After that, Gu Ning guessed right every time. However, AI Weishan was wrong sometimes. Sickbo, or big and small, was an unequal game of chance played with 3 dice, so it was normal that someone who was lucky could be right many times, while someone who wasn't that lucky could be wrong often. As the game went on, AI Weishan finally felt that something had to be wrong. They had played 10 rounds in all. 5 were even rounds, and AI Weishan lost another 5 rounds, while Gu Ning had never lost once, which was a shocking result. Everyone was astonished, except for Leng Xiaoting, who seemed very proud and curious at the same time. How was it possible that Gu Ning won every time? Even if she was lucky, she might lose at least once. It's crazy that you haven't lost once. AI Weishan couldn't believe the result. You don't believe it? I can give you a chance to get revenge, Gu Ning said and challenged him. Sure. Let's continue for another 5 rounds. I don't believe that I'll lose again, AI Weishan said and accepted the challenge. However, when another 5 rounds were finished, Gu Ning still hadn't lost once. Fine, I give up. AI Weishan gave up, because he knew that he couldn't win no matter how many rounds he kept playing with Gu Ning. After drinking several successive cups of alcohol, AI Weishan felt a little uncomfortable. Let me try. Although Zhao Lang had witnessed the whole process, he didn't believe that Gu Ning could be that lucky. So he challenged her. Gu Ning, of course, wouldn't reject. If they wanted to drink, she wouldn't let them have enough. After 7 rounds, Zhao Lang gave up because he had lost more rounds than Ai Weishan and had to drink 5 successive cups of alcohol. All right, I give up. Actually, Ai Weishan had the idea to challenge Gu Ning too. But both Ai Weishan and Zhao Lang had lost and drank a lot of alcohol afterwards. He had no doubt that he could win more cups than them. How did you do it? Either it was an even round, or you won it, Zhao Lang asked. Well, I can figure out the total score by hearing the sounds of dice knocking against each other in the dice cup, Gu Ning said. She was lying, because she couldn't tell them the truth. They had heard before that some people, especially the god of gamblers, had the ability to make judgments by hearing the dice sound, so they didn't think that Gu Ning was lying. Instead, they all admired Gu Ning now. Leng Xiaoting didn't stay there with them for long and left with Gu Ning around 11 p.m. The others didn't play too late either and left soon. Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning went straight to the Huangdang Hotel. Although Leng Xiaoting seemed calm as usual, he actually couldn't wait a second longer, and wanted to arrive at the hotel as soon as possible. That being the case, he drove much faster than usual. Gu Ning understood what was on his mind, and was amused. Do you want to eat something first? Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was a little displeased. Obviously, he was reluctant to waste time on the road, but he was worried that Gu Ning was hungry, so he asked, Are you hungry? Seeing Leng Xiaoting's reaction, Gu Ning laughed. I'm not. I was just worried that you were hungry, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was relieved. Then he said with an amorous smile, Well, I am hungry, but food can't satisfy me. You? Gu Ning blushed at once. Leng Xiaoting laughed this time. He enjoyed seeing Gu Ning blush. Gu Ning, on the other hand, was regretful now. Finally, they arrived at the hotel. Once the door was closed behind them, Leng Xiaoting pressed her against the wall and kissed her, while his hand moved upward to the familiar soft place. Gu Ning had her magical power to protect herself, so she didn't wear much clothing in winter, so she couldn't help but give a moan of sexual pleasure when Leng Xiaoting's hand touched her skin. Leng Xiaoting lifted Gu Ning up, quickly walking to the bedroom. Without hesitation, Leng Xiaoting undressed himself and Gu Ning when they were both on the bed. Gu Ning felt shy looking at Leng Xiaoting, waiting for his next movements. Leng Xiaoting, however, became a little rude and violent after having restricted himself for so many days. Ning Ning, do you want me? Leng Xiaoting's warm breath, which was full of sexual desire, touched Gu Ning's ear, and Gu Ning flushed more. She couldn't resist it and subconsciously answered, Yes. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting got excited and moved more rapidly. Gu Ning moaned in pain, but the pain was soon replaced by pleasure. In the following hours, the two kept making love and orgasmed again and again till both of them were exhausted. The next day, although they didn't sleep until it was very late last night, Gu Ning still got up around 7 a.m. the next morning. She left Leng Xiaoting alone in the hotel, then took a taxi heading to Clean Water Blue Sky. She told Leng Xiaoting to wait for her message before he came to pick them up. They couldn't go there together because it would arouse suspicion. Leng Xiaoting understood, so he didn't stop Gu Ning, but kissed her wildly before she left. In fact, he wanted to have sex again, but she was in a hurry, so he gave up and planned to do it in the evening. Once Gu Ning was in the taxi, she called Gu Man and asked her what they wanted to have for breakfast. A while later, Gu Ning brought breakfast back to her apartment in Clean Water Blue Sky. Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't ask where she had stayed last night, because they believed that Gu Ning was a girl with morals. After breakfast, they watched TV in the living room. Gu Qing and Gu Man already had an appointment with Wen Yulan, and they would dine together at noon before shopping together. Today was Saturday, so Wen Yulan was free. City G was a second-tier city, which was far larger than City F, and there were many high-end shopping malls. Although they had nothing special to buy, they loved shopping. Around 10 a.m., Gu Ning called Leng Xiaoting and told him to pick them up before going to pick Wen Yulan up. In front of Gu Man and Gu Qing, Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning kept an appropriate distance away from each other, so nobody found out their real relationship. However, When Gu Qing and Gu Man didn't pay attention to them, Leng Xiaoting would make eyes at her, and Gu Ning almost had lost control of herself several times. Gu Ning was a little annoyed, but couldn't say anything in case Gu Man would find out. When they went to pick Wen Yulan up, Wen Yulan seemed in a bad mood. "Yulan, what's wrong?" Gu Man and Gu Qing asked with concern. "Qin Yang just received Qin Xiang's call. He told us that his affair with his secretary was exposed and Li Juan wants to divorce him. He wanted us to help him stop Li Juan from doing so, but it's his own fault after all, and we can do nothing about it," Wen Yulan said in anger. Hearing that, Gu Qing and Gu Man were displeased too. Gu Qing said, "We have all heard about it too. I think that you better not get involved in the mess and let them deal with it themselves." "Well, we're mad not because of that, but Qin Xiang even asked us to borrow money from you for him, because his company can barely stay afloat now. We refused to do so and he swore at us. How could he do that to us?" Wen Yulan said. That was the real reason why Wen Yulan was in a bad mood. She understood that Gu Qinxiang wanted to borrow some money to keep his company stay afloat, but she couldn't understand why he asked them to borrow several million yuan for him. Gu Qinxiang had also sworn at them after their refusal, which was totally unacceptable. Besides, Wen Yulan and Gu Qinyang didn't trust Gu Qinxiang now. They thought that Gu Qinxiang would probably never pay them back even if they borrowed money for him. They were merely normal public servants, and it was impossible for them to pay several million yuan back. Moreover, if Gu Qinxiang's family had been nice to Gu Ning would be willing to help them. Although Gu Qinyang's family had also treated Gu Man rudely, they hadn't hurt her too much and had changed their attitude on time, so Gu Ning was still generous to them. Gu Qinyang's family changed their attitude not because of Gu Ning's wealth, but because of her ability and power. In addition, they also saw that it wasn't a bad thing to have close relatives. "We won't lend them money, but we won't see them dying in hunger either," Gu Man said with determination. Hearing that, Gu Ning was relieved. Gu Man finally knew how to be tough and gentle at the same time. "All right, let it go. Let's go have some fun together." Gu Qing changed the topic at once. After lunch, Leng Xiaoting paid the bill as usual, and the group of them went to a shopping mall afterwards. It was an undeniable truth that enemies often cross each other's path. When Yulan seldom went to this shopping mall, became she wasn't rich enough. However, when she finally got a chance to come here, she ran into an old acquaintance. Of course, she didn't like the person. It was a man who was around 35 years old. He was slightly fat with a plain face, dressed in designer's brand, but he didn't seem noble at all. Instead, he had an air of a parvenu. "Oh, isn't this my old classmate Wen Yulan? It's been ages." The man was surprised to see Wen Yulan and greeted her at once. However, he didn't seem kind but arrogant. When Wen Yulan noticed the man, she was very displeased and felt disgusted. "Let's go another way," Wen Yulan said to Gu Man, trying to avoid the man. Nevertheless, the man wouldn't let Wen Yulan go, and stood in her way. "What? You don't remember me? Oh, you must be pretending, because I, Zhang Shunlin, am not a poor kid anymore, but a rich man with dozens of millions of yuan in wealth, and you, an ordinary public servant, feel ashamed to see me again." It sounded like Wen Yulan had abandoned him because he had been poor. Although Gu Ning didn't know any details, she didn't believe that it was the truth. Wen Yulan was pretty, and it was impossible that she would like this short, fat man with a plain face, unless she was blind. Wen Yulan was in a rage. "Zhang Shunlin, enough. I don't care about you, so please stay away from me." "I know, but I just want to see how are you doing right now, since you were so proud and thought lightly of me." Zhang Shunlin smiled with pride, then looked to Wen Yulan with obvious disdain. "Look at you. What are you wearing? You must live a poor life now. If you had been my girlfriend, you could be living a much better life right now." Hearing that, Gu Ning understood what had happened. The man must have chased Wen Yulan in vain, and now he was showing off his wealth. It had been so many years, but he still wouldn't let it go. He couldn't be a quality man, and it was totally a miracle that he could make so much money. "It's none of your business." Wen Yulan was furious and shouted at him, "I don't care about your money. You don't care about money? I've never seen a woman who dislikes money yet." You just can't afford luxurious things, so you pretend that you don't like them. Poor you, Zhang Shunlin said. In his eyes, women were all gold diggers. Like those beautiful young girls. They all chased him now precisely because he was rich. And he enjoyed his life very much now. Zhang Shunlin, enough is enough. We were just common classmates, and what you've said has already damaged my reputation. When Yulan felt aggrieved and mad. She hadn't hurt him at all. She had just rejected him when he had chased her before. Why did he suddenly believe that she had rejected him because he had been poor? You rejected me because I was poor, Zhang Shunlin insisted. You? When Yulan was speechless in rage. The man was so unreasonable. When Yulan disliked him because the man had so many shortcomings. Even though he was rich now, she was still unwilling to talk to him. Of course, she didn't say that aloud, otherwise Zhang Shunlin could go crazy. Interesting. Gu Ning laughed at Zhang Shunlin. Why don't you look at yourself in the mirror before you claim that women disliked you because you were poor? Don't you know that you're short, fat, ugly, and unreasonable? You don't deserve others' respect or admiration. And all those young beautiful women come to you now just for your money. And, do you know how many people have dozens of millions of yuan in wealth in City D? Even a businessman with over 100 million yuan in wealth wouldn't be as arrogant as you. Who do you think you are? Normally, Gu Ning didn't like attacking people, but she had to teach the man a lesson right now. You? The man's face turned red in anger. At the same time, onlookers standing around them started to defend when Yulan after Gu Ning's criticism towards Zhang Shunlin. Exactly. He's not the richest man in City D after all. He also doesn't have a good personality. He's merely showing off his wealth. He's so selfish. No one would like him. It's normal that women would reject men that they dislike. And that's not a reason for him to be so mean. You? Zhang Shunlin was furious, glaring at Gu Ning like he couldn't wait to tear her into pieces. However, at this moment, he met Ling Xiaoting's cold, sharp eyes, which was quite threatening, and he was suddenly out of breath because of fear. Let's go. Gu Ning didn't want to waste time arguing with Zhang Shunlin, so she walked away with the others. Zhang Shunlin was scared by Ling Xiaoting's look, so he didn't dare to chase them. Nevertheless, when they were all gone, Zhang Shunlin wore an evil expression. When Yulan, let's see. I promise that you'll regret. In the Tang family's house, City B. It was Saturday, so the members of the Tang family were all home. Everyone was upset because of Tang Yunfan's condition. It's been 4 days. Why is Yunfan still unconscious? Tang Haifeng sighed. He had already sighed countless times today. Luckily, Tang Yunfan was only unconscious and his body was fine, while he was breathing normally. Otherwise, the Tang family would have been more worried. When the lunch was just over, Quan Mingkai quickly walked into the house. Master Tang, the board of directors somehow heard the news that Lord Tang is unconscious. So some of them are arguing to select a new chairman, said Quan Mingkai to Tang Haifeng. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng was displeased. He wasn't surprised that they would hear the terrible news because the truth always came out, but he was still mad, especially at the person who leaked the news. Tang Yunhang had warned everyone who knew the news not to leak it, but the news was still leaked out. Apparently, the person was scheming against them. Therefore, Tang Haifeng was furious. Whoever leaked the news, chase him or her out of the Tang family. There were only a few people who knew that Tang Yunfan was still unconscious, so it wasn't hard to find out who leaked the news. Sure, Master Tang, Quan Mingkai said. As for the board of directors, I'll go talk to them in person, Tang Haifeng said, standing up. Although Tang Haifeng was already in his early 70s, he was able to stay strong with the help of Gu Ning's pills, and he looked like a man around 50. He hadn't slept well these days because of Tang Yunfan's body condition, but he still had the ability to control the turmoil. All the members of the Tang family were worried about Tang Haifeng's health, but only he could resolve the crisis now. Tang Yunhang and Tang Yunrong were also shareholders of the Tang Huang Group, so they went to their company building along with Tang Haifeng. Although they were just shareholders, not managers, they had the right to speak. Black sheep were everywhere, and the Tang Huang Group was not excluded. Under Tang Yunfan's control, Tang Huang Group developed very well, but the bright future of a company lay on peace and harmony among its staff. However, ambitious people wouldn't always stay quiet. Therefore, once the news that Tang Yunfan was unconscious was leaked, those ambitious directors who always wanted to replace Tang Yunfan started to create chaos. They believed that Tang Haifeng was too old to manage such a large business group and there was no one else, except Tang Yunfan, in the Tang family who knew how to do business. So the board of directors had to select a new chairman from among themselves. Nevertheless, Tang Haifeng's appearance shocked them. To their astonishment, Tang Haifeng was still able to stay so healthy and strong. They thought that he would be an aged old man who could do nothing now. Besides, they had also heard that Tang Haifeng had heart disease. So most of them believed that he would be lying in bed sick after hearing what had happened to Tang Yunfan, which was the main reason those ambitious directors dared create chaos. Tang Haifeng had retired many years ago, but he was still an influential figure in the business group, and everyone still held great respect for him. The moment Tang Haifeng appeared, those ambitious directors became quiet. Of course, they just remained quiet for now, and it was impossible for them to give up their plans. In the broad meeting room, Tang Haifeng sat in the chairman's chair with a serious look, glancing at every director, which made them feel quite stressed. Master Tang, a country can never have an absent king, while a business group can never have an absent leader. Chairman Tang has been unconscious for many days, and we think it's time to select a new chairman for the sake of the company, Tang Deming said. He was the fourth principal shareholder of the Tang Huang Group, and was from the branch of the Tang family. The Tang family's business was a family business, so there were some members from the branch of the Tang family in the shareholders. Tang Haifeng had retired, so those directors called him Master Tang. I agree. If our business opponents find out that our chairman is absent, they'll seize the chance to attack us, Fu Kaiyu said. He was the seventh director in the board. Who told you that our chairman is absent? Master Tang is still healthy and strong, and I think that Master Tang can be the acting chairman till Chairman Tang is awake, Tang Jilin argued. He was the fifth director in the board. Tang Jilin was also from a branch of the Tang family, but he was loyal to the Tang family, so he was the first person who stood out and disagreed to select a new chairman. I agree with Jilin, the eighth director said. Tang Yunhang and Tang Yunrong, who were the second and third directors in the board, of course, stood by Tang Haifeng's side. In the end, among 9 directors in the board, 5 disagreed to select a new chairman, 2 abstained, and 2 agreed to do so. Since the majority disagreed, the proposal wouldn't stand. Tang Deming and Fu Kaiyu, who had the ambition to compete for the seat of chairman, were upset and annoyed, but they could do nothing about it. As long as Tang Haifeng was here, they could only wait for another good opportunity. Anyway, Tang Haifeng was an old man and he couldn't manage the company for long. If Tang Yunfan was unconscious forever or died, they would then have to select a new chairman. In addition, when Tang Yunfan was the chairman, they had no chance to unseat him, because they were frightened by his ways of controlling the company. Since Tang Yunfan was absent now, they could have enough time to prepare for their scheme. Tang Haifeng warned them seriously later. I don't know how you were able to hear the news that Yunfan is unconscious, but I don't want anyone else to hear about it. No matter who leaks the news, he's fired. Sure, Master Tang, they replied. Those who were loyal to Tang Huang Group, of course, wouldn't leak the news, while those ambitious directors also wanted to keep it a secret, in case their business opponents would seize the chance to attack Tang Huang Group, which could ruin their scheme. However, some people had a different idea. When the meeting was over, Tang Deming went back to his office and made a call. We need to adjust our plan. Tang Haifeng is the acting chairman now, Tang Deming said. What? Tang Haifeng is the acting chairman now? The person on the other side of the phone was greatly surprised, but then said airily, he's too old to manage such a large business group. No, he seems very healthy, Tang Deming said. It's fine. As long as Tang Yunfan stays unconscious, there will be no one else in the Tang family that can take over the company. The most important thing you need to do now is to bribe the 2 directors who have abstained, so that we'll have a better chance to win, the person said. No problem. I understand, Tang Deming said, then hung up. In a study on the second floor of a 3-story villa at a suburb near to City B, A middle-aged man in a black suit was sitting in front of a desk. He stared at his phone and looked evil. Tang Yunfan, good for you. You've dodged the bullet again and again. However, I won't allow it to happen again this time. At that moment, someone knocked on the door of the study. The man was cheered up at once. Come in. The door was pushed open by a young girl in her early 20s. She was pretty and tall. Dad, the girl called. Xinrui, welcome back. How was your interview in the Tanghuang group? The man asked. Tang Xinrui smiled and said with confidence, Dad, you know that I'm an excellent economics graduate from the best college in Country M, so I've been hired into the finance department. Very well. The man was satisfied. Your older brother is useless, so you must work hard. I promise that you'll be the heir of the Tanghuang group once we get control of it. Hearing that, Tang Xinrui was excited with her eyes full of ambition. Dad, don't worry. I won't let you down. Oh, Dad. I saw Master Tang today when I went for the interview in Tanghuang group, Tang Xinrui said. She was slightly worried. He seems very healthy, and I'm afraid that Tanghuang group won't be in chaos anytime soon. I know, but it's fine. We can let him be the acting chairman for a few days, the man said. He didn't believe that Tang Haifeng had the ability to manage the business group for a long time. Great. Dad, I trust you. May I leave now? Tang Xinrui said. Sure. The man said. Then Tang Xinrui left. It was impossible that Tang Yunfan alone could manage Tanghuang group so well, and he had many able assistants and business partners to help him. Tang Yunfan's two secretaries, Quan Mingkai and Yan Weiluan, were his best assistants who were also good at doing business. In addition, Quan Mingkai and Yan Weiluan had helped Tang Yunfan deal with many problems, so both of them were experienced. In that case, even if Tang Yunfan was absent for a while, Quan Mingkai and Yan Weiluan could also manage Tanghuang group well. If Tang Yunfan woke up soon, the company would be safe and prosperous as usual. Tang Haifeng didn't leave right after the meeting was over, but went to the chairman's office. Pay more attention to Tang Deming and Fu Kaiyu, Tang Haifeng said to Quan Mingkai and Yan Weiluan. Sure, they said. They were aware that Tang Deming and Fu Kaiyu were ambitious, but they didn't know that the two were actually secretly scheming with another person against Tang Yunfan. When Tang Yunfan was in the company, Tang Deming and Fu Kaiyu didn't dare conduct their plan. In fact, there had been 10 directors in the board, but Tang Yunfan had shut 2 of them out precisely because of their disloyalty. Even if they were founders of Tanghuang Group, they had already benefited a lot from the company. Tanghuang Group had never treated its staff or shareholders badly. Therefore, no matter who hurt the benefits of Tanghuang Group, he or she would be fired. In City G, Gu Man and the others had a tour in a shopping mall for 2 hours, but they didn't buy anything. Gu Man felt a little tired, so they had a break in a cafe. Gu Ning coincidentally noticed the cafe where she and Bai Shuyan had been last time, which was Alan's cafe, so they went there. Alan was also in the cafe during this time, so he went forward to welcome Gu Ning in person. Hi, Gu Ning. Nice to meet you. It's been a while. Seeing another man being so enthusiastic towards Gu Ning, Leng Xiaoting was slightly displeased, although he knew that they were just friends. However, Leng Xiaoting didn't show it on his face. Hi, Alan, Gu Ning said. Alan glanced at Gu Man and the others, then asked politely, Are these beautiful ladies your relatives? Hearing that, Gu Man and the other women were delighted. They were indeed very beautiful, even though they weren't young. Yes, Gu Ning said. Nice to meet you all. I'm Alan, Alan said. Alan, nice to meet you too, they said. Oh, there is also a handsome man. Is he your older brother or friend? Alan didn't ignore Leng Xiaoting because Leng Xiaoting was too outstanding to be ignored, and it seemed like Leng Xiaoting disliked him. Alan wasn't dumb, and he soon understood why Leng Xiaoting seemed cold to him. He's my friend, Gu Ning said. Welcome, Alan said to Leng Xiaoting. Although Leng Xiaoting disliked Alan, he remained polite. Hi, Leng Xiaoting said lightly. Alan didn't mind Leng Xiaoting's attitude, but said, Well, I won't bother you any further, and please feel free to let me know whenever you need anything. Alan didn't intend to charge them the fee of the meal in the cafe, but Leng Xiaoting insisted to pay it, which amused Gu-man and the others. Alan wanted to give them a discount but was also declined by Leng Xiaoting. When they left the cafe, it was only 4 p.m., so they went to Wen Yulan's place and planned to have dinner there. Gu Qinyang was out with his friends, so only Gu Qingshi and Gu Yin were home when Wen Yulan came back. However, when Wen Yulan, Gu-man and Gu Qing were cooking dinner, Wen Yulan's phone rang. The caller was Gu Qinyang, but the person who spoke on the phone was a stranger. "Are you Gu Qinyang's wife?" Hearing that, Wen Yulan had a feeling that Gu Qinyang was in trouble. "Yes, I am." "Who are you and where is my husband?" Wen Yulan was nervous. Hearing that, Gu Qing and Gu-man looked at Wen Yulan in confusion. "I'm Long Gu, from the Qing gang. Your husband, Gu Qinyang, has broken an antique vase which is worth 2 million yuan in the Dihao clubhouse. Take 2 million yuan to Dihao clubhouse within an hour, or you can't bear the result." After that, he hung up. "What?" Wen Yulan was totally shocked and almost fell on the ground. "What's wrong? What happened?" Gu Qing and Gu-man were worried. Qinyang is in trouble." Wen Yulan's face turned pale, and her voice was trembling. What happened to Qinyang?" Gu Qing and Gu-man were astonished. From Wen Yulan's reaction, they knew that it had to be a lot of trouble. Gu Ning heard their conversation and walked to the kitchen at once. Wen Yulan said in a trembling voice, "The man said that he's Long Gu from the Qing gang. Qinyang has broken an antique vase which is worth 2 million yuan in Dihao clubhouse. And if I can't take 2 million yuan to Dihao clubhouse within an hour, they'll..." Although Wen Yulan didn't know what they would do to Gu Qinyang specifically, it couldn't be good because they were members of the Qing gang. Wen Yulan almost cried. "What?" Hearing that, Gu Qing and Gu-man were also scared. Let alone ordinary people, even those who were rich or powerful were afraid to annoy the Qing gang, because the Qing gang would do anything for money. Gu Ning thought that it wasn't that simple, but before she got to know more details, she couldn't jump to conclusions. Since Gu Qinyang was in trouble, she had to help him out. "Don't worry. Xiaoting and I will bring Uncle Qinyang back," Gu Ning said to comfort them. But Gu-man was worried about Gu Ning's safety. "We'll be fine," Gu Ning said. "I know many important figures in the Qing gang, and they won't hurt Uncle Qinyang for my sake." Hearing that, Gu-man suddenly realized that several members of the Qing gang had attended the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry before, and they had even sent Gu Ning a gift which was worth over dozens of millions of yuan. Therefore, they chose to believe Gu Ning. At the same time, they were also worried that the Qing gang would hurt Gu Ning for money. It wasn't a bad thing to maintain a relationship with the Qing gang, but it could be harmful too. Nevertheless, Gu Ning was their only hope now, so they could only hope that Gu Ning would be fine. When Leng Xiaoting heard Gu Ning say that she knew some important figures in the Qing gang, he became a jealous lover. As long as Situ Yi was involved, he would be displeased, but he didn't show it on his face. "Xiaoting, please keep an eye on Ningning," Gu-man said to Leng Xiaoting when they walked out of the kitchen. Gu-man thought that Leng Xiaoting had to be strong enough to protect a girl, since he was a military officer. "Don't worry. I will," Leng Xiaoting said seriously, like it was a promise. Indeed, it was his promise. As long as he was by Gu Ning's side, he wouldn't allow anyone to hurt her. Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning then left for Dihao Clubhouse. Dihao Clubhouse was a 24-hour clubhouse, and it would only close on New Year's Eve. Once they entered Dihao Clubhouse, Gu Ning told the reception, "I'm here for Long Gu. Tell him Gu Qinyang's family is here." The reception called Long Gu at once, and Gu Ning along with Leng Xiaoting went to the number 7 private room on the 6th floor according to Long Ji's order. In the number 7 private room, Gu Qinyang hadn't been beaten or tied, but sat on the chair quietly. On the sofa across from Gu Qinyang, a man in his early 30s was smoking with his legs crossed. This man was precisely Long Gu, who was a middle manager of Dihao Clubhouse. Behind Long Gu, there were 4 strong men who followed Long Ji's lead, and Gu Qinyang was obviously scared of them. He, of course, couldn't afford 2 million yuan, and Gu Ning was his only hope now. However, he planned to pay her back in the future. After hanging up, Long Gu looked at Gu Qinyang and sneered. "Your family is here. If they come with enough money, you'll be lucky today. However, he didn't believe that Gu Qinyang's family could afford that much money. Hearing that, Gu Qinyang was relieved. Before long, someone knocked on the door of the private room. A young girl, followed by a man, walked in later. Long Gu was a little confused, because he had called Gu Qinyang's wife. Are they Gu Qinyang's daughter and son? He thought to himself. We're Gu Qinyang's family and we're here to take him home, Gu Ning said. The door closed behind them. Ning Ming. Seeing Gu Ning, Gu Qinyang almost cried in excitement. As long as Gu Ning was here, he would be safe. Long Gu was struck dumb for a second when he saw Gu Ning's face clearly. Then he jumped up from the sofa in shock. Are you Miss Gu? Gu Ning was a little surprised that the man recognized her. But she soon realized that it had to have been Sitayi who told some important members in the Qing gang to remember her face in order to protect her. Yes, I am, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Long Gu felt embarrassed. If Gu Qinyang was Gu Ning's family, he would be punished by Sitayi for annoying Gu Ning. I'm sorry, Miss Gu. I had no idea that Gu Qinyang is your family. Since you're here to take him home, you may leave right now. Long Gu panicked a little. He was worried that Gu Ning would be mad at him. Seeing Long Ji's attitude towards Gu Ning, Gu Qinyang was totally shocked. But he soon remembered that several members of the Qing gang had attended the opening ceremony of Jade Beauty Jewelry before. Nevertheless, he was still impressed by Gu Ning's network. It seemed that Gu Ning was really influential. Although Long Gu was being very polite, Gu Ning ignored his apologies. Well, I heard that my uncle broke an antique vase which is worth 2 million yuan, Gu Ning said. Can we go to the Antique Association to have it verified before we pay the money? Hearing that, Long Gu understood that Gu Ning wouldn't leave until she found out the truth. Therefore, he told her everything. After all, Gu Ning was his boss's friend, and he didn't dare annoy her. Miss Gu, in fact, the antique vase Mr. Gu broke was fake, Long Gu said carefully, in case Gu Ning would be mad at him. However, Gu Ning remained calm as usual. Obviously, it wasn't a surprising answer. From Gu Ning's face, Long Gu immediately knew that this young girl wasn't simple. What? It's fake. Gu Qinyang, on the other hand, almost shouted out. He couldn't understand why they did that to him. After that, Long Gu told them the details. It was Zhang Shunlin who had schemed against Gu Qinyang. Zhang Shunlin happened to know some people who were Gu Qinyang's friends, so he gave them money to let them help him call Gu Qinyang out and trap Gu Qinyang. Zhang Shunlin and Long Gu came from the same city, but they weren't actually close. Long Gu merely helped him for money. Zhang Shunlin turned to Long Gu for help and gave him 100,000 yuan. As for the 2 million yuan Gu Qinyang would have to pay for the vase, they would share it 50-50. Because of Situ Ye's order, members of the Qing gang hadn't moonlighted for a long time to make extra money. But Long Gu gave in to money and agreed this time. Unexpectedly, he made a wrong decision. Zhang Shunlin. Gu Qinyang clenched his teeth in anger. It was obvious that he had known Zhang Shunlin for a long time. Zhang Shunlin had chased Wen Yulan back when they had been in college. Once when Yulan had rejected him, he had spread rumors around that Wen Yulan only liked the rich and disdained the poor. Zhang Shunlin was merely a selfish man who didn't care about others' feelings. He only cared about his own benefit. If he had been a charming gentleman, he could have attracted girls' attention, like Gu Qinyang, who wasn't rich, but treat Wen Yulan very well. Besides, Zhang Shunlin never paid much attention to his appearance, which was one of the reasons girls wanted to keep a distance from him. This time, Gu Qinyang hated Zhang Shunlin the most. As for his so-called friends, he hated them too. To his astonishment, his friends would scheme against him just for money. Well, Long Gu, if you hear that anyone else is going to hurt my uncle, please give my uncle a helping hand if you don't mind, Gu Ning said politely. Of course, Long Gu said. If he had known that Gu Qinyang was Gu Ning's uncle, he wouldn't have trapped him. After figuring out the truth, Gu Ning didn't say anything further, but left with Gu Qinyang. However, Gu Ning had no intention to forgive Zhang Shunlin. Ning, thank you so much. If it hadn't been for you, I could have been beaten or killed. Gu Qinyang was still frightened. Well, I should apologize to you instead. If I hadn't criticized him in public, he probably wouldn't have trapped you, Gu Ning said and felt a little guilty. It wasn't the first time that when Yulan had met Zhang Shunlin, but Zhang Shunlin normally would make fun of her and wouldn't take actual actions to hurt when Yulan or Gu Qinyang. However, he had lost face in public last time when he had encountered Gu Ning in the shopping mall. So he would of course take revenge since he was so selfish. Ning, it's not your fault. Zhang Shunlin is a selfish backstabber. Gu Qinyang didn't blame Gu Ning, but hated Zhang Shunlin more than ever. He wasn't a weak man, and there was a long-standing grudge between him and Zhang Shunlin, but he had to tolerate it because he didn't have the ability to punish Zhang Shunlin. Uncle, how much do you know about Zhang Shunlin? Tell me about him. Gu Ning said to Gu Qinyang, not very much. I only know that he does equipment wholesale business and has dozens of millions of yuan in wealth, Gu Qinyang said. Leng Xiaoting understood what Gu Ning planned to do, so he said, let me handle it. Great. Gu Ning didn't reject. If Leng Xiaoting was willing to help her, she wouldn't mind, because she needed to give him some chances to prove his ability as her man. Gu Ning was so outstanding, and Leng Xiaoting sometimes felt like he was useless. He thought that it was his duty to protect his girl. Therefore, Leng Xiaoting was cheered up when Gu Ning agreed. Hearing their talk, Gu Qinyang understood that they were going to punish Zhang Shunlin and felt excited. Zhang Shunlin deserved it. After that, Gu Ning called Gu Man and told her that Gu Qinyang was fine. Although Gu Ning said that Gu Qinyang was fine, Gu Man, Gu Qing and Wen Yulan were still worried about his safety before they saw him in person. Gu Qingshi and Gu Yin, on the other hand, had no idea what their father had just been through and kept playing on their tablets. When Gu Ning and them got back, Wen Yulan was finally relieved after seeing that Gu Qinyang was fine. What happened? How did you break the Qing gang's antique vase? Wen Yulan asked Gu Qinyang. Gu Qinyang then told Wen Yulan everything. Hearing that it was Zhang Shunlin's scheme, Wen Yulan was furious at once. Zhang Shunlin had made fun of her, and he even wanted to trap them this time. 2 million yuan was a fortune for them, and it was impossible for them to pay it. Luckily, Gu Ning helped them, otherwise their family would be ruined. What a backstabber Zhang Shunlin is. I really want to beat him, Wen Yulan said in anger. Don't worry, Ning will handle it, Gu Qinyang said. Hearing that, Wen Yulan relaxed slightly. Since Gu Qinyang was safely home, they dropped the topic and enjoyed dinner. After the meal, Gu Ning received Bai Shuyan's call. Once Gu Ning answered the call, Bai Shuyan criticized Gu Ning on the phone. Gu Ning, why didn't you tell me that you're in City G now? Gu Ning immediately explained, I came here along with my mom and aunt just for a short trip, so I didn't tell anyone. Well, you could have told me, Bai Shuyan insisted. Gu Ning didn't know what to say. What? Aren't we friends? Bai Shuyan questioned. Gu Ning thought that it was hard to explain it to Bai Shuyan, so she remained silent. What? Aren't we? Bai Shuyan asked again. Yes, of course, Gu Ning said resignedly. What are you doing now? Bai Shuyan asked. I'm in my uncle's place, Gu Ning said. Why don't you come out and meet me? I'm in Alan's cafe, Bai Shuyan said. From Bai Shuyan's tone, Gu Ning understood that she was in a bad mood. All right, I'm coming, Gu Ning said. Great, Bai Shuyan was satisfied. After hanging up, Gu Ning told Gu Man that she was going to meet a friend in City G. Gu Man had heard their conversation on the phone, so she didn't stop Gu Ning. Since your friend invited you to meet her, we can go home right now. Shouting can send us back to clean water blue sky before driving you there, Gu Man said. It's so early now. Please stay for a while longer and Qinyang can send you home later, Wen Yulan said. Yes, Gu Qinyang echoed. Don't worry, we can get Shouting to send us home, Gu Man said. Gu Qinyang and Wen Yulan didn't insist but invited them to have a meal together tomorrow. Gu Man wasn't sure when they would be flying back to City F, so she didn't answer yet, but said that she would call them tomorrow. Since Gu Ning was going to meet Bai Shuyan, Gu Man thought that she would probably stay in a hotel for the night again. Ning, there is only one bed in your apartment. I think that either your aunt and I can stay in the hotel or you can stay in the hotel. What do you think? Gu Man said. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was cheered up. Gu Ning was amused by Leng Xiaoting's reaction. If she stayed in the apartment with her mother and aunt tonight, he probably wouldn't want to sleep alone. He seldom met with Gu Ning, so he wanted to spend as much time as possible with her. Even though they stayed together during the day, he had to keep an appropriate distance away from Gu Ning and had to mind his behavior. I can stay in the hotel, Gu Ning said. Although Gu Qing and Gu Man were worried about Gu Ning's safety, because she was a very beautiful young girl, they soon relaxed upon thinking about how good she was at Kung Fu. Oh, when will we fly back tomorrow? Gu Man asked. I'll check on the internet, but I think that we can fly back after lunch, Gu Ning said. After that, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting drove Gu Qing and Gu Man back to clean water blue sky. Then they left together. When they were gone, Gu Qing suddenly said to Gu Man, Man, don't you think that Ningning and Xiaoting are very close to each other? Are they boyfriend and girlfriend? Or is Xiaoting chasing Ningning? Although Leng Xiaoting never showed his love for Gu Ning in front of them, Gu Qing thought that he couldn't just be Gu Ning's normal friend given what he had done these last 2 days. However, Gu Qing was only guessing. She wasn't actually sure of it. Gu Man, on the other hand, was very surprised. She didn't realize that Leng Xiaoting treated Gu Ning really well until Gu Qing pointed it out. No way. Ningning is only 18, Gu Man said. She's already 18, so she's an adult now, Gu Qing said. Well, Gu Man frowned because she didn't want Gu Ning to have a boyfriend at such a young age. Seeing that Gu Man was worried, Gu Qing comforted her. I'm just guessing, so I could be wrong. To be honest, I think that Xiaoting is a reliable, handsome man. Even if he really is Ningning's boyfriend, it's not a bad thing. And he's a military officer after all, so he has to be an upright person. In many people's eyes, soldiers stood for honesty and loyalty. Anyway, Gu Qing had a great impression of Leng Xiaoting. I trust Ningning. She knows what she should do and shouldn't, Gu Qing added. Hearing that, Gu Man agreed. When Leng Xiaoting and Gu Ning were finally alone together, Leng Xiaoting stopped hiding his love for her. However, he was driving the car but kept giving her glances, which was dangerous. So Gu Ning said to him, Focus on the road. Stop glancing at me. We haven't spent much time with each other today, and we're finally alone together, so I have to seize the chance, Leng Xiaoting said in an aggrieved tone. Gu Ning rolled her eyes. He had actually made eyes at her many times when Gu Qing and Gu Man hadn't been paying much attention to them. Nevertheless, you're driving now and you have to be careful, Gu Ning said. Fine, I can wait till tonight, Leng Xiaoting said in amorous tone. Gu Ning felt like laughing, but didn't say anything further. Before long, they arrived at Alan's cafe. It was only 9 p.m., so there were many people in the cafe. Bai Shuyan was talking with Alan when Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting walked inside. Seeing Gu Ning coming, Bai Shuyan stood up at once and hugged her. Gu Ning, you're finally here. I missed you so much. Bai Shuyan behaved like they were a couple who had been separated from each other for a long time. Seeing Bai Shuyan hugging Gu Ning tightly in her arms, Leng Xiaoting was a little displeased. Gu Ning was his girl, and he wouldn't allow anyone else to hug her tightly. Bai Shuyan then noticed Leng Xiaoting, who was standing behind Gu Ning, and she was stunned by his outstanding appearance. Jesus, Gu Ning, is this your boyfriend? He's so handsome. Is he a star or something? He is my boyfriend, but not a star, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, Alan wasn't surprised, because he had sensed Leng Xiaoting's dislike today when they met each other for the first time. Have a seat, please, Gu Ning and Mr. Leng, Alan said. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting sat on one side, while Bai Shuyan and Alan sat on the other. Mr. Leng, please allow me to offer you free drinks this time. Alan smiled and said to Leng Xiaoting thanks. Leng Xiaoting said he wouldn't reject this time. He had rejected the free drinks last time because Gu Man had been there. Gu Man was his future mother-in-law after all, and he had to prove himself. Bai Shuyan glanced at Leng Xiaoting, and Gu Ning then said with obvious envy, Look at you two. You're meant to be together. Hearing that, Leng Xiaoting was pleased. Here is the menu. Please order as much as you want. It's all on Alan. Bai Shuyan gave the menu to Gu Ning. then glared at Alan like he was her enemy. Alan wore a wry smile, but he actually didn't mind how many drinks they ordered. Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting just had dinner and were already full, so they ordered 2 drinks and a plate of fruits. Bai Shuiyan, however, was displeased. Why did you order so little? We just had dinner and we're already full, Gu Ning said, blinking her eyes. Fine, Bai Shuiyan said. Give the menu to me, Bai Shuiyan said. Then she ordered 5 different types of snacks, a fruit salad and spaghetti. Gu Ning and Alan were both astonished. Can you eat all of that? Alan asked. What? Didn't you say it's your treat this time? Bai Shuiyan questioned him. Of course, Alan said. I'm just afraid that you'll hurt your stomach by eating too much. None of your business, Bai Shuiyan said, then ignored him. Alan then didn't say anything further. Their drinks and snacks were soon placed on the table, and Bai Shuiyan immediately started to eat alone. Gu Ning and Alan understood that she was in a bad mood and needed to vent her anger. After a short while, Alan stood up and left. What's wrong? It seems like you're in a terrible mood, Gu Ning asked. From Bai Shuiyan's attitude towards Alan, Gu Ning believed that Alan must have something to do with Bai Shuiyan's bad mood. She didn't know whether Alan knew that Bai Shuiyan liked him, but she couldn't see any hint of fondness for Bai Shuiyan from Alan. Anyway, it was hard to draw a conclusion from appearances. However, there was a huge age gap between them, so Gu Ning thought that it wasn't very likely that they would get together. Although as long as the two loved each other, age wasn't a problem, only a few people could make it happen. Alan was almost 30 years old, while Bai Shuiyan was only 17 years old. She wasn't even an adult yet, so she was just a teenager in Alan's eyes. Nothing, Bai Shuiyan said. Since Bai Shuiyan didn't want to say it right now, Gu Ning stopped asking. After a long while, Alan didn't come again, and Bai Shuiyan began to wear an absent-minded look. I'm done. Bai Shuiyan only finished a third of the food that she had ordered. Actually, she was already full, and she had ordered that much just to vent her anger. Gu Ning, he declined to be my boyfriend, Bai Shuiyan said all of a sudden. Gu Ning was surprised. To her astonishment, Bai Shuiyan already told Alan about her feelings towards him, and Alan had already declined to be her boyfriend. But why did Alan still seem fine to be around with Bai Shuiyan? He said that I'm too young to be his girlfriend and that I'm just a teenage girl in his eyes. But I'm already 17 years old now and I'll be an adult in 2 months, Bai Shuiyan said. He said that he likes mature, sexy women, but I will be a mature, sexy woman in a few years. Hearing that, Gu Ning didn't know what to say. It was their personal affair after all. How can he say that I'm too young to be his girlfriend? Isn't he too old to be my boyfriend? Bai Shuiyan said in anger. Right at this moment, Alan walked to them, and Bai Shuiyan closed her mouth at once. However, before Alan walked to their table, he was stopped by a woman halfway. Hi, Alan. The woman greeted Alan, and her voice sounded so gentle and alluring. The woman was tall and slim and had long, dark red hair with large waves, wearing a black tight-fitting sweater, a pair of black stockings, and red high heels. She looked very sexy and charming. Seeing that, Bai Shuiyan was extremely displeased, staring at the woman's back like she was going to tear her apart. Alan, on the other hand, seemed unwilling to see the woman, and disdain flashed through his eyes. However, out of politeness, Alan still greeted her. Hi, Miss Wu, may I help? Alan, can you sit with me for a while? The woman asked. I would love to, but my friends are there waiting for me, Alan said. What a shame. Well, actually I came here alone. If you don't mind, may I join you? The woman wouldn't let Alan go. In fact, Alan didn't come here often, while she was a frequent guest in order to meet him. Unfortunately, she rarely succeeded, so she definitely wouldn't let him go since she finally encountered him. Sorry, it's not up to me, Alan said. It was a gentle way to reject the woman. If the woman wasn't dumb, she would let him go right now. Sorry, no? Bai Shuiyan interrupted them. It's my reservation, and I don't want strangers to join us. Hearing that, the woman turned to look at Bai Shuiyan, and she was very displeased. Actually, she had already decided to leave since Alan said that, but what Bai Shuiyan said annoyed her, so she changed her mind. However, When Bai Shuyan saw the woman's face, she snorted with laughter. The woman had done plastic surgery so many times that her face looked really strange now. It wasn't hard to notice that her face was completely artificial now. "What's so funny?" The woman frowned and asked. "Nothing, nothing," Bai Shuyan said. But it was obviously a perfunctory answer, especially when she did her best not to laugh out loud. "You—" The woman was mad. She wasn't an idiot, and she knew that Bai Shuyan was laughing at her. "Please don't get mad, or your nose might move aside and your jaw could fall down and then you'd have to spend more money to adjust them," Bai Shuyan said, pretending to be considerate. "You—" The woman was angrier now. However, she was really worried that her nose would move aside and her jaw would fall down. So she didn't dare to move her facial muscles, but forced herself to calm down, which was quite amusing. "Alan." The woman turned to Alan for help. "Miss Wu, I'm so sorry. She's just a naughty child, so please forgive her." Alan apologized. It was also a perfunctory apology, and he wasn't scolding Bai Shuyan for it at all. The woman was in a rage now. A naughty child? She understood that Alan was on Bai Shuyan's side and it was meaningless to argue with them. So she glared at Bai Shuyan before she turned around, walking away. Although Alan didn't scold Bai Shuyan for what she had done, he disagreed with her rude and impulsive behavior. Bai Shuyan really was too young. Bai Shuyan probably didn't notice the dissatisfaction in Alan's eyes, but Guning did. Bai Shuyan truly wasn't his type, because Alan liked a mature woman or partner, while Bai Shuyan was simply an impulsive child. Leng Xiaoting also preferred to choose a mature girl to be his girlfriend. Guning knew that Leng Xiaoting was attracted to her precisely because she was far more mature than her age. If she was as impulsive as Bai Shuyan, Leng Xiaoting probably wouldn't like her. Even Guning disliked immature men. In fact, nobody wanted his or her partner to be a child forever, because it was very tiring. Alan came to them then said, "I'm sorry, I have to leave now. Please enjoy yourselves here." Hearing that, Bai Shuyan snorted with disdain, turning her head aside. Although it seemed she didn't care about Alan now, she actually felt quite disappointed because Alan left soon after she finally got a chance to meet him. However, she didn't understand that it was her own behavior that chased Alan away. Leng Xiaoting and Guning said goodbye to Alan then. After Alan was gone, Bai Shuyan lost her appetite, seeing that Guning could do nothing but act dumb. Right at that moment, Mrs. Bai called Bai Shuyan and urged her to go back home, so they left the cafe. Bai Shuyan had her own car, so Leng Xiaoting and Guning didn't send her home. On their way back to the hotel, Guning discussed what had happened between Alan and Bai Shuyan with Leng Xiaoting. Age isn't a problem, but they are totally different types of people, so it's hard for them to get along with one another, Leng Xiaoting said. In fact, he had also noticed Bai Shuyan's fondness towards Alan and Alan's dissatisfaction towards Bai Shuyan just then. "Then why do you like me?" Guning suddenly asked. "Well," Leng Xiaoting thought for a while before he opened his mouth. "My heart skipped a beat when I saw you for the first time, but it's undeniable that I'm attracted to your maturity. I think that we're the same type of people." Guning was right. Actually, Guning held the same opinion. If Leng Xiaoting had been an immature man, Guning wouldn't have fallen in love with him either. "Well, if I were as innocent or naive as my peers, would you still love me?" Guning asked. "I don't know because you're not, but what I do know is that you already occupy my heart," Leng Xiaoting said. "I know that you're a smart girl with morals, and I trust you." Leng Xiaoting had been with Guning for a long time, but they had never argued with each other. They loved each other a lot. Most importantly, they understood one another deeply. They were just talking about Bai Shuyan and Alan, but Guning somehow felt touched by Leng Xiaoting's words. Once they were back in the hotel, Leng Xiaoting pressed Guning on the bed. "Wait a second. I need to book plane tickets first." Guning pushed him away. Leng Xiaoting was reluctant to move away from Guning's body, but he knew that she had to book the plane tickets tonight. So he hugged her in his arms while she was booking plane tickets on the internet. However, Leng Xiaoting didn't stop his hands, but kept touching and rubbing Guning's body, which annoyed Guning. "Couldn't you stop for a while? I'm checking the plane tickets right now." Leng Xiaoting replied like he was innocent. "Go on." I won't prevent you from doing so. Gu Ning felt like laughing. The man must be tortured by his desire now. Gu Ning then removed his hands from her body and warned him. Don't touch my body for now, or you'll sleep alone. Fine, I'll leave you to it and I'll go take a shower first. Be quick. I want you when I get back, Leng Xiaoting said. Gu Ning flushed a little but didn't answer him. Leng Xiaoting then went into the bathroom. Gu Ning booked plane tickets for 2:50 p.m. tomorrow so that they could fly back after having lunch. Gu Ning didn't book a plane ticket for Leng Xiaoting because he couldn't go back with them on the same flight, but he would take the next flight. Since Gu Ning already booked the plane tickets, Leng Xiaoting didn't wait a second longer and directly pressed her against the bed, kissing her wildly. The next morning, Gu Ning would go back first after taking a shower and putting clothes on, while Leng Xiaoting would wait in the hotel for her call. All of a sudden, Gu Ning felt they were like having an affair. Even though they were boyfriend and girlfriend, it wasn't the right time to reveal their real relationship yet. Before Gu Ning left, Leng Xiaoting kissed Gu Ning for a long time and didn't let her go until she was out of breath. Gu Ning glared at him afterwards. Ning Ning, don't you know that your glare isn't threatening at all, but is quite alluring instead? Leng Xiaoting breathed deeply to calm himself down in case he would lose control of himself and press her against the bed again. You? Gu Ning flushed, then ran away. When she had just walked out of the hotel, she received Master Bai's call. Gu Ning wore a wry smile when she saw the caller's name. Bai Shuyan must have told Master Bai that she was in City G. Hi, Master Bai. Hi. Why didn't you tell me that you came to City G? Master Bai raised his voice on the phone. Gu Ning immediately explained. I just came here with my mother and aunt for a short trip, so I didn't call you. Are you free today? Master Bai asked. Gu Ning understood that if she said yes, Master Bai would arrange a meal to meet her. Gu Ning didn't want him to bother, so she said, I'm sorry, Master Bai. I've already booked the plane tickets and will be going back to City F soon. Fine, but you have to spare some time to meet us the next time you come here, Master Bai said. He was a considerate old man. Sure, Gu Ning replied. In the Tang family's house, City B. That afternoon, Zhao Yiru, a college professor who just came back from a foreign country, visited Tang Haifeng. After hearing what had happened to Tang Yunfan, an idea dawned on Zhao Yiru. Well, I can probably explain it, but I'm afraid that you won't believe me. Just tell us. Tang Haifeng urged him. Everyone in the Tang family's house looked at Zhao Yiru with anticipation. Zhao Yiru then opened his mouth. I heard that when someone is healthy but stays unconscious, it is because he isn't willing to wake up. Normally, the person may have an obsession and he can't get rid of it, so he's trapped by his dream and won't wake up. Isn't this superstition? Tang Yunhang looked doubtful. Well, it sounds like it could be true. Tang Haifeng, on the other hand, thought that it was possible. Anyway, there was no reasonable explanation till now. Quan Mingkai, at this time, frowned tightly because he knew Tang Yunfan very well, and he understood that Tang Yunfan's obsession must be the memory dating back to 18 years ago. Tang Yunfan had lost control of himself because of it many times. Mr. Zhao, how can we wake him up in that case? Quan Mingkai asked. If his obsession is a specific thing, we can help him finish it. Then repeatedly tell him by his ears that it's already done and he'll relax and wake up. If his obsession is a person, then we need the person to talk to him and he might wake up then, Zhao Yiru said. If it's real, we have to find out what Yunfan's obsession is, Chao Ruihua said. Although he was doubtful as well, he didn't want to miss any chance to wake Tang Yunfan up. Exactly. However, none of us know what it is. Tang Yunfan had kept a distance from everyone in the Tang family, so nobody knew him that well. If we can't figure out his obsession, will he stay unconscious forever? Tang Yunrong was worried. Not really, we can have someone talk to him all the time. Say something important to him and he will probably wake up, but it isn't very effective compared with the way of figuring out his obsession. All in all, it's just a rough guess, Zhao Yiru said. Although it was just a rough guess, he thought that it was highly possible. In the beginning, Quan Mingkai hesitated to tell the Tang family the shocking secret, but it seemed like he had to do it right now for Tang Yunfan's safety. So he opened his mouth. I think that I probably know what Lord Tang's obsession is. Quan Mingkai believed that it had to be Tang Yunfan's obsession, but he remained cautious. What? Really? Everyone looked to Quan Mingkai, shocked. Quan Mingkai nodded, then said seriously, although I'm not 100% sure, I think that it's highly possible. In fact, Lord Tang went to City F to do a specific thing which is also his obsession. What is it? Tell us now. Tang Haifeng was very excited. Tell us, everyone urged Quan Mingkai. To meet Gu Ning and her mother, Quan Mingkai said. Doesn't everyone think that Gu Ning closely resembles Lord Tang? In fact, Gu Ning is Lord Tang's biological daughter. What? Hearing that, everyone rounded his or her eyes in shock. After the shock, they were all excited and delighted. Gu Ning had already left a great impression on them, and they also had accepted her as a member of their family. So it was actually good news if Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter. Most importantly, Tang Yunfan finally had his own child. Tang Yunfan's family was always worried that he would stay alone forever. In addition, they didn't care whether Gu Ning would compete against them for their family property. Money was just a string of numbers in their eyes, and they valued family far above wealth. Even if Gu Ning became the sole heiress, nobody would disagree, because Tang Yunfan alone had built the Tang family's family business to be so successful, and it was totally reasonable if he wanted to leave his business to his daughter. Really? Tang Haifeng was excited as well as nervous. Although they haven't done a DNA test yet, I'm confident it's real. If it's a coincidence that Gu Ning closely resembles Lord Tang, would it be another coincidence that Lord Tang thinks that he must have met Gu Ning and her mother somewhere before? If coincidences happen a lot, it could be the truth, Quan Mingkai said. Hearing that, Tang Haifeng was finally relieved, but he was still very excited. Then what are we waiting for now? Send a private jet to pick Gu Ning and her mother up right now, so that Yunfan can wake up, Tang Yunrong said anxiously. Tang Haifeng, however, criticized her. Do you think it's that easy? Hearing that, everyone was confused and looked to Tang Haifeng. Although it's important to wake Yunfan up as soon as possible, it's also important to help Gu Ning acknowledge her roots and ancestors and welcome her mother back to the Tang family. Are you simply using them as tools to wake Yunfan up? Tang Haifeng said. Hearing that, everyone realized that what Tang Yunrong had just said was indeed a little selfish. Although Tang Yunfan was an important figure in the Tang family, his biological daughter and his wife were also their family members. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. Tang Yunrong apologized at once. When can we go to pick them up? We don't need to rush, Tang Haifeng said. He had to know more details before he took action. Although Yufan left Ningning's mother because of a car accident 18 years ago, it won't change the fact that he left Ningning's mother when she was pregnant. It must have hurt Ningning and her mother deeply, and Ningning's mother must have been under great pressure when she decided to give birth to Ningning. They also could have lived a hard life throughout the past years. If they hate Yunfan, they would probably be unwilling to see him again, Tang Haifeng said. Well, everyone remained silent now. What Tai Haifeng had said hit the point. Tang Yunfan had left Gu Ning and her mother because of a car accident, but it was an undeniable fact that he had hurt them deeply. They all hoped that Gu Ning and her mother could forgive Tang Yunfan, but talk was cheap, and they couldn't make the decision for others. Then what should we do now? Tang Yunrong asked worriedly. Tang Haifeng asked Quan Mingkai. Mingkai, do Ningning and her mother know? It seems like they already know, but Lord Tang was in a car accident again before they were able to accept each other as family, Quan Mingkai said. What twists of fate the accidents were. What do they think of Yunfan? Tang Haifeng asked. Ms. Gu was very worried about Lord Tang, but I don't know much about their relationship, Quan Mingkai said. Tang Haifeng relaxed slightly. They still had hope after all. I'll call Ningning right now, Tang Haifeng said before walking back to his study. When he was in his study, he didn't call Gu Ning right away, but adjusted his emotions first. When Gu Ning received Tang Haifeng's call, she was eating. Seeing the caller's name, Gu Ning sensed that something must have happened to Tang Yunfan. Gu Ning didn't want Gu Man to be affected because of Tang Yunfan, so she walked out to answer the call. Hi, Grandpa. Gu Ning answered the call. Hi, girl Gu. What are you doing now? Tang Haifeng did his best to calm himself down, but he still sounded excited and nervous. I'm eating now. Grandpa, did anything new happen to Uncle Tang? Gu Ning asked with concern. Tang Haifeng was a little relaxed when he heard that Gu Ning was worried about Tang Yunfan. However, he felt a little sad when Gu Ning addressed Tang Yunfan as her Uncle Tang. Tang Yunfan was Gu Ning's biological father, but they had to keep a distance away from each other before they accepted each other as family. Yes, but we need your help, Tang Haifeng said. What can I do? Gu Ning asked. One of my friends told me that Yunfan can't wake up is because he's trapped by his obsession, Tang Haifeng said. He didn't tell Gu Ning everything at once because he wanted to see her reaction. Obsession. Gu Ning cocked her eyebrow a little. What is it? Gu Ning didn't know that Tang Haifeng had already found out her real relationship with Tang Yunfan, so she didn't understand what he was talking about. Girl Gu, do you know why you closely resemble Yunfan? Tang Haifeng suddenly asked. Hearing that, Gu Ning immediately realized what Tang was talking about. Since he already found out, Gu Ning said it plainly. Yes, I know. What do you and your mother think of Yunfan? Do you hate him? Tang Haifeng was nervous. Gu Ning understood that Tang Haifeng was worried. Grandpa, we don't hate him, because it was an accident and none of us wanted it to happen, Gu Ning said gently. In fact, I found out that Uncle Tang is my biological father a while ago, but he lost his memory, so I didn't point it out. After that, Uncle Tang found out himself and did some investigation. I have also laid my cards on the table before him because I want my mother to live a happy life. In the beginning, he planned to regain his memory before meeting my mother, because he thought that it's only fair. However, my mother encountered some trouble later, so he decided to advance the meeting with my mother. Unfortunately, he was in a car accident on his way to City F, Gu Ning said. Hearing what Gu Ning had just said, Tang Haifeng was finally relieved and burst into tears. Girl Gu, thank you so much for your understanding. We owe you and your mother a lot, and we do hope that you can give us a chance to make it up to you so that you can accept us, especially your father, as your family? Tang Haifeng said with sincerity. Gu Man was the only woman Tang Yunfan loved and Gu Ning was his only child too. So Tang Haifeng sincerely hoped that they could accept the Tang family and join them. Although they didn't know much about Gu Ning or Gu Man yet, they valued family above anything else. It wasn't a common thing among the super-rich families, because Gu Ning was very likely to be the heir of the Tang Huang group and take away the property from other members in the Tang family. Of course, Gu Ning had no intention to do that, because she preferred to build up her own business empire by herself. Grandpa, don't worry, I don't have any grudge against the Tang family. My mother and Uncle Tang need some time to get familiar with one another again. But the most important and urgent thing we have to deal with now is to wake him up, Gu Ning said. Before they accepted each other as family, she still called Tang Yunfan Uncle Tang. Oh, you're right. Tang Haifeng realized that it was too early to discuss that now, because Tang Yunfan hadn't woken up yet. Moreover, Gu Man also had the right to make the decision on her own, and they couldn't force her to do what they wanted. Tang Haifeng inhaled deeply to calm himself down, then opened his mouth. Mingkai said that Yunfan's obsession is your mother and you. If you can talk to him, he might wake up. Hearing that, Gu Ning's eyes lit up at once. She thought that it was highly possible to be true. Otherwise, why was Tang Yunfan still unconscious, even though his body was in good condition? Gu Ning had already witnessed the reality of magical power, zombies, and Een, so it wasn't difficult for her to believe that obsession could also be true. Even though it might not be because of obsession, Gu Ning would give it a try as long as it was possible. If so, I'm more than willing to do that, but I have to discuss it with my mother first, Gu Ning said. She had to respect Gu Man's opinions. Sure, Tang Haifeng said excitedly. Although Gu Ning hadn't agreed yet, he knew that she was willing to help them. Girl Gu, if you've made your decision, call me and I'll send a private jet to pick you up, Tang Haifeng said. No problem. Gu Ning and Gu Man could actually fly there on their own, which could save a lot of time too. But Gu Ning still accepted Tang Haifeng's proposal because they had their dignity. The Tang family had to show their kindness and be respectful of Gu Ning's as well as Gu Man's importance so that Gu Ning and Gu Man would accept them as family. Gu Ning also hoped that Gu Man and Tang Yunfan could be happy together in the future. But she wouldn't allow anyone in the Tang family to disrespect Gu Man. Gu Ning didn't care about the wealth and influence of the Tang family. Even if Tang Yunfan was an ordinary man or even a beggar, she would still be supportive as long as he treated Gu Man well. After hanging up, Gu Ning went back to the private room. Ning, you've been out on the phone for so long. Was it really important? Gu Man asked with concern. Gu Ning didn't hide it but told her directly, Grandpa Tang just called me. Hearing that, Gu Man's body stiffened a little. She subconsciously thought that it had to be something about Tang Yunfan. What happened to him? She asked in a hurry. Grandpa Tang said that a friend of his told him that Uncle Tang is still unconscious because he's trapped by his obsession, and his obsession is you and me. If we can talk to him, he might wake up. So Grandpa Tang called me and asked me whether we're willing to do so, Gu Ning said. Grandpa Tang also said that he hopes that we can join the Tang family as their family. What do you think? Well, Gu Man didn't know what to do now. She was, of course, willing to help Tang Yunfan, but she wasn't mentally prepared yet to be a member of the Tang family right now. Besides, upon thinking about it, she would panic. Mom, don't worry. Just follow your heart and make a choice, Gu Ning said. In Gu Ning's eyes, the Tang family was barely comparable to Gu Man, just like Tang Yunfan was irreplaceable for the Tang family. If she had to make a choice between them, Gu Ning wouldn't hesitate to choose Gu Man over the Tang family, and the Tang family would choose Tang Yunfan over Gu Ning and Gu Man too. Man, Ning is right. Don't think too much and just follow your heart, Gu Qing said. She also hoped that Gu Man could live a happy life in the future, but it wasn't an easy choice. If Gu Man had no feelings for Tang Yunfan or failed to love him again, she could give it up. Gu Man remained silent for a while, then said, I can help him, but I need time to see how it goes between him and me. Sure, then I'll call Grandpa Tang now, and he'll arrange a private jet to pick us up, Gu Ning said. Tang Yunfan was in an urgent situation now, and they had nothing important to deal with in City F, so they decided to go to City B first. Aunt, do you mind going back alone? Gu Ning asked Gu Qing. Of course not. Don't worry about me. I can get your uncle to pick me up at the airport, Gu Qing said. She was very considerate. In the Tang family's house, everyone asked Tang Haifeng for the result once. He hung up the call with Gu Ning and walked back to the living hall. Tang Haifeng told them about what Gu Ning had said to him on the phone, and they all relaxed knowing that Gu Ning and her mother didn't hate Tang Yunfan. That was all they hoped for. In addition, they also understood that Gu Ning had to discuss with her mother first whether they should come and help to wake Tang Yunfan up. Since Gu Ning and Gu Man needed time to accept them as their family, they were willing to wait as well. As long as Gu Man didn't hate Tang Yunfan, it was highly possible that she would get together with him again for the sake of their child, Gu Ning. Right at this moment, Tang Haifeng's phone rang, and the caller was Gu Ning. Seeing the caller's name, Tang Haifeng was excited as well as worried, because he didn't know whether Gu Ning and her mother would agree or disagree. Although he thought that it was more likely to be an affirmative answer, he was still nervous. Girl Gu, are you willing to come? Gu Ning said. Yes, my mother also agreed. Really? Tang Haifeng was cheered up at once. When will you come? I'll arrange a private jet right away. Anytime, Gu Ning said. Great. I'll send the private jet to pick you up right now, Tang Haifeng said in a hurry. He couldn't wait a second longer to meet Gu Ning and Gu Man now. Oh, will you stay in the Tang family's house? Or your own house? He asked that question out of respect. We'll stay in my house, Gu Ning said. They would feel a little uneasy if they stayed in the Tang family's house at the moment. No problem, Tang Haifeng said. Gu Ning then told Tang Haifeng their detailed location in City G before hanging up, and Tang Haifeng immediately arranged a private jet to pick them up. After that, he told Tang Yunrong to prepare some clothes for Gu Ning and Gu Man because they directly came from City G and probably didn't bring a change of clothes with them. Moreover, they could often stay in City B, so it was necessary to prepare clothing for them. However, they had only met Gu Ning and had no idea about Gu Man's stature. Luckily, Quan Mingkai knew it. Hearing that Gu Man resembled Gu Ning in body type, but was a little shorter than her, Tang Yunrong went to prepare without delay. As a lady from a super-rich family, Tang Yunrong had very good taste of clothing. Ever since Gu Ning had made the decision to fly to City B, Leng Xiaoting seemed a little upset, because he was afraid that he couldn't spend much time alone with Gu Ning if Gu Ning flew to City B with Gu Man. However, when he heard that Gu Ning wouldn't stay in the Tang family's house, but in her own house, his face lit up at once. Seeing Leng Xiaoting's reactions, Gu Ning was amused and felt that he really was like a child who would be happy immediately if she gave him a candy. In fact, Gu Ning really was a sweet candy in Leng Xiaoting's eyes, and he was reluctant to let it go. Gu Qing would fly to City F at 2:50 p.m., and it was still around 3 hours away from the departure time. The private jet sent by Tang Haifeng would arrive at City G in 3 hours too. When Gu Qing, Gu Man and Gu Ning left for the airport together, Leng Xiaoting drove them there. Gu Qing and Gu Man felt a little embarrassed. Shouting, "Will it be a waste of your time?" Gu Man asked. "Not at all. My vacation isn't over yet and I'm free after all," Leng Xiaoting said. Hearing that, Gu Man relaxed. When they arrived at the airport, they sent Gu Qing to the lounge first. Then the rest of them went to a VIP lounge waiting for the private jet. Ning Ning, shouldn't we take the boarding cards first? Gu Man was confused when Gu Ning guided her, walking straight to the VIP lounge, because she didn't know that Tang Haifeng sent a private jet to pick them up. "It's a private jet, so we can go aboard when it lands," Gu Ning said. "What?" Gu Man was surprised. To her astonishment, the Tang family sent a private jet to pick them up. Thinking of the helicopter that had come to pick Tang Yunfan up last time, Gu Man felt more nervous now because she sensed that the Tang family wasn't a common rich family. "Ning Ning, what does the Tang family do?" Gu Man asked in the end. Gu Ning understood why Gu Man was nervous, and she didn't want Gu Man to abase herself in front of the Tang family. So she comforted Gu Man. "The Tang family is a very influential family, but Mom, your daughter isn't weak either. You can be 100% confident to face them and don't feel stressed. The Tang family values family most. Don't worry." Gu Man relaxed a little after Gu Ning's comfort, but she still had no idea that the Tang family was actually the richest family in City B. Gu Ning hadn't told her yet, because she didn't want Gu Man to be too stressed out. Seeing Leng Xiaoting staying by their side the entire time, Gu Man said to him, "Xiaoting, you don't need to accompany us all the time. If you need to deal with something, please feel free to leave. It's fine. I have nothing else to deal with and I can stay here with you," Leng Xiaoting said. Since he said so, Gu Man didn't insist. Half an hour later, the private jet arrived. The airport staff drove Gu Man, Gu Ning and Leng Xiaoting over. When they arrived at the front of the private jet, there was someone already waiting for them. Leng Xiaoting didn't leave until they were all aboard. He then went to take the plane ticket that he had just booked and called AI Weichen. AI Weichen said that he would send someone to take his car back. The flight Leng Xiaoting was going to take would take off after 50 minutes, which was the earliest airplane he could book. 3 hours later, the Tang family's private jet landed at the airport of City B. Once they got off the plane, they took an exclusive car to the Tang family's house. On the way, Gu Man was very nervous, so Gu Ning held her hands the entire time to comfort her. "Ning Ning, should we bring some gifts?" Gu Man asked. For now, Gu Man was still a guest for the Tang family, so she thought that it would be polite if she brought some gifts to visit them. "It's fine, Mom," Gu Ning said. "We're not guests." At least, they soon wouldn't be guests any longer. Although Gu Man still felt that it was a little impolite, she listened to Gu Ning as usual. The moment the car entered the large house of the Tang family, Gu Man was totally stunned by the beautiful spacious yard and the grand main building. Jesus! The Tang family's house is so large. Members of the Tang family were already waiting for them at the gate with great anticipation. Seeing that Gu Man was getting increasingly nervous, Gu Ning held her hands tightly and said, "Mom, relax." Nevertheless, Gu Man still couldn't help feeling very nervous. "Ning Ning, do I look good in my clothes?" Gu Man asked. "Yes, you do," Gu Ning said with a smile. When the car stopped at the main building, a servant came to open the car door for them without delay. Gu Ning and Gu Man then got out of the car, walking to the members of the Tang family who were waiting for them. Gu Man looked at them, but didn't know what to say. Is she Gu Ning's mother? They were also surprised when Gu Man showed up. Gu Man looked so much younger than her real age, and she looked like Gu Ning's elder sister when they walked together. Girl Gu, hi. Tang Haifeng welcomed them with excitement. Hi, Grandpa and everyone. So sorry to keep you waiting, Gu Ning said, then greeted them one by one. This is my mother, Gu Man. Nice to meet you. They greeted Gu Man, nice to meet you too. Gu Man greeted them at once, but she felt very uneasy. Afterwards, Gu Ning introduced the members of the Tang family to Gu Man. I'm so sorry for what you've experienced during the past years. Tang Haifeng almost cried, apologizing to Gu Man with sincerity. Gu Man was the younger generation when compared with Tang Haifeng, so Tang Haifeng felt like she was just like one of his children. Master Tang, please don't say that. Gu Man panicked a little when Tang Haifeng apologized to her with tears in his eyes. I don't feel aggrieved at all. Indeed, Gu Man didn't feel aggrieved at all. She had been willing to give birth to Gu Ning because she loved Ning, who was Gu Ning's father. She wouldn't take Tang Yunfan as Ning and love him now exactly like she had loved Ning, because they were different in her eyes, so she needed time to get along with Tang Yunfan. I understand. Tang Haifeng sighed, and he seemed very sad. At that moment, Tang Yunhang interrupted them. All right, let's get inside now. It's very cold outside. Oh right, it is very cold outside. Let's go inside. Tang Haifeng immediately invited Gu Ning and Gu Man to walk into the house. Do you feel tired now after the flight? You can have a rest first before we go to see Yunfan together, Tang Haifeng said. He was very considerate. Gu Ning and Gu Man followed his lead and sat down on the sofa. Seeing that Gu Man was very nervous, Zhang Lihua and Tang Yunrong chatted with her to help her relax, and after a while Gu Man gradually relaxed. Before long, Gu Ning received Lung Shouting's message. He had arrived at City B2. Gu Ning didn't have time to meet him now, so he would take care of himself. After sitting for half an hour in the living hall, Gu Ning and Gu Man followed Tang Haifeng to Tang Yunfan's room. The others didn't follow them, in case Gu Man would be nervous, and the room would be cramped if there were too many people. Once they were in Tang Yunfan's room, both Tang Haifeng and Gu Man seemed very sad. Please don't be too stressed. Just do what can you, and it'll be enough, Tang Haifeng said to Gu Man. I will. Gu Man replied but still felt a little stressed. Tang Haifeng then left the room, in case Gu Man would feel uneasy if he was there. Ning Ning, what should I say? Gu Man asked Gu Ning. Gu Ning thought for a while then said, you can talk to him about something that happened after you met each other, and what you've been through when he suddenly disappeared. Let him know that you've lived a hard life, so that he'll feel guilty and wake up. Even though it was painful for Gu Man to uncover her mental scars, if Tang Yunfan could wake up or regain his memory, it would be worth doing it. In addition, it was Gu Man's choice to come here, and she was ready for it. Gu Ning then walked downstairs and left Gu Man alone in the room. In the living hall, Tang Haifeng, Tang Yunhang and Chao Ruihua were there together, while Tang Yunrong, Zhang Lihua along with a domestic servant were busing preparing dinner in the kitchen. Both Tang Yunrong and Zhang Lihua were from super rich families, and they had never done housework before, but they had learned to do some ever since they had gotten married. Girl Gu, I used to wish that you could be a member of our family because you resemble Yunfan a lot. Unexpectedly, you are, Tang Haifeng said when Gu Ning walked to them. He still felt that it was very unreal because he was so afraid that it was just a dream. Gu Ning could sense Tang Haifeng's sincerity, and she smiled. In fact, I had the same thought when you mentioned Uncle Tang back in City Ting, so I investigated. I was sure back then that Uncle Tang could be my biological father, but Uncle Tang had lost his memory about my mother, so I didn't tell anyone about it. Instead, I decided to wait for a good time to bring it up. However, when I came to the Tang family's house for the first time, Uncle Tang was affected and investigated later. I bet you all already know the things that happened after. Please forgive me for secretly investigating Uncle Tang, and because I didn't tell you the truth at the very beginning. When everyone heard that Gu Ning had already found out when they had been in City Tang, they were all shocked. Chao Ruihua and Tang Yunhang had suspected that Gu Ning approached the Tang family on purpose before, but it was quite a surprise for them that Gu Ning actually was one of their family members. Of course we won't blame you. Although I do feel that it was a shame that you didn't tell us at the very beginning. I understand your decision, Tang Haifeng said. It also proved that Gu Ning did not maintain a close relationship with them for money. Gu Ning knew Tang Haifeng wouldn't blame her, but she wouldn't feel relieved until he said it in person. Oh, we're prepared some clothes for you and your mother in the car in case you didn't bring a change of clothes with you, and you can take them back to your house tonight. If you don't like them, you can go shopping at Fengshang Shopping Mall when you're free. Tang Haifeng said. Gu Ning was surprised that Tang Haifeng was so considerate and she accepted it. Thanks, Grandpa. Haha, we're a family after all, Tang Haifeng said. Although Gu Ning and Tang Yunfan hadn't accepted each other as family yet, Tang Haifeng had already accepted Gu Ning as his biological granddaughter. Gu Ning smiled, and her silence showed her willingness to join the Tang family as their new family member. Oh, where is Jakai? Gu Ning asked. She hadn't seen Tang Jakai ever since she had entered the Tang family's house. He's been in his school recently and he's busy this weekend, so he didn't come back. We haven't told him about what happened to Yunfan yet, Tang Haifeng said. In Tang Yunfan's room, Gu Man sat by the bedside, holding his hand, talking to him. Ning, I know you lost your memory about us, so let me tell you now. His name wasn't Tang Yunfan 18 years ago, so Gu Man called him Ning. Do you know why I named our daughter Gu Ning? It's because your name was Ning. 18 years, oh no, 19 years ago to be specific, I met you. You had been injured all over your body. I took you to the hospital, but you told me that you had forgotten everything when you woke up and you wouldn't let me go. To be honest, my heart skipped a beat when I saw you for the first time because you were so handsome and charming. However, you lost your memory when we met each other and I don't know whether you were married or not. So I intentionally kept a distance from you. Well, I still fell in love with you in the end. I remember everything that happened between us. Once when a man sexually insulted me in my workplace, you stood up for me and beat him down on the ground. You were injured too. Once when, Gu Man told many details of her old memories. You were very outstanding in work too, and you became a supervisor after having worked in a company for only half a year, and you were gradually promoted to be the manager of the planning department. However, you were caught in a car accident, which was the beginning of our 18 years separation. In the beginning, I wanted to kill myself, but I found out that I was already pregnant, so I persuaded myself to live my life for the sake of our baby. When it was almost 7 p.m., Gu Ning went upstairs to tell Gu Man to come have dinner with them. Gu Man had already spent 2 hours in Tang Yunfan's room. It wasn't necessary to talk to Tang Yunfan for a whole day, and Gu Man could do it for around 2 hours in the morning and in the afternoon. It was tiring to talk for nearly 4 hours a day, and Gu Man needed rest as well. When Gu Man walked out, she looked haggard with red swollen eyes. Ning, I don't think that I'm in a good condition to meet them, Gu Man said. It's fine. Don't worry about it. Gu Ning held Gu Man's hands and secretly put her power into Gu Man's body to help Gu Man recover and cheer Gu Man up. However, Gu Ning didn't help Gu Man recover completely back to normal. If Gu Man looked normal as usual after seeing Tang Yunfan in danger, the others might think that she was cold-blooded. Therefore, Gu Man still appeared with her slightly haggard face. Nobody thought that she wasn't beautiful anymore but had deep sympathy for her. All the members in the Tang family felt guilty, but they didn't know what to say because they all hoped that Tang Yunfan would wake up as soon as possible. During dinner, Tang Yunrong and Zhang Lihua kept putting all kinds of dishes into Gu Man's bowl and told her to eat as much as she could. Gu Man actually had a poor appetite after crying and talking for 2 hours in Tang Yunfan's room. Even so, she did her best to eat as much as she could in order to not worry Tang Yunrong and Zhang Lihua. When Leng Xiaoting arrived at City B, he sat in a restaurant waiting for Gu Ning. Leng Xiaoting's outstanding appearance attracted a lot of attention from women around him, but many of them didn't dare to strike up a conversation with him because he seemed very cold. However, one woman was an exception. Because there was heating in the restaurant, many people took off their coats after they came in. And the woman who came to Leng Xiaoting's table was wearing a tight-fitting, low-cut red sweater with a hip-hugging skirt that outlined her alluring figure. Accompanied by her delicate features and makeup look, she was able to win most men's hearts. However, Leng Xiaoting only loved Gu Ning, so he disliked any woman who struck up a conversation with him. "Hey, may I sit here?" the woman asked in a sexy tone, but it was quite disgusting in Leng Xiaoting's ears. "No," he said plainly, and the smile immediately froze on the woman's face. It was the very first time that a man had rejected her in public. Even so, the woman didn't want to give up because the man was so handsome. "Hey, don't be so. Leave me alone." Before the woman could finish, Leng Xiaoting opened his mouth again and gave her a cold glance. The woman was scared and felt utterly embarrassed, so she left in a hurry. Such things had happened many times. When Gu Ning and Gu Man finished dinner, they went back to Huafu Hills. They would come again at 9 o'clock tomorrow morning. Tang Yunhang drove them back to Huafu Hills in person, and Gu Ning could drive her car to the Tang family's house tomorrow. The car entered Huafu Hills and stopped in front of a beautiful house. When Gu Man saw the house, she was totally shocked. To her astonishment, the Tang family was so generous. Gu Ning had told Gu Man that the Tang family had given her a house before they went to visit them. But Gu Man didn't know that the house was so luxurious and was located in City B. The housing price was extremely high in City B, and this house had to be worth over dozens of millions of yuan. After they got out of the car, Tang Yunhang took out two 20-inch suitcases from its trunk. Gu Ning's clothes were in one of them, and Gu Man's were in another. "What are these?" Gu Man was confused. "Grandpa Tang told my two aunts to prepare some clothes for us, in case we didn't bring a change of clothes with us from City G," Gu Ning explained. "Well," Gu Man was surprised that the Tang family was so considerate. "Please pass on my thanks to Master Tang," Gu Man said to Tang Yunhang. Actually, they could buy new clothes by themselves, but they accepted Master Tang's kindness since he already did it for them. "Of course," Tang Yunhang said. The Tang family treated Gu Man very well, not only because her relationship with Tang Yunfan, but also because she came to City B for the purpose of helping them wake Tang Yunfan up. Tang Yunhang helped Gu Ning and Gu Man to carry the suitcases into the house before he left. After that, Gu Ning tidied a room up for Gu Man, which was a little distance from hers with a study and a guest room in the middle. Gu Ning did it on purpose, because Leng Xiaoting was going to visit her in the night. Gu Man's bedroom was only a little smaller than the master bedroom, and it was also equipped with a walk-in closet. When Gu Ning was tidying the room up for Gu Man, she sent a message to Leng Xiaoting with the location of her house. "Gu Ning, I dare you to come." At this moment, Leng Xiaoting was still in the hotel, staring at the screen of his phone, thinking about why Gu Ning hadn't contacted him yet. He wasn't dreaming that he could meet Gu Ning tonight, but at least he could talk with her for a while on the phone. When he saw Gu Ning's message, all of a sudden, Leng Xiaoting almost jumped up from the sofa. Leng Xiaoting, "Of course I dare." Gu Ning, "I always feel we're having an affair." Leng Xiaoting, "We can tell your mother if you want." Gu Ning, "Forget it. If my mom finds it out, she'll blame you for seducing her daughter and chase you away from our house, haha." Leng Xiaoting, "Haha." Gu Ning, "Wait for a while and come here a little later because my mom is still awake." Leng Xiaoting, "No problem." As long as he could see Gu Ning, he didn't care how late it was. Outside of the duplex, Chao Wenxin had just driven her bright red Lamborghini back in great anger. When she saw that the lights were on in Gu Ning's house, Chao Wenxin was surprised and couldn't believe her eyes. "Gu Ning came to City B? Why didn't she tell me?" Chao Wenxin stopped her car at once, then walked to Gu Ning's house with an angry expression. She decided to punish Gu Ning. She went to the door and rang the doorbell. "Ning Ning, who could it be?" Gu Man was confused because it was very late now. "Oh, it must be my aunt's daughter, Chao Wenxin. She lives in the next house, and I think that she must have found out that I'm here when she saw that our lights are on," Gu Ning said. She heard the sound of the car just then, and only Chao Wenxin, and she lived here, so she bet it had to be Chao Wenxin. "Oh!" Gu Man followed Gu Ning walking downstairs. Since Chao Wenxin was Tang Yunrong's daughter, she had to meet her. Once the door was opened, Chao Wenxin raised her voice in anger. "Gu Ning, why didn't you tell me that you came to City B? If I didn't come back tonight, I wouldn't have found out." Before she finished her sentence, she noticed Gu Man in the living room and closed her mouth at once, feeling a little embarrassed. "This is?" Chao Wenxin asked. "My mother," Gu Ning said. "Really? Your mother looks so young." Chao Wenxin was astonished because Gu Man looked like a woman around 30. Women loved hearing compliments, so Gu Man was very happy to hear that. "Well, it's very nice to meet you." Chao Wenxin immediately greeted Gu Man politely. Chao Wenxin's attitude changed very fast, which amused Gu Ning and Gu Man. "Nice to meet you too," Gu Man said, then invited Chao Wenxin to come in. "Come on in, please." Chao Wenxin walked in and asked Gu Man in a hurry, "Would you please tell me how you take care of your skin?" Although Chao Wenxin behaved like a boy normally, she was a young woman who loved beauty after all. Gu Man was almost 40, but looked like a woman around 30, and Chao Wenxin also wanted to look much younger than her real age. I don't know actually, because Ning Ning has helped me a lot." Gu Man smiled. She only knew that Gu Ning gave her and Gu Qing some nutritious food and told them to eat it regularly. "Gu Ning, why didn't you tell me about that? Aren't we good sisters?" Chao Wenxin criticized Gu Ning. "Well, I'm thinking about sending you some skincare products which will be on the market soon, and you'll be the first person to have them." "Satisfied?" Gu Ning said. Chao Wenxin laughed. "Very well. I was just kidding. Please don't be mad at me." Gu Ning rolled her eyes at Chao Wenxin, laughing too. "Well, let me pour some water for you too," Gu Man said, walking to the kitchen, but was stopped by Gu Ning. "Mom, don't bother. She lives just next door, and she can go home to have some water if she's thirsty." "Ning Ning, how can you be so impolite?" Gu Man was a little displeased. "Please don't bother. I did have a lot of water just a while ago, so I'm not thirsty now," Chao Wenxin said. Since Chao Wenxin said so, Gu Man didn't insist. She also didn't want to disturb the two girls chatting, so she went upstairs to organize her clothes. Once Gu Man was gone, Chao Wenxin questioned Gu Ning. "When did you come here? Why didn't you tell me?" "Today, but I was very busy during the day, and I just came home, so I didn't have time to tell you yet." Gu Ning gave Chao Wenxin a perfunctory answer, because she knew that Chao Wenxin wasn't aware of her relationship with the Tang family. "Fine." Chao Wenxin understood Gu Ning was always busy, so she accepted Gu Ning's explanation. "When will you go back to City F then?" "No idea," Gu Ning said. Speaking of that, Gu Ning suddenly realized that she hadn't called her head teacher for a leave yet. "What? Don't you need to attend classes?" Chao Wenxin was surprised. She knew that Gu Ning was a busy businesswoman, but Gu Ning was still a student too. Most importantly, Gu Ning was going to attend the National College Entrance Exam in a few months. "I can't because I have something important to deal with here. I think I'll call my principal tomorrow and discuss with him about whether I can be absent till the National College Entrance Exam," Gu Ning said. "What? You're not going to attend your classes, and you'll directly attend the entrance examination to college? Are you sure that you can pass it?" Chao Wenxin rounded her eyes in shock. She didn't expect that Gu Ning would be so bold. "Will your principal agree? Will you be expelled?" "Don't worry. As long as I can pass the exam and get a good score, nobody will stop me." Gu Ning was confident that her principal would agree, because she was the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry after all. Skilled people were not only those who were good at studying, but also those who could do business well. Therefore, it was impossible that her principal would expel her, who became a billionaire at such a young age. "Fine, you win." Seeing Gu Ning being so confident, Chao Wenxin chose to believe her. After all, Gu Ning was very outstanding. All of a sudden, Chao Wenxin seemed upset, so Gu Ning asked her, "What's wrong?" "It's all because of Xian Bei. When I first met him, I mistook him as a terrible man because I thought that Yu Wenjing was his girlfriend, and I even helped Yu Wenjing. However, I met Yu Wenjing in a shopping mall today, and she swore at me when she saw me. She's so insane, and said that I have a secret romantic relationship with Xian Bei. How is it possible? Xian Bei and I hate each other so much, and will never be close to one another." Chao Wenxin told Gu Ning everything, like she couldn't tolerate it anymore. Hearing that, Gu Ning was surprised. "Well, is it true? Are you secretly dating Xian Bei?" "Of course not. How is it possible?" Chao Wenxin denied it at once. Her friend just saw me hanging out with Xian Bei at the Lantern Festival, so she believes that I'm dating Xian Bei. But we hung out together with our families. We didn't hang out alone. Chao Wenxin felt aggrieved. Gu Ning, on the other hand, was greatly surprised. How come you hung out with Xian Bei at the Lantern Festival? Gu Ning asked. Chao Wenxin said, didn't Xian Bei tell us that he was going to visit his uncle when we met him at the airport last time? Can you believe that his uncle is my uncle too? When we spent the Lantern Festival together, my aunt and my mom even wanted to set us up. Gu Ning thought for a while. In the beginning, she believed that Chao Wenxin and Su Jinshin would be a great couple. But it seemed that Chao Wenxin and Xian Bei were more suitable for each other. Although they disliked each other now, it was possible that they had a love-hate relationship. In addition, Tang Yunrong approved of Xian Bei. Do you feel nothing for him? Gu Ning asked. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin panicked a little, then denied at once. Yes, I feel nothing. Gu Ning smiled, but didn't say another word because she knew that Chao Wenxin was lying. She decided to do something when it was needed to help them. When it was almost 9 p.m., Chao Wenxin went back to her house. Gu Ning then called her principal. Hi, I'm so sorry to bother you, sir. This is Gu Ning. Gu Ning. The principal was surprised to hear from Gu Ning. May I help? Well, the thing is I'm very busy recently in City B, and I'll be absent from classes a lot. So can I not go to school until the entrance examination to college comes? Please don't worry. I promise that I will keep studying on my own and pass the exam with a great test score, Gu Ning said. Gu Ning was confident that she could easily pass all kinds of exams. Sure, no problem, the principal said with alacrity. I'll talk to your head teacher tomorrow, and will inform you 3 days before the entrance examination to college. It went more smoothly than Gu Ning had thought. Thank you so much, Gu Ning said. My pleasure. Gu Ning, you're the pride of our school, and other principals from other school are all jealous of me after they heard about your successful business, the principal said with happiness. Gu Ning suddenly thought of something, then said, Sir, if you don't mind, I'd love to donate 5 million yuan for redecoration or reconstruction of our school. Although the number 3 high school was just a common high school and many buildings were aging, the principal had applied for money to reconstruct and redecorate them. However, his application had been rejected. Since Gu Ning was rich now, she was willing to do something for her alma mater. Really? The principal was shocked and couldn't believe his ears. Of course. I'll send someone to settle it with you tomorrow, Gu Ning said with a smile. Will your parents agree? The principal asked worriedly. He knew that Gu Ning had made a lot of money, but she was just a student after all. My parents are supportive, Gu Ning said. Hearing that, the principal relaxed. That'll be great. The principal was very excited and grateful. Thank you so much, Gu Ning. My pleasure, Gu Ning said. After hanging up the call with Gu Ning, the principal wiped his tears away. His wife, Bai Nianlan, noticed and asked with confusion, What happened? The principal sighed. Didn't I tell you that my application for some money to reconstruct and redecorate the aged buildings in the school has been rejected? So, Bai Nianlan was still confused and didn't understand why her husband seemed so excited. Well, a student just donated 5 million yuan to our school for the reconstruction and redecoration, the principal said, and he had mixed emotions now. What? A student? A rich second-generation heir. Bai Nianlan thought that the student had to be from a rich family. Not really. She's the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry, the principal said. Thinking of Gu Ning's identity, the principal couldn't help but admire her for her outstanding ability. What? It was her. Bai Nianlan was surprised. She had heard from her husband that the boss of Jade Beauty Jewelry was studying in his school, and she also admired Gu Ning. Ever since Bai Nianlan had heard what Gu Ning had achieved at such a young age, she always wished that her children could be as successful as Gu Ning. Right at that moment, Bai Nianlan's son came back home after playing basketball with his friends, and he had sweat a lot and had an unpleasant smell, which annoyed Bai Nianlan. Bai Nianlan then began to criticize her son, while her son had no idea why his mother suddenly became so mad at him. After a while, He finally figured out that his mother thought that he wasn't outstanding enough after hearing the story of an excellent student in his father's school. However, he felt aggrieved too. In fact, he wasn't bad compared with his peers and was also a good student in his school. Even so, he didn't dare to argue with his mother, but listened to his mother's endless criticism with patience. In City B, Gu-man was asleep around 11 p.m., so Gu-ning sent a message to Lung Xiaoting at once. The hotel where Lung Xiaoting stayed wasn't far, so he soon arrived at Gu-ning's house after reading her message. He called Gu-ning when he arrived and went to the side of Gu-ning's bedroom following Gu-ning's directions. When they saw each other, there was a burning desire in their eyes. "Do you need me to put a rope down there?" Gu-ning joked. She knew that it was easy for Lung Xiaoting to climb up 3 stories. "No need," Lung Xiaoting said, then hung up. Quickly, he had easily climbed up to the 3rd floor with just his hands. When he stood in front of Gu-ning, he clasped her in his arms like he hadn't seen her in ages. "Ning-ning, I missed you," Lung Xiaoting said, although they had only been apart for half a day. "My mom's bedroom isn't far away, so we need to be quiet," Gu-ning warned. "Sure. I'll hug you while we sleep, and we won't do anything," Lung Xiaoting said. He knew that Gu-man slept in a nearby bedroom, so he didn't dare to make noise, but he was already satisfied that he was able to hug Gu-ning and fall asleep together tonight. Although they didn't have sex, they did kiss and touch each other in bed. The next day, when light first appeared, Lung Xiaoting woke up. In case Gu-man would find out, and it was also inconvenient to leave during the day, Lung Xiaoting left Gu-ning's bedroom. Chao Wenxin called Gu-ning in the early morning, and she wanted to visit Gu-ning. Chao Wenxin felt bored now and would love to have some fun with Gu-ning. I'll call you back later," Gu-ning said. Chao Wenxin didn't know what had happened to Tang Yunfan yet, so Gu-ning wasn't sure whether she could tell Chao Wenxin. After hanging up the call with Chao Wenxin, Gu-ning called Tang Haifeng at once. Tang Haifeng didn't keep it a secret from Chao Wenxin on purpose, but he didn't want to worry the younger generation. Since Chao Wenxin wanted to spend the day with Gu-ning and Chao Wenxin would find out sooner or later, Tang Haifeng agreed. Therefore, Gu-ning called Chao Wenxin back and told her that they would go to the Tang family's house later. Hearing that, Chao Wenxin got up at once. It was already 7:30 a.m., but Chao Wenxin was still lying in bed. Although she had a habit of running in the morning, she would sometimes be lazy, especially when the weather was cold. And although it was already spring, it was still cold outside. Chao Wenxin came to Gu-ning's house around 8 a.m., and the breakfast was ready on the table. Seeing Gu-man, Chao Wenxin greeted her politely. "Do you want to drive your car, or drive with me?" Gu-ning asked Chao Wenxin during breakfast. "I'll drive with you," Chao Wenxin said. She was determined to spend the whole day with Gu-ning after breakfast. The 3 of them left the house. However, when Gu-man saw Gu-ning's car, she was astonished, because she recognized that the car was a Lamborghini, which was very luxurious. "Ning-ning, how much is your car?" Gu-man took a long breath in before she asked. "Aunt Tang sent it to me and it costs over 10 million yuan, Gu-ning said. Hearing that, Gu-man was shocked. They're too generous. Gu-ning received the luxurious car as a gift when the Tang family didn't know that she actually was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, so it was enough to prove that the Tang family was really generous. "The gifts Ning-ning sent us are also very valuable. A luxurious car is merely nothing," Chao Wenxin said. Hearing that, Gu-man relaxed a little. After that, they got in the car, driving away from the duplex. When Gu-ning and the others left the house, it was 8:30 a.m., so there wasn't much traffic on the roads. Not far behind Gu-ning's car was another luxurious car, and the people sitting in it started to discuss Gu-ning's white Lamborghini. "Isn't that the latest model of Lamborghini? I heard that there are only 40 of them around the world. I wanted to buy one, but it wasn't available," a man said in a jealous tone. The man was Pan Zirwei. There were another 2 men in the luxurious car. One was Guan Bin while the other was a stranger. "Let's catch it up to see who the driver is," Guan Bin proposed with curiosity. "The driver must either be rich or powerful." "No problem." Pan Zirwei was curious too, so he sped up at once. However, when he saw who the driver of the white Lamborghini was, He slammed on the brakes in shock and couldn't believe his eyes. The driver was Gu Ning. Pan Zirwei suddenly stopped his car and almost caused a rear-end collision. "Hey, do you know how to drive or not?" A driver who drove behind them swore in anger. Luckily, nobody was injured, so the driver drove his car away after swearing. Gu Ning and the others were also slightly scared. "It was so dangerous," Gu Man said. "Exactly. It almost caused a rear-end collision," Chao Wenxin said. Although Gu Ning didn't know who that luxurious car belonged to, she saw Pan Zirwei in the driver's seat from the rearview mirror, and she believed that Pan Zirwei must have been shocked to see her driving this white Lamborghini. Guan Bin was also scared in Pan Zirwei's car. "Zirwei, why did you suddenly slam on the brakes? Don't you know that it was very dangerous?" "The driver is my boss," Pan Zirwei said with excitement. "Boss? What boss?" Pan Zirwei's friend was curious. Guan Bin, on the other hand, said with great surprise, "What? The driver is Miss Gu." Guan Bin sat in the rear seats so he didn't see the driver of the white Lamborghini clearly. "Miss Gu? Zirwei's boss is a woman." Pan Zirwei's friend was astonished and couldn't believe his ears, because they all knew that Pan Zirwei despised women a lot. "Miss Gu is different, and we all admire her. When Zhao Konglin revenged himself on us and almost beat us to death, it was Miss Gu who came to rescue us. You weren't there, so you didn't know how cool Miss Gu was when she alone beat 4 men down within seconds. In addition, Miss Gu is Tang Jiakai's younger sister. I think that they have to be relatives." Guan Bin was getting increasingly excited. In the beginning, he despised Gu Ning, but he started to respect her after the horse racing. When Gu Ning came to rescue them, he already admired her. Really? Pan Zirwei's friend was greatly surprised, because he had never heard that any woman could be so awesome. "Of course," Pan Zirwei said. "Is Tang Jiakai from the top Tang family of City B?" Pan Zirwei's friend asked, and a touch of viciousness flashed by his eyes. "Yes, exactly because of Miss Gu. I even shared a meal with Tang Jiakai at the same table," Guan Bin said and felt honored. There was an abyss between him and Tang Jiakai, so he wasn't jealous of Tang Jiakai, but just wanted to please Tang Jiakai. "Zirwei, since Miss Gu is your boss, why don't we have a gathering tonight?" Pan Zirwei's friend said. "Let me call her later and see whether she's free tonight." Pan Zirwei also wanted to meet Gu Ning. When Gu Ning and the others arrived at the Tang family's house, Chao Wenxin finally learned that Tang Yunfan had been in a car accident and had been unconscious for nearly 5 days. At the same time, she also found out that Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, which was the reason why they closely resembled each other. The news surprised Chao Wenxin, and she also felt excited. If Gu Ning was Tang Yunfan's biological daughter, then Gu Ning would be her biological cousin too. Fate was really unbelievable. However, she was worried about Tang Yunfan's condition too. When Gu Man went upstairs to talk to Tang Yunfan, Gu Ning received Pan Zirwei's call. "Boss, why didn't you tell me that you came to City B?" Pan Zirwei complained. "I came here to deal with something serious," Gu Ning said. "When will you be free? Can we have a gathering tonight?" Pan Zirwei asked. "I'm afraid that I can't. I'll call you when I'm free," Gu Ning said. "Fine," Pan Zirwei said. Once Pan Zirwei hung up the call, his friend asked him whether Gu Ning was free tonight. "She doesn't have time tonight, but she'll call me when she's free," Pan Zirwei said. Pan Zirwei's friend, on the other hand, felt greatly disappointed, but he couldn't do anything about it. Leng Xiaoting wasn't a boss who did nothing. Although he had hired skilled managers to run Shengshi Group for him, and he seldom interfered in the business or checked the finances, he still needed to keep abreast of the development of his business group. The headquarters of Shengshi Group was located in the capital, and it had many branches in every big city. Shengshi Group wasn't established by Leng Xiaoting, but was actually his grandpa's property. When Leng Xiaoting's mother passed away, Leng Xiaoting became the sole beneficiary of his grandpa's legacy. When Leng Xiaoting took over Shengshi Group, it wasn't on the list of the top 20 enterprises. However, within 5 years, Shengshi Group rose and developed at a fast rate under Leng Xiaoting's leadership, and surpassed one enterprise after another until it became a legend. The rapid rise of a company naturally would attract peers' attention, and many of them had schemed against Shengshi Group in business, trying to defeat it. In the beginning, it had been very hard for Leng Xiaoting to handle the challenges, but his business opponents started to give up when Leng Xiaoting and Shengshi Group became extremely successful over a short period of time. Shengshi Group and Tanghuang Group were two well-known dominant enterprises, and they often cooperated with each other. Neither Leng Xiaoting nor Tang Yunfan would bother to scheme against their business opponents, so they were able to build their business very well. However, if anyone dared scheme against them behind their backs, they wouldn't hesitate to take action. Interestingly, Tang Yunfan didn't know that the real boss of Shengshi Group was Leng Xiaoting, and vice versa. And from now on, given their relationships with Gu Ning, Shengshi Group and Tanghuang Group would cooperate with one another in a more harmonious way. They would compromise for the sake of Gu Ning and wouldn't hurt each other's benefits. Shengshi Group was located in a place near the downtown. It was a 32-story tall building, which covered over 1,000 square meters. He Qiming was the president of Shengshi Group's City B branch. He was around 40 years old, and was a diligent man who was also part of the legacy left by Leng Xiaoting's grandfather. The majority of the experienced managers Leng Xiaoting had hired to work for him were all loyal people. The fact that Shengshi Group could be so successful today partially relied on them. Once Leng Xiaoting entered the hall of Shengshi Group, he attracted a lot of attention from people around him, especially the young girls at the reception desk. Wow, Mr. Leng came here today. He's as handsome as always. Indeed, it's so rare to see him here. The young girls who worked at the reception desk all knew Leng Xiaoting, because he had been here before, and He Qiming also told them not to stop Leng Xiaoting whenever he came here. Of course, He Qiming didn't tell them Leng Xiaoting's real identity, so they thought that Leng Xiaoting must be his friend. However, when Leng Xiaoting walked forward to get in the elevator, a group of people had just walked out of one, and the person leading them was a beautiful, young, professional woman. When she saw Leng Xiaoting, she was stunned by him at first glance. She didn't strike up a conversation with Leng Xiaoting in public, but remembered his face and made up her mind to have a meeting with him. Leng Xiaoting ignored them, directly walking to the CEO exclusive elevator. When the woman saw Leng Xiaoting walking into that elevator, her eyes lit up. Go find out who he is. The woman gave an order to her secretary when Leng Xiaoting walked into the CEO exclusive elevator. Yes, madam, her secretary said. After a while, Leng Xiaoting arrived at the CEO's office on the 32nd floor. Before Leng Xiaoting came here, he told He Qiming not to welcome him in order to protect his real identity. The minute Leng Xiaoting walked inside, He Qiming greeted him with great respect. Welcome, Lord Leng. Hi, Leng Xiaoting said lightly, then sat on the sofa. He Qiming's secretary immediately poured a cup of tea for Leng Xiaoting before she walked out. He Qiming then reported to Leng Xiaoting on the recent development of the company, but Leng Xiaoting didn't need to deal with the business himself. In fact, Leng Xiaoting wasn't good at doing business, but he was excellent at choosing the right people to do the right thing when the company needed a final decision when facing a difficulty. Leng Xiaoting would, of course, be the final decision-maker. Gu Ning was still absent from her school next week. Zhang Qiuhua didn't know why, because Gu Ning hadn't told her that she would be absent for so long during the recess. The principal told Zhang Qiuhua that Gu Ning wouldn't attend the following classes, which shocked Zhang Qiuhua. What? She won't attend the rest of the classes, and will only come on the days of the National College entrance examination? You agreed. Yes, the principal said. He didn't think that it was a bad idea. The entrance examination to college is just around the corner. Zhang Qiuhua felt helpless. She promised to keep studying on her own, and that she'll pass the exam with a good score. Don't worry, the principal said. Even so, Zhang Qiuhua still thought that the idea was crazy. However, the principal had agreed, and she couldn't change his decision. Yu Mixi and the others also knew that Gu Ning was busy and wouldn't attend the rest of the classes, so they didn't call her in order to not disturb her. Once in a while, Gu Ning would chat with them in their WeChat group. In the Tang family's house, Gu Man spoke to Tang Yunfan in the room as usual, while Gu Ning stayed in the living hall. Today was Monday, so Tang Yunhang and the others went to work while Tang Haifeng, Chao Wenxin and Gu Ning stayed at home. Before long, Quan Mingkai came and followed Tang Haifeng walking to the study to discuss business with him. Master Tang, Tang Deming frequently visits Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan these days. I think that he wants to win their approval, Quan Mingkai said. Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan were the two directors who had abstained in the vote for a new chairman of Tang Huang Group. How has Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan reacted to that? Tang Haifeng asked. I don't see any differences from their usual behaviors, but nobody knows what they're doing privately, Quan Mingkai said. Even though there was no apparent change in their relationship with Tang Deming, nobody knew what they were doing in private. Cheng Zhongxing and Wu Boyan had done a lot for the company and had never hurt the benefits of the company, but Tang Haifeng still had to be careful. Master Tang, I have the feeling that there is someone supporting Tang Deming from behind the scene, but I don't know who the person is yet. From Tang Deming's call records, I don't find any suspects. However, it's also possible that they use secret phone numbers to contact each other. Quan Mingkai said, although the Tang Huang Group was very powerful, they still couldn't find out everything they wanted to know. Keeping a close eye on them, Tang Haifeng said. Yes, sir, Quan Mingkai said. After that, they talked about something else for a while before walking out of the study. Miss Gu, your store can be completed today, and it'll be fully cleaned tomorrow. Please let me know when you finish your work. Lord Tang has told me to cooperate with you in propaganda and endorsement. Quan Mingkai said to Gu Ning. Thanks, Mr. Quan. I'll call you once I finish my work here, Gu Ning said. She did need the support of Tang Huang Group concerning publicity. You don't need to call me Mr. Quan. We're not strangers after all, so you can directly call me Uncle Quan, Quan Mingkai said. Although he had just met Gu Ning a few times, Gu Ning was already a member of the Tang family anyway. Uncle Quan, Gu Ning called him. Please don't me Miss Gu anymore, and you can directly call my full name. Sure, Gu Ning, Quan Mingkai said. Quan Mingkai still had something else to deal with, so he left later. All of a sudden, Gu Ning had a very busy schedule in the following days. The jewelry store in City B was about to open within a week, and the opening ceremony would be held in the Huangdang Hotel, which was super easy for her to settle. However, she had to go back to City G in person before that. They needed to deliver a large amount of jade jewelry, and it wouldn't be safe enough if Zhou Zhenghong did that job all on his own. In addition, she had to set up a processing plant in City B so that she wouldn't need to deliver jade jewelry from City G in the future. After the meal, she also needed to check the gowns for the opening ceremony. Although she trusted Yu Zi, she had to check them in person too. As for the models, she could hire some from the entertainment company under the name of Tang Huang Group. For now, Gu Ning hadn't made the final decision as to the spokesperson of Jade Beauty Jewelry, because it was very important and the spokesperson would endorse her brand for at least a whole year. Therefore, Gu Ning's first choice was Su Tongnua because Su Tongnua worked for her, and she knew that Su Tongnua was a professional actress with a good reputation. Maybe Su Tongnua wasn't very famous in the eyes of the public, and she didn't have a strong influence, but Gu Ning wasn't worried at all. Since Su Tongnua worked for her, she would make her popular. Moreover, Su Tongnua was also a potential A-list actress, so Gu Ning was confident that she would be a great choice. As long as the advertisement was released, Su Tongnua could soon be a household name with the help of K. Other than that, Gu Ning also needed to go fetch Chu Peihan and the others in City D as well, because their parts in the film were almost over. The drugs and skincare products were also done in the factory of Colane Pharmaceutical Company, and they would be tested in a few days. After the test, they could come onto the market. However, Ning Chankai's business enemies would stop him from passing the test without a doubt, so Gu Ning had to go to the capital in a few days. Chun Songyi's legs were fully recovered too, and he was able to work now, so Gu Ning had to make some arrangements for him. Ning, who will you choose to be the spokesperson of your jewelry brand? Chao Wenxin asked with curiosity. Su Tongnua, Gu Ning said. What? Chao Wenxin was surprised. Don't you think that her influence isn't strong enough? Why don't you use an A-list celebrity? Although Su Tongnua was a friend of Chao Wenxin's friend, it was undeniable that Su Tongnua wasn't famous enough to be the spokesperson of a well-known luxurious jewelry brand. Hearing their talk, Tang Haifeng added, I think Wenxin is right. There are a few actors working for an entertainment company which is controlled by our family. I think you can choose the spokesperson from them. Gu Ning wore a grateful smile. Thank you for your advice, Grandpa. But I still want to give this chance to the actress who works for my entertainment company. If she wasn't going to do that, the actresses who worked for her would never have a chance to be popular. What? The actress works for you? You're involved in the entertainment industry. Tang Haifeng was astonished. Yes, Gu Ning said, but didn't explain the reason. Tang Haifeng wanted to say something, but didn't know what to say. In fact, what could he say now? Gu Ning became a billionaire at such a young age all on her own, and had proved that she was able to run her business very well. Therefore, Tang Haifeng didn't have the right to stop Gu Ning from building her business empire. It was just a beginning as well because Gu Ning had just started up her business, and she wasn't a major competitor in the industries that she was involved in yet. Once she became a strong competitor and began to grab resources from her peers, she would be in a fierce war in business. Girl Gu, if you need anything, feel free to tell me. All right? Tang Haifeng said. He was more than willing to support his lovely granddaughter. Sure, Grandpa, Gu Ning said. In politics, you might achieve something all on your own, but it didn't work like that in business. No matter how smart or skillful you were, you still needed to closely cooperate with others. Without a powerful network, it was impossible to be successful in business. Gu Man talked to Tang Yunfan for another 2 hours, but Tang Yunfan still had no reaction, which worried everyone. After lunch, Gu Ning had to leave the Tang family's house, but she was worried that Gu Man would feel uneasy staying alone here. However, Gu Man told her that everyone in the Tang family were easygoing, and Gu Man was accustomed to the new environment. Gu Ning went out to deal with some business as well as some personal affairs, so she couldn't bring Chao Wenxin with her. Although Chao Wenxin complained about it, she didn't insist. Once Gu Ning drove away from the Tang family's house, she called Yu Zi. She planned to check on the gowns first. Yu Zi was in her shop, so Gu Ning would go to her shop to meet her after she met Leng Xiaoting. Leng Xiaoting was sharing the meal with He Qiming in the hotel, so Gu Ning directly went to the hotel to pick him up. Although there were many luxurious cars stopped outside of the hotel, Gu Ning's limited edition Lamborghini was still very noticeable. Once she stopped it outside of the hotel, it attracted a lot of attention from people around it. Wow! Isn't that the latest model of Lamborghini? There are only 40 of them around the world. Indeed, it looks so cool.